What's up? Oh. What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Welcome to the highly anticipated ESA Cup Grand Finals, where the pinnacle of competitive gaming unfolds in a thrilling best-of-5 showdown between the two formidable Entropy and Fall of 7. Brace yourselves for an intense clash of skill, strategy, and determination as these elite esports squads vie for supremacy on the virtual battleground. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, your host for this match, and I'm super excited to be here as the digital curtain rises on this grand finals. Today, I am joined by two incomparable analysts with both Naj and Dianic. I'm super happy to have you guys here. Super great to sit beside you once again behind the desk for the ESA Grand Finals. Dianic, I am going to start with you first. How you feeling, and are you ready for what's about to unfold here in the Grand Finals?
No, man, you always do me like this. You always put me first on the spot. I didn't expect me to pick me. I wanted, to copy a little bit what Nash is saying here. But of course, yes, I'm very excited. It's also my first time where I'm a little bit here rather behind the scenes as an analyst. It's going to be super interesting here. Me and Nash going to try to pick apart these teams to see where they're actually going wrong. Do we going to have actually two opinions are going to be, or are we going to be the same opinion? Is going to be really interesting, especially for me today, but also to see these two teams fight, because I already have a little bit of an opinion of these, but I'm going to give the word also to my fellow analyst.
That's awesome. Naj, how are you doing? You always have your finger on the pulse for the meta and the momentum shifts. What are your expectations for today, my friend?
I'm super excited. I get to be a dork and people have to listen. Anyway, right. So we've got obviously two phenomenal teams. One of the teams isn't exactly the favourite, as we kind of have realised coming into this. But one of the teams I predicted to make finals actually did make it, so I'm pretty excited about that. So F7, don't fail me. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well, to catch you up, if you are not, as the ESA Cup has progressed, Entropy and Fall 7 emerged as titans, dominating the respective brackets with unmatched precision and teamwork. The tension reached its peak when both teams clashed in their nail-biting semifinals, showcasing jaw-dropping plays that left us on the edge of our seats. And now they face off in the grand finals. The stage is set for a legendary confrontation. For those of you who don't know exactly how the ESA works, we had a dynamic group stage, a chaotic Swiss bracket that culminated in a dramatic knockout stage. Let's pull up that group stage real quick. Naj, why don't you walk us through how this group stage went down?
Well, there was a lot of things that kind of happened, but one thing we did sort of notice in the group stage specifically was LDL got hella points and then kind of just fell off in quarters. And then like obviously with them being like sort of top of the group stage, they were doing really well. They got to quarterfinals and they just got bodied by Mafia Squad. Mafia Squad then moved on. And it's kind of like a couple of the teams that we kind of saw as the weakest in the group stage are some of the teams we actually see right now in the playoffs, like near the end. And I think that's really interesting because it really shows like the willingness to improve and sort of how much effort they're willing to put in to really send it into the finals. And I really anticipating like Entropy, for example, and their performance and the way they decide to actually, come into this.
Yeah, well, Entropy has just been all over several different leagues lately. So anything that stood out to you, Dianic, on the Swiss stage or in that final knockout phase that kind of led us to this grand finals situation?
Well, I'm going to have to talk about a little bit about Entropy Gaming because, as already Nash said, I did also see them because of the intel I've been given as one of the rather weaker teams, but then to see them perform that well and also their adaptability during the rounds, between the rounds, but also to the next round to see what are the enemies doing, what do we need to improve, what do we need to change, especially in our attacks or defense, has made them come really, really fast, especially in the semifinals, which I also was able to see and cast. Just showed way much more potential for them. And even though I know Nash is rather rooting for Flawless 7, and I'm gonna have to, take it away a little bit from you guys. I am rooting for Entropy Gaming, not only because I know their PC team and I've watched a lot more about these team. I also know a little bit more their console team. So this is also a little bit like a friendship. I do want to support them because I do know them a little bit better. I've seen more from them, but I also think they have the guts for it. Yes, Flawless 7 had a really beautiful run. You gotta have to say they just looked phenomenal in their run. Entropy Gaming, they had to fight a little bit more, but I think that's also the journey to improve, to see what they need to change during the rounds, between the rounds, and they have definitely not disappointed me there in that sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. And I anticipate this to go back and forth. Now that we kind of know like how we got here, let's get into some of the nitty-gritty, the numbers or the deets of what these two teams bring to the table. If we bring up those team cards here, Naj, I'm going to let you elaborate on kind of what these immediate numbers mean for F7 here. Oh, for Entropy, excuse me.
Well, on the side of Entropy, obviously we're looking at sort of more the win rate and, well, like the best and worst maps. The 79% win rate is absolutely phenomenal, considering, like, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, their win rate in group stage was relatively 50-50. And as I said, they very much, like, sort of seemed to struggle early on, even in the games they were winning. And I think that, like, coming into the later stages of the tournament, they've really stepped up, and I think that's really fun to see. Obviously, we can see their best and worst maps being Clubhouse, but we do have some little documents that do contain a few details about their team. Obviously, Duet, Afla, Phantom, Husky, and I'm not trying to pronounce that, BWNQUZ on the flex finally. So that's the IGL, Fragger, Support, Flex, and Flex in order. But their strengths and weaknesses are listed, something they've given us personally. And I quote, word for word, their strength is everything and their weakness is none. So I'm very highly anticipating what they decide to bring to the table, because one of the things that I really know about these two teams is they both like to switch up the meta, switch up the game, try and bring a couple new operators, and maybe try and throw a spanner into the works when it comes down to the default sort of way of playing Siege. And I know they've both definitely done their research on each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you've seen it, Entropy is a team that has been all over several leagues yesterday, including playing yesterday in the CCL, where they took on LDL and unfortunately didn't have quite the outcome that they were looking to have there. So hopefully that's not, yes, they had a tough time. And we're going to hope that that doesn't play into the mental today, because, of course, a grand final, it is absolutely a marathon, and mental plays into a huge part of it. Let's take a look at the next team card here. It's going to be F7. And Diana, if you could walk us through any standout or notables here, what you thinking?
Well, as you already said, we had the IGL, the Flex, the Frag, and the support from the other team, but who are the actual suppliers, hard support, or even IGLs from the team? Flawless 7, we have Haji as the Flex, Matthew with the entry back over to support. The one pistol guy is the IGL/Flex. Yuki is support Flex and Maxi Frag, and Crowd is the coach. So they do have a coach available. While on the other side, for Entropy Gaming, they don't really have that ability. So maybe in those timeouts, maybe in those tactical timeouts, they're gonna have to speak to the IGL. They're gonna have to speak to each other, and there's not gonna be a sixth voice in their head saying, "Guys, you need to improve these, we need to change this," or "Bite this through, you got this." On the other side, Flawless 7, they do have this little booster that is the coaches in those tactical timeouts. They can talk to each other. He can give a little bit input, but what they need to improve. But also here, if we look at the win rate, is Clubhouse their best, Skyscraper is kind of their worst map from Flawless 7. And you mentioned their weaknesses from the side of Entropy Gaming, and we do have the same thing about Flawless 7 here. And Flawless 7, they do say they consider them good team chemistry, good teamwork, communication is one of their biggest strengths, and a weakness has not been provided, so maybe also none. So both teams, they don't see any weakness against each other, but I think they're gonna have to figure it out. What is the weakness of the enemy team? Where can we find each other? Where is the gap where we need to attack? And especially because both of these two teams have Clubhouse written as their best map, is going to be super interesting.
Well, and Clubhouse being that kind of great equalizer as well as far as map goes. So let's take a look at it. What were the maps? How are we going to transgress through this best of 5 here? Let's take a look at what maps are going to be coming up here in this best of 5 showdown. All right, Naj, walk us through it. What are the first 2 picks? We're going to see one right off the gate, or right out of the gate being, of course, the one that is the favorite of both teams.
Well, I think the thing is, when it comes down to Clubhouse, they both teams are just they are very confident on the map, but the fact that they've given no weaknesses is quite obviously just because they're afraid of that being exploited by other teams and other leagues later on down the line, which is fair. But obviously we've got Clubhouse, and then second up we got Consulate, which is one that is sort of being reinvigorated now. Now people are used to it a bit more. People have stolen a lot of strats from G2, and realistically, I think that when it comes down to the way this map's played, it is very good for those sort of slow, methodical teams, but it also heavily favors, especially the top floor, those like aggressive, sort of high octane rushes. And I think we're very much probably going to see a few of those when it comes down to actually playing Consulate. And then I'll let Dianic run us through the final 3.
Well, also one thing which is interesting about Consulate, to the team, Flawless 7 did give us a little bit what is their favorite maps. We did ask them and they said Club, Chalet, Consulate, and Border. So we're starting off with 2 maps from the side of Flawless 7, which they really, really love. One of them is Clubhouse, but also Entropy Gaming, they also like that map, also put the map down as one of their best maps. We also saw it in the win rate percentage on the player cards, and now we have it as the first map. Second map is going to be one of the favorites from Flawless 7, but this one was picked from Entropy Gaming. Maybe they didn't really knew that, or maybe they picked it because they have counter strats. Maybe they've looked into each other. A lot of things we're gonna have to see. Is that really going to be the map for Flawless 7? Right now, it does speak for them because it is their favorite map. But if you look at the last 3 maps, is Bank, Oregon, and Sky, and one of the map really stands out to me here is going to be Skyscraper. The worst map from Flawless 7 written in OPL as their win percentage, yet been picked by the team. Flawless 7 decided to pick Skyscraper here. It is one of the decider. They could have chosen differently, but at the end of the day, it's Skyscraper. So if we do come to a 5th map, the odds are going to lay in the hands on Entropy Gaming there because it's their worst map on the side of Flawless 7. But maybe they've improved overall. As you already said, it's fun to see if the teams challenge themselves, if they improve over the calls here. And I think the last map is really going to show if these 2 teams, or especially Flawless 7, has something new up for us. Bank, on the other hand, is kind of as big as Consulate. There's a lot of space. It's also very known in the competitive scene. Strats can be taken from a lot of pro teams, as Nash already said, and Oregon rather considered again a smaller map. So we have small, big, big, small, and then at the end we have again a bigger map. And those are our 5 maps for tonight in this grand final, in this best of 5. And I don't think there could have been any better maps. Yes, there could have been maybe Cafe for the weak spot of Entropy Gaming picked, but we saw Entropy Gaming ban that map out. So Cafe is not going to be played, yet we don't really have the weakest map from Entropy Gaming in those best of 5, but we have it from Flawless 7. So maybe that was rather a smart ban from the side of Entropy Gaming.
I think we've got like a very fun letter here. I just wanted to touch on the fact that obviously we've got quite a broad selection of maps, but each of the maps do something differently, which is really cool. Obviously we've got Club, which is very linear, very sort of like horizontal, unless you go to sort of like that bar site and obviously the basement site with the kitchen stuff. But then you've also got the other side of things where like you've got the very big maps of Consulate and Bank. You've got the very vertical heavy maps of Oregon and Skyscraper, and then also Skyscraper can be very linear if Monty's left unbanned. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think you guys have summed it up just about perfectly. So now as we find ourselves close to the start of the final, we will be guided through this exhilarating journey of the ESA Cup Grand Finals from our seasoned casters as they take their positions in the virtual arena with insightful commentary and infectious enthusiasm. They promise to deliver an immersive experience and really just translate all of the action between Entropy and Flawless 7 into a narrative that's going to captivate us all. I just want to introduce Pasta, Galamalu, as they take us on this journey. So happy to have you guys here for this. Take it away, my friends.
Well, thank you very much, Whiskey. I'm going to be honest, you're kind of bigging us up a little bit here. We need to really work to make sure that we actually keep up to those demands. Golu, first time on ESA and also grand final. How are you feeling?
Been going back through and catching up on these teams, and I have to say, I think you're looking at the both of them and their journeys to this game. You look at the way that a map veto phase just panned out. I'm very excited to see how this best of 5 is going to go. And you know, you come into a best of 5, you always want it to hit all 5 maps just for that extra bit of content. But I really want to see these two teams just go to town on each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Clubhouse as well, being our first map, is really going to be, I think it was Whiskey on the desk called it the Great Leveler. It's a map that a lot of teams should know, which means we're going to be seeing a lot of very common stuff, and B, when we don't, it's really going to test both attack and defense, because they'll also be thinking, this is how X team is going to play. And suddenly when that's different, it's adaptation from both of these sides.
Yeah, and just having the first couple of rounds, I think both these teams are going to be trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out just how they're setting themselves up. And whichever team adapts earlier on is obviously going to come out on the stronger foot. Both of these teams really putting it out there. They really like Clubhouse. They love playing the map. They feel very comfortable here. And that should mean that for the opening game of a series, we're going to get both these teams coming at it full force. And I think that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see that comfort pick coming in earlier on into the series. And whoever's able to take away map number 1, get themselves off to that lead is going to be really important when looking at transitioning that through. You're also looking at the fact that Entropy haven't picked this map up, right? They've then gone for Consulate for number 2, so getting that lead going into a more specialist map, you could say, in the Consulate, could be really interesting to see. So I think for Flawless coming out, they're most likely to be starting off on that attack. It's going to be very important that they have that clear game plan coming into the series.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Picking Clubhouse is very often a very risky move, because your other team should know how to play Clubhouse. We even saw it on those graphics. Entropy are also a very good team on this map. So you've got to be really sure with yourself, because the other team will get to choose that starting side. And obviously Entropy are going to start defense, because why would you not?
Yeah, I mean, there's maybe a case to be made, but I think we'll both agree it's not one you'd really go for very often. And we've seen it time and time again throughout history. It's really come back to hurt teams when they've done that, right? They've taken this idea of, we'll be fine on the attack. We'll come on in, we'll get 3-4 rounds, and then we'll get to go on defense and just close out a series, and they get stopped at the first hurdle. They put 2 rounds, 1 round on the board, and they start looking a little bit foolish for that decision. So I really appreciate that they have taken a little bit of a more sensible approach to this. And getting rid of that Monty first early on is a really interesting approach, right? Montaigne, obviously a very strong operator, and really forces the defensive team to shift their entire mentality to deal with this new threat. And you're looking at Clubhouse, the ability to push down dirt to get that control towards basement, be able to just storm up garage. It can really change the dynamic of a round, and just get rid of that. Just don't give that question mark available.
Yeah, for sure. Dockerby as well falling by the wayside says to me that we want to see a lot of expansion around the map, sort of sitting in corners, being a little bit more ratty, if you want to call it that. Just making sure that doesn't go away, and also not allowing the attack to have control of those defensive cameras, unless obviously they bring a Brava. You know, things have kind of expanded a little bit more in that sense, but Dockerby generally much more common than Brava, and she's been quite a rare ban. However, Mira and Solace definitely aren't.
Yeah, these are your usual suspects. I mean, the Solace ban, it's always going to get sort of spied out by teams. The Mirror is a little bit more interesting, right? And I think that's just due to the way that we've seen the new meta sort of shift out in terms of the alternatives that you get now, Pasta, right? You have options with Azami and Fenrir, and these are operators that you got to be very scary of. Tuberam as well at the moment. I'm interested to see if that sort of rears its head with how potentially damaging it can be at keeping some of these breaches closed, and we've seen just the full effect of that in the last month since launch. But starting off in Gym Bedroom, and I think this is a site that's growing in popularity, dropping that shield on the master bed as well, so that you have a little bit more of a safe space to play behind, to be able to look out and contest these gunfights onto that main balcony. A full extension expecting to come through, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Going so far as to reinforcing off these server walls as well, so really saying that they want to engage with Flawless 7 right from the get-go. They're not going to give them any space to play in.
That they aren't, and it means that, well, the attack, they're going to have to be a little bit more proactive than usual. So we can see just the final few seconds of this preparation phase coming on through now. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see an Azami or Fenrir, particularly on this top floor, but instead we've got a Mozzie, very common operator when you come to console, particularly useful for the P10 Roni. A lot of teams just love to chuck a fragger onto your Mozzie and just let him go wild. So we'll have to see whether that comes into effect from Afla and if he's even able to get many drones. Bankers is in a very tight corner already. Matty might have had some form of read there, just looking up towards the window, making sure that nothing went wrong, but instead falls away, just pulls on back. And now it's fairly standard stuff that we're seeing from the attack. You can see this wall starting to get open now on towards that CCTV side. It's just taken across the top floor, getting more pressure and more pressure building towards that site. It's very Clubhouse, Ben.
And you can see the V-holes there as well. A pretty interesting idea, right? You're giving that self the opportunity to play inside of construction. You can look down. If someone drops into logistics, you have another angle that you can start to threaten them from. As we are now seeing, again, these windows outside with that server control, you can start to pepper on through. And they've cleared out cache. There's no one playing too aggressively for the time being. So a good amount of control established for Flawless already quite early into the round. The Maverick Hole being used to try and get that freebie, but it's just shut down instead. They're just ready for it.
Oh, dear. Oh dear, that's not the opening kill that you want, but it's an opening kill for Entropy Gaming. Now Flawless 7 have to get proactive. You can see Maxi now taking the swing round, finds that kill, nearly gets the second on towards Bathroom. It's Pistol Guy instead. Yuki also finding picks. Banquers and Afla now in a 2 versus 4, made 2 versus 3 by Banquers, now pushing up towards this breach. Is he going to be able to find one? Yes, that's Yuki going down. Now Brought Equal going for the run out. Banquers wants more, but he's punished for his hubris into a 1 versus 2 clutch situation now for Afla. Can't quite land the shot onto Matty. Jumped in through that gym window. And there's still a minute for these remaining 2 attackers to converge, to find something, but the diffuser is still surrendered. Doesn't matter. Pistol Guy lands the shots, and Flawless 7 have their first round on the attack.
Such an amazing movement by Frost to get into construction, to start applying that pressure into the 2 players in cash, and you drag it back to the 2 versus 2, but just gets a bit overexcited, Cam. And they jump out the window, they get taken down, and that leaves Afla in a really uncomfortable situation where do you go from here? You're kind of stuck at the top of main stairs. After that engagement with Buck, they've been able to get to the gym rack. You can no longer get that line of sight. And the drones come through, they get that information, and just slowly Flawless swing round, they get that final pick, and it also built off a very nice initial control for them, right? They get up into cache, they start applying that pressure in server, and yeah, Matty does get domed a little bit uncomfortably, but for the most part, it's all just looking really, really comfortable for them, and I'd like to see Entropy give them just a little bit more to worry about early on into these rounds.
Potentially, we might see that from the Warden of Shinji. Often, these Warden players, again, also get very, very excited, aggressive round on the map. It could very much happen there. Afla is in that fragging role, but you've got definitely a couple flex players here who are also capable of being able to find picks. And like we said, Afla on this Mozzie is generally used for that fragging, but we didn't quite see that potential come through in the previous round. However, in a 1 versus 2, it's understandable that maybe you don't quite hit the shots that you need. So in this round, we also have a Valkyrie on the board, Ben. Very early entry for Matty, though. Banquers needs to watch out here, because if he's not careful, well, he's going to find himself on the receiving end of an R4C.
Still looking for this aggressive pick, and I do like this step, right? the Ram able to open up so much so early on into this round without exposing yourself at all. If you can try and sort of play off of the fact that they think they're going to be safe, as well, we can see a little bit of trouble in catching out some of these captured drones, as Afla feeding that information back to their team as they go for the swing upstairs. Matty not going down immediately, but a quick peek coming back through from Banquist. They'll both leave with 1 HP as Afla just runs downstairs to get nearly a double kill as they get the injure onto the Grim as well. This setup, they've completely forgotten about the top floor, Cameron.
This is unreal, and there goes another swing. Maxi's caught in the sprint. Banquist finds another on 1 HP. And that was a 2 versus 5 within this first minute. Pistol Guy and Yuki in a very difficult spot. Entropy have had that response that they were looking for from that first round, as long as they don't throw this away. If this round goes the way of Entropy now, then they are in very serious trouble. Oh, sorry, if it goes the way of Flawless 7, then Entropy are in very serious trouble, because that's now a 5 versus 2 that you would have lost. Obviously, though, that's all hypotheticals, all speculation, and we still don't know for sure. Banquist lines up another brilliant kill. Headshot onto Pistol Guy, who definitely had the drop. And now Yuki's left all alone against the entire Entropy Gaming defense. Does find first, denying a flawless round, but still so much more left to do.
Okay, well, that's the first part of the job done. You've still got a minute, and we've seen sort of wilder things happen. Just looking down to the right-hand side, go hugging that corner. Do they know they're going to swing out? They will, but Phantom will get the kill, and the defense finally put a round on the board. And that time around, things looked a lot more comfortable for them, and it was all built off of this early just initial aggression, and we didn't see that respect paid. The first round coming out from Flawless, they swept out. They went up to garage, they cleared out CCTV, they looked through cache. Second time around, they didn't do that same top floor sweep, and they got punished so heavily for it. And I want to say this is really nicely played coming in from Entropy in terms of just being ready to play for trades off of each other. Afla ready to swing off the back of Banquist as well. And it's meaning that when they're going for these fights, even if they lose, they're still getting something from it in terms of a refrag, or they're taking out a decent amount of utility that makes it a worthwhile exchange.
Yeah, sure. I think part of that as well just comes from that security of the basement here on Clubhouse. You know, it's often thought of as one of the strongest sites in the game, not just on this map. And you can see why it gave the defense a lot of space to really work the map the way they wanted. Back up to the top floor, though. Are we going to see some lessons learned from that previous round? Are Entropy going to get a bit more proactive, or are they just going to sit back and make the same mistakes?
Immediately dropping down some jammers as well as bandit batteries. So I like to see a bit of both coming into combo together, right? It just sort of adds more for the attack to have to deal with, and it allows them to play a lot more protected on many, many more walls. And you're seeing that immediately coming through, is that once again, they have set themselves up a little bit over towards server. I would like to see a shield deployed over there, something to just give them a little bit of extra support. They got Phantom on that Wamai who can support it. Afla, ready for a run out though. I don't know if the drone spotted him or not.
There's certainly information being fed back the other way. You can see those pings from the default cameras inside a garage. But yeah, he's been spotted out. Hatchie there from the basement even, just finding that pick. Banquist does find a response though. Maxi dead inside of garage, and that's kind of left Hatchie on a bit more of an island than I think he was expecting coming into that situation. Now in lounge, there is still opportunity to come back, but Banquist has rotated himself actually, and there's another kill for him. The frost going massive. Banquist downstairs has found 2 picks, and that's left Entropy on the front foot. Flawless 7, 1 man back.
Big lead for them at the start here, and again, it's coming off of just starting to fight a little bit sooner, and Yuki now looking to try and take this cash control. Again, no one actively in it now. The rest of the team has fallen away, and using this reinforcement to, again, bunker up just a little bit heavier inside of construction as the pings come through. Time with a well-placed swing. I'm loving the information game coming out from Flawless in terms of hunting down for these picks. That's both times we've seen really good drone work, and at them a kill, but he's looked at the wrong timing!
2 top floor defenses in a row. Banquist has popped out that window and died immediately. Unfortunate. And now Entropy are at the disadvantage again. Flawless 7 have fought this one back again. Maybe getting a bit too comfortable, a little bit too antsy to try and find those kills. Phantom's got a nice angle, but still no rewards for it, and has been spotted out on the drone as well. This means that the rest of F7 are going to be able to apply a bit more pressure. You can see Yuki opening up into logistics. He's watching, trying to find a different angle as well with Matty outside. Not entirely sure where Pistol Guy is, but there's a C4 that's done a lot of damage. but still no kill. So 3 versus 2 for the side of Flawless 7. What are they going to be able to do in this situation? Because the time is ticking down, and the defense are certainly going to be happy about that, but the swing's mistimed and it's misplaced. Pistol guy up on the roof now, causing some problems for Phantom, but he at least deals with that one. 1 versus 3 made 1 versus 2. Now the diffuser's getting stuck. That means Phantom has to try and rotate, has to try and pull away, and this breach isn't quite made for him properly. With the prone, gets caught out, but still not dead somehow. Impact grenade out. And is he going to try and go back the other way? Caught round it, and now looking through for construction, head on a swivel. Which way are you looking? Which way are the enemies? He doesn't know, and he's not aware of these positions, having to take these face checks, blind swings. There's a player prone inside of bathroom. That's going to be Matty, watching, waiting, the time continuing to tick down. It takes 7 seconds to defuse. He's only got 8 seconds left. Now hopping onto that diffuser. This sound cue should be massive, should be heard, and he's swung on and he's killed. Flawless 7 find another round here on the top floor, Ben.
Yeah, and again, it's so hard in that situation, right? You're not going to be able to hide against that bomb chassis with players on both sides. And I mean, Flawless 7, right? They lose 2 picks pretty early on, but they find these great ways of isolating players from Entropy and just dragging those kills back. And part of that is because Banquez just jumps outside, tries to get aggressive, and for the second time does get very unfortunate with the timing. I mean, you wait 1 second more and Yuki jumps out into your line of sight and you collect the kill onto the ace, and that whole round suddenly gets flipped. And I think just a little bit more reserved play on some of these upstairs sites could go a little bit of a long way for Entropy, right? There's no need to throw your life away to try and grab an advantage, but I'm appreciating that they are trying to put the round in their hands, especially from down or even points, where they want to assert their lead in these games, in these rounds, and make sure that they can then close them out, which they showed in round number 2. When they get that commanding lead, they are good at closing it. They don't give up those free picks very easily, and they sit back when they have that big advantage. Getting to that big advantage has so far been the hurdle for them in the 2 rounds that they've lost. As the lineup, once again, looking very familiar. Obviously, the Bandit no longer making a reappearance. It's going to be that movement onto the Kite instead, which, I mean, I think the breaches haven't been the issue really for them, so I don't mind the changing up. Maybe it's a comfort pick for Duet as the Kaid, but they're going to just run out, and Afla finally, he's tried it a couple times, will get the pick this time, and Pistol Guy going down on the Thermite is a really big deal because we've seen how spread out they've had to be with their use of Hard Breach. The Exothermics opening up CCTV and then saving Yuki Selmas for later adjustments into the round. Not going to be able to do that anymore.
No, this time Afla took the initiative, didn't wait for Hachi to sneak up those secret stairs and take him down this time, jumping out for it. And could the third time be the charm for Entropy here on the top floor, Ben? Because it's round 4, they've been here thrice. Banquez is getting aggressive as well. This is what we like to see, but he doesn't check the corner correctly. And that means that Hachi's able to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Again, it feels like it's Banquez every time, and he's just getting unlucky with these timings.
Yeah, Hachi might not be in the basement, but it doesn't mean he's not lurking around looking for a pick. Spots out the Electroclaw as well, so we'll be able to open up that single wall with the Selma if they want to inside of construction. But Yuki so far prioritizing that breach. We've seen consistently coming out from them, the impact potentially coming to meet it, but getting a little bit aggressive underneath the logistics hatch is going to leave a massive opening as Duet can't quite finish off the kill. Foxhead. Oh, what a shot.
That was lovely from Jewett just to take down Matty. The drop came through, but he was ready and waiting for it as soon as that kill came in. Maxi, though, does regain that advantage for Flawless 7. However, it is only 3 versus 2, and Yuki is quite low, so it's still doable for this defense. Jewett again, this TCSG tearing apart Flawless 7. He's already found a double inside of this round. Phantom's inside of Jim as well. They're sitting behind this reinforcement, waiting for the attackers to walk in, to time that swing to perfection. The question is it going to be enough? Maxi's also now been taken out. There's some more damage from Jewett, and the kill to come through from Phantom, but he's been caught down. Yuki with that rotation. Does he know of Jewett's position? However, he's looking ready for it, but Jewett clutches it out. Entropy, they do have that round here on the top floor. It's taken them 3 attempts, but hey, it's all tied up, 2 rounds apiece.
Jewett, phenomenal work with the TCSG. And I mean, you know, you're looking at traditionally Bandit being the sort of fraggy operator of the 2 that have access to electric gadgets. And, well, the TCSG just proven us wrong. And fantastic work there to change up the script of that round. And look, a lot of that was off the fact of just being in the right place, having good positioning, being able to take these gunfights very, very comfortably. But the quick response time from, oh no, they've dropped into logistics, they've taken down Affler, immediately ready to challenge for a gunfight, not giving up too much space as the attack from Flawless 7 is coming through. I really appreciate that they're making these adjustments and so quick to meet them in that last round. And that's the biggest difference between that last attempt at Jim and the other two they've had. They're able to get this aggression back. And I mean, losing Banquets early is unfortunate, but it does mean that the players you have alive aren't going to be jumping out of construction window and instead are going to be a little bit more passive with looking for these gunfights to get that round under their control. And so far, really lovely stuff from both of these teams in both rounds. The back and forth we're seeing is exactly what we were expecting coming into this clubhouse with just how comfortable both of these teams claim to be here and have shown to be here.
Oh, Affler getting even more aggressive, but this time he's punished, looking for that early pick again. He was caught on a drone, and, well, he's injured. They're going to know where he is. There we go. Finally, the kill comes through from Maxi. That's Entropy at a disadvantage yet again. This time, though, they're defending the basement. Bit of a bastion. Can they hold on?
It's so unfortunate when you see players like Affler, who've been so influential in their semi-final matchup, get caught off time and time again so early on because you're not given the opportunity to go for these massive rounds where you really show up for your team and just collect rounds that you otherwise shouldn't be, which is something we know Affler's capable of. And Shinji lurking around top main stairs as well, now looking to get sort of involved in the monkeying around up above as they're just going to run to the staircase. They have absolutely no clue, and I mean, it was close, but finishes it off. Pistol Guy does catch out Banquez, rotating through the top of Garage as well. So still maintaining that advantage, but you're going into this final sort of half of the round. 3 players can still hold on to this basement.
It's just the question of, can Shinji get there? Because he's still sort of isolated upstairs, which means it's essentially a 2 versus 4 on site, and I think Entropy are going to be aware of that because they are looking to apply some of this pressure very, very quickly. You've got Yuki downstairs, and now that those Vulcan canisters have come through as well, along with the bees of the Grim, that's the opening that they need. That's the perfect kill, and another one from Yuki. Leaves it all on Shinji, still rotating down from this bottom stairs, caught in the sprint, did find one, but Matty shuts him down. Flawless 7 regain their lead. It's 3 rounds to 2, Ben.
So connected on that execute. All 4 players have this one vision in mind. We walk down blue, we take a gunfight on generator, we push in towards the site, and we have this control of the bottom main stairs. We have this control of kitchen hatch, so they can't start running through, and they just hit that go button, and everyone does their job perfectly, and that's how you get such an excellent take through. And this is Clubhouse. This is supposed to be the sort of defendery sided map. You're seeing Flawless 7, time and time and time again, just having these really clear identities for how they want to play at this round. And their execute game has been really, really strong. This isn't the first round we've seen it in, right? We're looking at Jim on the top floor, and 3 players alive. They're pushing in. They get the kill on Banquet as he jumps out. They're not going to hunt down for that last kill. They're going to isolate areas, jump in for a plant, play out that post plant, and we see it time and time again. That's another example of it there. They're just waiting. And yes, the kills get aggressive, and Yuki just happens to just grab a double kill for funsies almost. But that's not the game plan. The game plan isn't Yuki go kill. The game plan is we're going to cross for this, and they're all just ready for any potential response. They've thought 3 moves ahead, and they're just ticking them off as they roll through.
Basement again. Golu, what's your thought on the Capcan? Where are you?
Where am I on Capcan?
Where are you on Capcan?
I'm a Capcan enjoyer. You know, if anyone can, as the saying goes. But I like it, and especially in a round like this, we've already seen this sort of kind of chaotic nature coming out from Entropy, and if you can add to that by, now that they're not thinking about it, it's the last round of the half, Capcan hasn't been brought out, you can try and catch people off by just winning it off, right? They walk through a doorway, they take 50, 60 damage, maybe you take a kill down. That's wonderful to see for them, and just adding that little bit of extra chaos to the round, I always like to see, especially on a site like Basement, where you can bunker up with utility, but I think just by playing out fundamentally pretty soundly, you can also get so much work done. The unfortunate thing is they have already lost the Nitro Cell from that cap cannon. It's already been thrown out and dealt with, and that is another tool that you want to have later on into the round to try and, I don't know, catch off someone on applying that vertical, or maybe throw over the top to shut down anyone going for a plant. You don't have access to that anymore.
We'll see if it comes into effect. I do believe we have seen some pings come through onto them, so the attack should be aware of the presence of these EDDs, but it has been a pretty slow round so far, which means that as we're hitting this halfway mark, when things start to get a little bit scarier into those late moments, potentially you don't quite check a doorway, or you know, they're checking doorways that they don't need to, takes a little bit extra time. Defense can win off of that, because they are aware of this presence now, so there shouldn't really be any kills or damage coming through from these EDDs. We can see some information as well being gathered again by these by the bees being brought along by Hatchy. Oh, okay.
Going down on main stairs. Have dealt with the Selmas in blue though, so that's a nice start for them. At the very least, you're now holding comfy onto blue as well, and the Go kind of just continuing to slow Matty down as well, as Yuki's going to get felled by the very Capcan you highlighted.
They pinged it. That is the one that they pinged, and Yuki's now gone down to it. Unbelievable, but that's those high pressure moments, right? Had C4s and everything coming in from below. Force them to back away. Afla has been down, though. There's a swing from Banquers. Can't quite get the target priority on the second. Matty claims that kill. So it's still a 3 versus 3 until Afla can get revived, if that's even going to happen. Gingy, though, does find second kill. It's now all on Pistol Guy. Suddenly, just like that, does spot the down player. Is thinking about going for that kill instead. Takes the fight onto Jewett. Misses the shot again onto the down player. But there's no time. It's all run out for them. And all they need to do is just sit back and relax. A 3-3 half.
A couple small hurdles in that round, right? It's you throw the Selma down as you're walking to down blue, you get cut off. You get hit by the Capcan trap, which actually came into effect, and again, you highlighted it, right? We saw that get pinged out, and I'm thinking to myself at the time, you know what? This makes a lot of sense. We've seen Flawless be very careful with their droning, very, very efficient. It's not a surprise to me that they spotted it out. And then we saw Buck walk up to the door and not go through freezer. I'm thinking, okay, well, let's just remember not to walk through this later on. Clearly the comm hasn't come through that they haven't dealt with this Capcan trap, and it's been forgotten in the chaos, in the confusion, which is exactly what Entropy would have been banking on, right? One of these late rotations to catch them off. Oh dear. But the rest of it played out really, really nicely by Entropy. Just very happy to allow a little bit of pressure, a little bit of threat to come on through, not going to overreact to it, and then come back at the end, play out the round on time. And look, being able to play out time is really, really important because it's so valuable to you. And just being able to show that they can do that is really great to see.
Again, we're seeing the Capcan being brought along. So I want to see whether Entropy are gonna fall to the same mistake here, because they just played Capcan. They should know those sort of common spots, and they've also had an entire half to sort of dissect the mistakes that Florida 7 were making on their attack. So hopefully we see improvements from both of these teams, really, because we did see some questionable moments from both sides in that first half. We also saw some brilliant moments from both sides in this first half. And there's a prone angle from Hatchy, but just dips away. We've seen Hatchy sort of being a little bit of a rat around the map and just continuing that form into this round 7. He's always been sneaking around and, well, could have potentially gotten lucky with that kill there.
Well, on main stairs, and the drone's coming through is going to sort of inspire them to run away a little bit. The Tracer's come through, but not in time. Maxi caught off by Banquez leading the charge, and I mean, both these teams having great drone information coming through as Matty caught out on blue as well. Already a great start for Entropy, as they can now start to apply a little bit of pressure, start to wrap around. That Sock Hatch left soft as well. No EMPs on the board, so clearing out Moto is going to be very difficult for them to do, and Pistol Guy taking full advantage of that by retaking it and challenging with the TCSG-12 as well now.
Still more pressure. We can see these verticals being opened up. Afla using those boogie drones off the ramp. Banqua's pressuring down these main stairs as they have that 2-player advantage coming into the second half of the round. It's been some very good work, and still just watching where these players are. Spots the end of the barrel of that TCSG. Now comes round for the gunfight. Pistol Guy caught off guard, and now it's only on Yuki. 1 versus 5. Could it be a flawless round? Yes, it will be. There's a round for Entropy. This time, it's the side on the right that have the lead. I think the first time in this game.
I think as well, it's just very telling of the two approaches that these teams have, right? We're seeing a lot of drone information coming through on both sides, but there's no fear to use tools to simplify the job, right? We're seeing the Jackal coming out in the last round, already being hovered out again. Obviously, that could change with the repick, but just from its impact in the initial round, I doubt it. And they're using this to clear out so much space so quickly. They can walk up through strip. Oh, there's no footprints here? Okay, I'm good to keep going. I can have the drones covering in through bar to make sure that I'm safe, and covering so much ground so quickly. And this is really helping them to get into these positions where a minute into the round, they're already applying vertical. They're already starting to apply that pressure onto secret stairs, onto onto main stairs, and getting that double kill so early on then alleviates a lot of this threat of players roaming back upstairs that you have, and you leave yourself those drones, you start to retake these positions on main stairs, and there's very little movement that the players downstairs in basement can take to get aggressive back on top of you. And they just translate that into the round win, and consistently just moving in together as a unit to get that flawless round. And it's the first of our series. I don't think it'll be our last.
No, nor do I, but we can see Flawless 7 with an immediate counter, perhaps. Maxi's bringing along the Kavira. Obviously, a silent step does not allow her to be tracked by Jackal, and that's probably a main use that we're going to be seeing here, because Kavira, not a very common pick. However, enough about that. Yuki's been taken down by Afla, in fact, all the way over on the other side of the map, on that eastern side. And that's put this defense in a very tricky spot yet again. They're re-attempting this basement site, and there goes the ping onto one of these players. It's the Wamai of Matty on these stairs, and he's running away. He does not want any of that because, well, he was dealt it in that previous round. This time, just running away and possibly spotting Pistol Guy, but instead he's been able to down Banquas using that TCSG to great use. It's now 4 versus 4.
Kavira as well, still very much available on the top floor. Hachi caught off as just tries to get aggressive into stock, perhaps a bit unnecessarily. There's no one else nearby to be able to assist, and the drones now sending upstairs. They are very aware of this Kavira lurking on the top floor, and they have multiple points to try and catch off these rotations. The drones are going in, and that's exactly what happened. Brilliant patience by Phantom, just using these drones to shepherd players into their line of sight.
That was a really nice off angle to play on as well. And it leaves this defense in a tricky situation. What a kill that is from Matty, though. Reverse vertical up through the bars. Brings it back to a 2 versus 3. Still a player disadvantage for the side of Flawless 7, but nowhere near as disastrous as it once was. The Hatch now being pressured, and Matty is in a very difficult spot inside of Blue. Has to watch out from Oil Pit, has to watch out from these stairs. Flashbangs go in, but they're watching for the Fenrir gadget as it catches him off guard. The rotation back, though, is caught by Shinji, leaving Pistol Guy in the clutch. Just him versus Shinji and Afla. It's a 1 versus 2 situation, Ben. I wonder what Pistol Guy is going to be able to do about it. TCSG can be a bit of a fickle mistress at times if he's not able to control it correctly. Does he know where these players are positioned? Hatch looks like it's still closed, but Kitchen Hatch very much still open. There's still 30 seconds. It's decent enough time for his attack inside, and now they've spotted him on drone as well. You know where he's playing, but they're still just waiting for the perfect time to strike, waiting for their moment. And there's a vertical hatch comes through, and Shinji shuts it down. Pistol Guy went for the repeat, and it certainly was not advisable. Entropy Gaming starting to run away with this map.
And it's all coming in, and just the way in which they're able to play out these attacking rounds. A lot more confidence coming through to get forward, to get into these opening engagements early on. And it's leading to these positions where they are just getting opening picks, starting to translate that pressure. And I mean, I'd say I really am enjoying the operator lineups we're seeing, right? It's no fear to pick the easy, efficient thing to just get their task done. Bring in Jackals, bring in Rams, streamlining and simplifying their own life. And I think it's just commendable, because we see a lot of teams where they feel obligated to take the harder path just for the sake of doing so. Oh, if we don't have the drone game on perfect, like down to a T, we can't ever win. Whereas you're seeing Entropy going, our droning's pretty good, but what if we just add a Jackal and like now there's no potential for error? We just remove the threat of that, and it's working for them. We're seeing picks like the Cav getting detected, getting isolated, and the setup. Right, you have one player watching the bottom of red stairs, able to swing to garage as well if that's needed, and the off angle taken up by Maxi on the Hibana. Not Maxi, sorry, taken up by the Hibana. Just perfect to see. And again, Maxi trying to get aggressive. I'm not even sure where this is from, but we've seen this with Afla. We're now seeing it with Maxi. Players just getting caught out by being early aggressive, and Hachi might be able to equalize, but somehow loses the gunfight.
Well, Afla's certainly stepped up. The end of the first half was, 2 and 4, something like that. Now 6 and 4 has been putting up a number on this attacking side, and was able to win that gunfight against Hachi, who's not quite been having the same impact. And was set up for that kill. Slight readjustment of the position, but Hachi just knew. Hachi just knew. Sometimes you're playing against a team like that, but let's rewind ourselves. This is the map pick of Flawless 7, and they had a pretty decent attacking half, but now they're struggling on their defenses, which is not the common way round that we're seeing things. Entropy have a handle on this map. Pistol Guy does at least get one back. It's now 3 versus 4. The drop comes in towards Logistics, however, and Yuki's been spotted out by Duet. Now 2 versus 4. And, well, as soon as I say these numbers, they all keep trickling down. Because it's now map point. Entropy Gaming, 6 rounds to 3. What has happened with Flawless 7 is, again, like I was saying, Clubhouse was their map pick, and they're falling apart. Next we have Consulate. That's not an everyday map that you normally see.
Entropy have just clearly got this map figured out, and both have come in saying that they really like Clubhouse. It's their favorite map pick, and so choosing to select it as your map pick within the framework of this ban phase has put them in an awkward position now where, I mean, what are you supposed to do from this? You're looking at the outcome of it. Rounds not falling in your favor, and it's built off the fact that Entropy are just so comfortable on the attack side. Look at that last round. They are able to circle themselves up. They're just sat there, very happy to slowly open up another angle, open up another wall, start to move into the next room. And with the drones coming through, with just this feeling that Flawless are under, that they have to move, that they have to get out of this spot, they're committing to movements that's just putting them in the line of sight. And just so quick, the rest of Entropy will jump down. They will drop down Logistics Hatch if they need to get that swing. They will swing round towards Jim to apply that pressure when they can. Beautiful to see.
So, what's going to happen here inside of this round? Because there's still opportunity for Flawless 7 to come back from this. We've already seen 3 rounds in a row from Entropy in this half. Are they going to be able to do the same thing? Obviously, it seems strange, but stranger things have happened. Matty is aware of some of these players' positions, but can't quite land the shot onto Aflin. Out just taking a different angle, decides to re-peek, and, well, takes a lot of damage for it. Now down to about 1 HP. The march comes on through. Bankers again on this Jackal. Again, watching down these main stairs. And he's spotted the positioning of Pistol Guy. Again, inside of Moto. That's where he's punched from last time. This time, it's not going to be the same. Another impact trick comes through from Hachi, but the Hibana's playing smart, making sure to use the right number of these canisters, and well, some of it still gets opened up. Matty, a little bit stressed, a little bit frenzied. It's going to mean that we're still in this 5 versus 5. It's a lot of utility gone already. Yuki still has 3 of those ice canisters from the tuber out in the pocket. I wonder how they're going to come in useful.
Well, could Zoto try and slow down this moto hatch being opened up? Not even going to try and trick it away, just give up the position. And now you have that opening into Moto, the ability to start applying that pressure on multiple fronts as they have gone down to the bottom of main stairs. I'm waiting to see who wraps around to blue, but it looks like it's going to be solely focused on this kitchen drop, with perhaps a backstab coming in from Affler later on into the round. Still engaging down towards the head height holes, and Banquist has to be very careful not to lose his life, because you lose so much pressure if this main stairs player goes down.
That you do, and now it's have to be extra cautious because of that low HP, as is Matty. Somehow Banquist lands that shot. That's ridiculous. Not the second, though. But Shinji finds a trade onto Hachi. It's still 3 versus 4. Still player advantage for Entropy. Flashbangs go in. They're setting up for this drop. Phantom has Diffuser in hand. Will plant when safe to do so. Shinji with a kill. And there's Afra as well. It's all on Yuki. And he unscopes at just the wrong time. 7 rounds to 3. Clubhouse goes the way of the defending, or the attacking team even. It's Entropy Gaming. They've taken their opponent's map pick. They're looking very, very strong here in this grand final, Ben.
Shinji was standing on the nitro cell, but they didn't detonate it, and the Twitch instead just jumps into sight and gets that kill. And I mean, look, that's going to happen sometimes, okay? You're going to be put in these positions where the kills just fall through in an unfortunate manner, but oh, that's so close at the end there for them. And look, that final round, the rest of the team was falling apart. They were pushing down so quickly. Entropy, a massive amount of credit for being able to take every single attacking round that we saw them play on Clubhouse, by the way.
Yeah. It certainly was an attacking performance, an attacking masterclass, might you call it? We'll have to ask the desk for their opinions on that. But for now, it's back to you boys. And Dianic.
Well, as the virtual dust settles, Entropy emerges victorious in map number
Thank you,
1,
guys.
claiming the initial triumph in this high-stakes grand finals. Boy, talk about the chaotic aggression that came out for map number 1, Naj. I mean, it was just absolutely, it was a show for Entropy.
It was. I mean, I think we should probably give credit where credit's due. Flawless Devon had a very, very, very good first half. Being able to go 3-3. But some things I very much noticed from Entropy. It was I bring this up a lot about playstyles, things like that. It was very, very much a LATAM playstyle. Like very much a LATAM play, but they were playing very aggressive. There was a lot of controlled aggression. They were constantly, when on the defense, just trying to like force chaos in order to disrupt the way that F7 were trying to take. And obviously, when we went on to attack, it was just perfect from the side of Entropy. Round 7, ironically enough, was a flawless round for Entropy. So that's fun for the day, I guess. It's just absolutely phenomenal. And I think I just think there's so much to talk about. Minor overextending on the side of Entropy, but realistically, just because they're jumping out of every conceivable door imaginable. And overall, on the side of F7, very ironically enough, European playstyle. They were very much revolved around that sort of like utility usage, bringing along 2 hard breachers and Buck with can openers, and then moving on to bringing, I don't even know, like a bunch of different sort of like util heavy operators before then sort of moving on and trying to play that sort of like very sort of demanding, slow drive forward sort of play style.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, it was a bit of a back and forth. You talked about it. We definitely saw that classic 3-3 split, but a kind of a pattern emerged, Dianic, as we saw which sites hit the rotate. I mean, what's your take on the take?
Well, we have the old classic top floor bedroom basement, top floor bedroom basement.
A little bit of might have a, can't quite hear you there.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. So, well, we got a bit of a technical difficulty. So, Naj, while we get that figured out, you talked about being a really chaotic, aggressive play style that you're seeing. What specifically, like about the play styles that we watch on both sides of the team, kind of like what stands out to you specifically as being agents of that chaos, of that aggressive chaos play style?
Oh, 100% that sort of like feeding and jumping out of windows, like just constantly like berating the enemy team with just like crazy aggression that you've never seen before. Like I think it was like round 5 or 6. We had a warden on the side of Entropy go down to the Adam spawn peak, and rather than do the Adam spawn peak, he prepped the window and jumped out and killed a guy. Like it's crazy. Like that sort of playstyle is so phenomenally underrated, but so unbelievably powerful in today's Siege that we really just don't really. We really just are seeing it more and more with like a lot of these teams. But yeah, Dianic's not dead anymore.
Okay, so back to you, Diana. We talked about the masterclass of kind of Entropy showing kind of like a masterclass of how you play Clubhouse. What specifically about the pattern of sights and aggression that we saw kind of stood out to you here in map number 1?
Well, hopefully you guys can hear me now, and so you
Yep.
can hear my voice now. Very sorry about that. I don't know what
That's
happened there. But what I was saying earlier before I was actually just been taken away by my microphone is we saw 2 sites in specifically, and I think we got a little bit bored with it, but at the end it was bedroom and then basement, bedroom, basement, bedroom, basement. The entire time, these rotations, and we saw Entropy Gaming going multiple times to top floor, trying and retrying to win top floor, and then going down to the basement as well. To the side of Flawless 7, you can say not too much on their attack. They did try to switch it up a little bit. They switched sometimes. The nuke had a nuke going into bar, especially for the top floor, getting maybe one of the flanks. Entropy Gaming was very aggressive, as Nash already said, jumping out these windows, jumping out these doors, just being heavily aggressive onto Flawless 7. But I mean, at the end of the day, it worked because they were attacking heavily CCTV and cash each round. So for that to prevent, they're going to have somebody on highway. So when the windows are open, somebody's on highway, you can jump out this window, you can run out there, you can create some pressure. And at the end of the day, it did work out sometimes in their favor, but not too often, because Entropy Gaming, they adapted pretty quickly. We saw them switch out Valkyrie to a Bandit, or Valkyrie to a Kaid, and then Bandit to a Kaid, or swap the entire Mozzie. Forget about Mozzie, let's bring Warden in for the top floor. And on the basement spot, they did the same. They tried out a little bit, they swap around the strats, and they played extend a little bit, but when they saw that the extension doesn't really work, so they had 2 roamers at the Warden and the Mozzie being on the top floor, a little bit roaming around from the side of Entropy Gaming. The Mozzie died very early in the round, and there was the Warden. He was sneaking around on the top floor, couldn't really get a kill, and then the site was in danger. Site is falling apart, and then the question is, what are you doing on the top floor? He's not falling back. He's trying to be sneaky. He does get cut off by the ramp, who was then in kitchen onto that side. So on the next round, Entropy Gaming decided, okay, listen, forget about that ROM extension. We don't need it, really, guys. We don't really need it. Let's just all stay on site. Maybe we can play Adam stairs, we can play main stairs, but that's it. Let's not go too further into the map. And then they have the adaptation for him. Flawless 7 had a very, very clear plan. They wanted kitchen. Each round, they went into kitchen, opened up that floor quickly, had somebody in that kitchen hallway holding the cross, making sure nobody can cross it, nobody can go into kitchen. Then taking up the top floor to create some verticality, and it worked out because Entropy Gaming gave up the top floor, so they had a free pass onto it, took it quickly, had the verticality. And each round we saw Flawless 7, they do wanted to go for an Arsenal take. We had them push down blue, we had them push down main stairs, we had them trying to drop the hatch, we had somebody in there trying to fight for it, but they were really, really struggling with it because Entropy Gaming, they kept on switching it up, kept on mixing around with the operators and leaving a little bit Flawless 7 in a confusion. When the swap happened, we saw something beautiful, as Nash already said. We saw round 7, where kind of the same operator pick from Flawless 7 onto Entropy Gaming, and Entropy Gaming just had a beautiful flawless round, and with that the dominance was kind of certain. The next few rounds, split takes from Entropy Gaming. You see somebody there, you see somebody in blue, you see somebody in strip. You can't really count where the players are because they don't take one place, they take a lot of places. What do they do with that? They cut off rotations. And maybe one of the most interesting things to say is in round 6, even before the swap, we had the latest opening kill, which happened at 1 minute. All of the rest kills happened above the 2-minute mark. So I think in that round, Entropy was clear. We need this round. We need to play it safe. And then the kill went to their favor. And for now, Entropy Gaming has a 100% win rate if they get the opening pick. Each round they had the opening, each round they won. So going into the second map with this now is definitely a little bit of a boost. It was their favorite map. It was also their favorite map from Flawless 7. But now we move on to a different map, which is bigger and can be more for aggression.
Yeah, and excited for map number 2, right? And I'm wondering how that same chaotic aggression is going to be able to play out because, Naj, this is a map coming up that was supposed to be fixed so that early aggression that keeps you outside of the building kind of isn't really allowed to be played out.
Yeah, the problem with the rework is it's very much inversed. They've removed half of the windows, so you can't be spawn peeked as an attacker, like from 90% of the main entry points. Obviously, you have like the general spawn peaks that are still being discovered, that sort of thing. But there's like very much that sort of ability on the sort of consulate to just force a huge rush or like something like that. Just like, for example, you've got the CEO plant, the rush plant, where you just throw in Sens, Ying, etc., and countless other pieces of utility, and just have an Amaru plant in the corner next to the bookshelf. Obviously, that's been kind of thwarted by the use case of C4s and things like that are kind of able to be thrown from the default mirror position. But overall, the map itself, when it comes down to a defender side, you can still jump out of the maintenance wall. You can still jump out of the windows in piano. You can, etc., etc. Like, there's still a lot of like these sort of big aggressive factors that can be utilized by the defense. But overall, it's kind of inversed into that sort of like very heavily favored aggression on the side of the attack.
Yeah. Well, folks, we're going to get back into it here. Entering map 2 is like flipping to the next chapter in a thrilling novel. Entropy and Flawless 7 continue to script their esports saga with each round as a new paragraph, weaving a dynamic story here in the grand finals. So Pasta and Galamolu, we send it back to your very capable hands. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Whiskey and the desk. And it's time for map 2, Consulate. We had a lot of setup for it, thanks to our wonderful, wonderful analysts. So now we get into the meat and bones of the map, one of the newer ones of the pool. I'm Pasta, still joined by Golumolu. Ben, how are your Consulate calls?
I love Consulate. I have to be honest, I'm incredibly biased towards this map. It was very early on into its arrival in the scene. We immediately saw it get sort of adopted into comp, and the first sort of week it was in, we saw a lot of teams trying it out. And I spent basically the entire week neglecting all of my otherworldly responsibilities to just sit and watch lots and lots of Consulate. And I very much fell in love with this map. I was just like coming into this, right? Like, I was looking at the map ban phase, and I was thinking to myself, like, wow, I think we've actually hit a perfect best of 5. We've got a nice little mix of comfort maps in your Clubhouse and your Oregon. We've avoided Cafe and Border, which is like just so lovely to see, and so much credibility and respect has to go to both of these teams for being so based. And then you come in and we've got maps like your Consulates and like your Banks that are really going to enable these teams to show where they themselves are very proficient and sort of add that separation point between them and their opponent. And this is going to be the first step for them. And obviously Entropy, coming off the back of that Clubhouse win, are coming into this as their map pick. And they should be feeling pretty good about it, I think. You're coming in, they are starting on the attack, though. And we have seen, historically, this map be one of, if not the most defender-sided map in the pool. 5-1 as a scoreline is not to be surprising, right? Like the amount of times we've seen teams at 5-1, The only real exception is probably like W7M, but I don't think they really count for any sort of statistic because they're a little bit of an anomaly in and of themselves. And so we're looking at this, and it's a lot of pressure going to be coming onto Flawless to make sure they have a very, very good start to their defense. You're looking at the attacking lineup coming through and already hovering the Ram, and for me, this just screams that they're very, very clued in to the fact that this basement is very likely to be the first site coming through, which of course we know it is. And as the drone information starts to collapse, they now have that confirmed for themselves as well. And clearing out the rest of this map is going to be so, so important. You can see the Dokkaebi being brought in now by Banquez, an operator who was banned on our last map, because they recognize how important it's going to be to make sure they catch out these roamers early on. And you can see Maxi, once again, locking that Mozzie. You've already highlighted it. You're going to see this operator played a lot due to just how comfortable it is for so many of these players in just enabling them to go out and frag. And, well, getting these early picks, catching them off for the attack, it's going to be so, so important.
Hachi also trying to get aggressive with his opening picks. And speaking of aggression, we've got an Amaru from this attack inside. Seems a bit unusual considering we're down on the basement, but again, quickly clearing roamers, it's very, very important. But Maxi's found the opener. Brilliant C4 up over the top, taking out Shinji. Matty's up here as well. They don't know. That's Afla falling. And suddenly, just like that, it's a 5 versus 3. Just kidding, because it's now a 3 versus 3. 2 more kills coming back. That's Banquez and Jewett. What a first 45 seconds we've had to this round, Ben. Unbelievable.
Looking at the extension of this roam and the way they just quickly collect themselves a nice little double kill, taking down the Buck, the main form of verticality here, as well as the Twitch, who's going to be able to go down, spy out these important gadgets, maybe take away your electro claws and enable this main breach to get opened on up. Massively impactful kills immediately dealt with by both Duet and Banquez, who are coming through, and now that they've gotten themselves into Piano, recognize that this space is clear, they can look to play for this hatch with a hard breach charge in the pocket of the Amaru, while we're seeing Phantom rotating out towards this main breach. A very closely placed Nitro Cell as a second one thrown but not yet detonated, waiting for a potential audio cue. And so still looking for a way to now open up this main breach as well and start to apply that pressure on both fronts, force back the defense from Flawless. As you can see, no one wanting to commit to Garage, no one wanting to be caught out by the hatch control that Entropy have from above.
Banquez, though, is looking to push towards this yellow stairs area as well, providing another angle for this attack to come from. Hachi's aware of it, but neither of them can land the kill. Some damage dealt, though, onto that defensive player. Now it's a very difficult spot for Hatch. He has to dip back the other side just due to the fear of those hatches. Lovely kill coming back. Pistol Guy once again using that TCSG's brilliant effect. Now we can see some pressure onto the breach dealt with as well by Hatchy. Juret's going to need to find 4K. Or this round will be all for naught, and there's only 35 seconds left to do it as well. Potentially, this default camera is still up, so positioning will be known. And all these players are now very much starting to come on through. Try and find this kill, find the angle. Jewett swinging around, spots out that first player. Can't land any damage. That's Yuki over there. Pistol Guy now being the one to step up to the plate to try and hold this. But, I mean, this round is unwinnable, and unwinnable it is. Pistol Guy finds that last kill and takes the first round for Flawless 7.
A really nice adaptation there, right? Because you're starting to see Entropy getting this control, getting that verticality open with mainly the hatch looking down into Garage, and just understanding that, well, until they get that pressure, so they start looking for a plant inside a Garage, we don't have to actively contest this. And it basically forces them to give up on that main breach, to start looking for other pathways, and what it comes down to a doorway that they're able to hold from a long range because they're playing so far back. They can't get a good push down Spiral Staircase because, again, they are still so far back that they have that natural crossfire enabled by the coffee room. So everything working out really, really nicely for the side of Flawless, and I really like to see teams recognize when they can give up a little bit of space to their opponent, knowing that in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean a whole lot because they're still limited to certain chokeways that you can hold from a good distance. And picking arsenals, the TCSG, the MPX, the 1.5 that enable you to do that. Lovely stuff to see from them. And now it's going to be that transition from the bottom floor to the top floor. And you're seeing another sort of example of this extension, right? They want to play for a lot of space on this top floor, including fully reinforcing off this break room because you're looking towards the main clear. And with the way that it looked that Entropy were going last time, it was all focused on getting themselves into admin. And I can see them going for the same thing again as we're already seeing the spawns on this side of the map.
Very quick pressure here yet again. Shinji opening this window up. For a second I thought might be trying to go for a hop reach, but no, not that bold. Instead using the gadget here of the IQ to just have a little poke around, see what's going on, sending in some drones as well, but caught out by the mute jammer. That will be a bit of a sticking point. However, what won't be a sticking point is finding these kills. Afla's already found one as Shinji goes in. And that's Matty going down. This time Entropy have that advantage right from the rip and nearly catching out Yuki, who does find a kill, but there's another kill from Afla downstairs. And to be honest, I thought that we were going to get Yuki falling down the hatch, but instead it's now 3 versus 2. They didn't know about Hachi, and now he's going to make them pay for that. Shinji as well in very tight spot. This round is just all action. It's now a 2 versus 2. Shinji reclaims that diffuser, can't catch Pistol Guy on that rotation. It's instead Afla up these stairs. We've only seen about a minute, Ben. What on earth is going on?
Just pure chaos, really. I don't think there's much more to say. Both of these teams just so aggressively contesting around break room, and now Maxi looking to walk up to the staircase, get some damage onto Afla, ready for the swing from Shinji, but can't quite land the shots. And the IQ able to retaliate and get the kill for their team and finally put themselves on the board. 1-on-1 tied at the end of the first round, and all of that was built off of that admin pressure. You could see that Flawless were ready for it. They anticipated that this would be the approach coming in, and they wanted to meet them very, very head-on. Hachi hiding away all in the corner of admin gets to this position where they've suddenly lost 2 teammates already and completely undetected, able to jump into action and grab those kills back and continue this back and forth slogfest off inside a break room and admin. And I mean, ultimately that round playing out so differently to what you would, I guess, expect from a normal defense of the top floor, and they're immediately going to go for another rerun of things. This time around, though, you can see that all-important innovation. Yuki recognizing that I want to play in this position. I want to play aggressively off the break wall. What happened last time? The hatch got opened up. I got shot from below. If I reinforce the hatch, Cameron, I'm completely safe.
Mind-blowing stuff, honestly. Like, we are breaking new ground with this one. Jokes aside, Banquist is now on the Nook. So we've been seeing, again from both of these teams, there has been a bit of a tendency to lurk around through the map. The last round it was Afla on that downstairs, opening up the hatch, getting a couple of kills down there. And this time, yet again, opening things up to potentially go for a bit of a lurk inside of the basement. So you can see Banquist is also perfectly primed for that. Also does have frag grenades. They have been nerfed, but still just as lethal and still just as good for destroying utility as well. Jewett is going to get caught out, though. Matty with the run out from that main door knew of that rotation. And there's another kill from Maxi, taking down Shinji. Banquist has snuck up these stairs. He is spotted, though. Still somehow alive. Turk's even a kill with him. That's Yuki going down. And is aware of the flank up behind. That's another kill from Matty. Chucks out the frag grenade and just gets out of there. Another chaotic first minute, Ben. And it's 3 versus 3.
Not quite sure how this is just continuing to happen, but massive work from Banquist to get that back. And on the top of Spiral Staircase, Afla adds to the scoreboard, is well aware of the presence inside a break room. He's getting a completely different approach to this coming out from the side of Entropy, and it's working for them so far. As we're now seeing Phantom going up and rotating around. They've finally been able to deal with this Nook, which has left the Buck in a very isolated position that you could try and approach from both sides. But this jostling in the doorway from Pistol Guy so far not leading to a kill, but a lot of damage coming through to the Buck. You need Phantom to start catching up.
Well, will he start catching up? Because he's now taking some swings around, but it's very slow. Doesn't seem to be any information taking these face checks around these doorways and doesn't actually want to be a part of that. Afla now starting to fall back as well. Instead, Phantom now sending these drones on through. There is a default camera, but there's no one behind the vending machine, which is, you know, a very traditional position to play behind. Instead, he's watching behind for a flank that's not coming. Afla's gone downstairs as well. They've setting themselves up instead to take this vending corridor and to go from this eastern side almost completely. But Maxi just wanders straight into the doorway, and that's another kill for the side of Flawless 7. Entropy now, well, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's worked out this time for Flawless 7, with Maxi, I think, getting 4 kills in that round. There was certainly quite a few.
Yeah, I mean, just massive amount of work coming through, and you're looking at the first 2 kills coming out, the run out, paired with a nitro cell to completely shut down this admin push. And what do you see? Well, we very quickly see this adaptation where they're going, okay, well, we had this idea, but we take that admin control, we apply a backstab because we saw how much pressure was drawn into admin with the moment we entered it. So now what are we going to do? Well, we'll give them a little bit something to think about. We'll start to swing this Nook up behind them. That suddenly became the focal point of the approach as Athla had to reposition themselves, no longer able to walk up the Visa staircase without the support of the rest of the team coming in from admin, makes their way to Spiral. And you're seeing this two-pronged approach now starting to apply that pressure on the complete opposite side of the map, just trying to slowly pepper that pressure on. And look, ultimately, Phantom couldn't get in a position to support either player in just picking and sticking an angle, and both of them get caught off, which then leaves you in a really uncomfortable position where you just have to try and make something work, and there's no easy option for Athla after that point because these keepers being used aggressively to slow down and prevent the entries, just sort of restricting that movement, eventually you get caught off in a 2v1.
That you do. No keeper barriers employed this time around, though, so we are heading back down to the basement. Instead, it's again very similar stuff from the attacking side. Jewett using the Amaru to just very quickly enter into the top floor. However, this time does get caught out instead of finding the opener. So there you go. Not quite the same impact. Defense were ready and expecting it this time, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't going to let that catch them off, were they? And now you're looking at this position where you're just trying to walk up the staircase. There's 2 on 1 on both sides.
Surely
and
not.
Banquez, what a double kill! I'm looking at that thing. There's no way you make it out of this alive, but just able to twist and turn and take full control. This is the entire top floor cleared out.
Athla's going to be able to capitalize as well. It's now 2 versus 4 after that kill onto Pistol. Phantom now, the next player to come back through. Yuki does find down there. And crucially, that's your diffuser now down as well. So an important win condition there. Now surrendered and cold in the middle of that hallway. However, player advantage still with Entropy. Players low though. Athla and Banquez only really on about half HP. Yuki as well is not at full health. And does have a shotgun at close range. So this could definitely be a very powerful position for the defending players. Hachi as well is making sure to keep every angle covered. You know, he's just spinning around, making sure that he's got everything to watch.
Knows that he's safe as well from the long corridor
beautiful.
Because of the warden covering, and as they get the kill, the nitrous to add to the tally. You gotta be careful as he's just starting to creep on up, gets on sight, but can't finish off the kill.
There's a swing round though from Yuki, finds that one. Now Banquez left all alone. He's already found 2 kills in this round. It's gonna have to be 4, and well, it won't be. Instead, it's Hachi to find that kill. It's a 3-1 lead for Flawless 7 on this map.
Getting the pick onto Ace was so big as well because you can't go in through vending and open up the single wall. That would have made the position trying to be held by Yuki on the mute so much more vulnerable. Instead, just given so much control, and they are enabled to play in this 1-2 position where they have the mute playing very up close inside of security with the shotgun, just contesting down the main corridor from Spiral. And then you have the warden of Hachi just watching all the way down towards server. There's no way for you to get that sneaky approach up, and Shinji very narrowly missing that one window that they were given. When they could have walked up, they could have tried to sneak on through, but it didn't work. And instead, just good timing, fortune, a little bit of luck coming through for Hachi to spot the Twitch out, and Yuki able to trade and get that kill. They play out the 2 versus 1 very comfortably as well. And we're starting to see why this map is so defender-sided, right? It doesn't matter if you get these opening picks, if you get this opening aggression, because of how congested a lot of these walkways are for the attack, you're able to play it very passively. You just sit back with a 1.5 and wait. You hold the doorway with a shotgun, and you can wait. And Flawless are a team that are very happy to sit and be patient.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that. Entropy again trying to go fast. He got the Amaru. Athla jumping up onto the roof. Obviously, now with 2 defensive rounds, 1 in a row, we haven't seen a new site. And it is going to be that piano and exposition room down on that mid floor. And this is a site that is very 50-50, but never in the way you'd expect it to be 50-50. Usually it's either incredibly defender-sided or incredibly attacker-sided, and we just don't really know until we get into the server. And, well, we won't know until the end of this round where it might be tending towards inside of this game.
Trying to probe for information from these skylights upstairs as well, and on the reworked console, don't give you quite as much information as they did a couple seasons ago, but still Affler getting ready to make their mark on the round, and again, another instance of this Amaru being used very aggressively to quickly jump through a window. Now applying that pressure onto long desk, because there's still plenty of roamers up above to try and hold the vert to prevent this comfortable movement down in towards the site. Affler, so patient though, not bouncing, not jumping into action just yet, and now that everyone's distracted by the Dokkaebi and the calls run through, you make your move.
That he is going to do. Matty, though, is able to find the kill on the upstairs. Yuki as well is just watching, waiting back. Matty with a second. Shuts down Shinji, read it perfectly. And now Entropy are in a difficult spot. Banquist is low, sitting here close on this corner, and they have the player disadvantage to boot. Certainly not the situation that you want to be finding yourself in. Stewart takes some damage as well. Entropy Gaming might just be finding out the difficult way how defender-sided this map is, because you said it earlier on this round, Ben. You don't, even if you get the opening pick, it doesn't matter, because these defensive positions are just so strong, and when Maxi and Matty are hitting shots like that, it's not going to matter. Banquers at least dips out and manages to win away from that gunfight. Still 4 players left to find and only 40 seconds left to do it.
Yeah, and you're looking at this, there's players still above, there's 3 in sight, and you basically have a doorway or a vault prompt, both of which are watched from the same 3 players just so easily, so comfortably. Fenrir getting a bit aggressive, might lose out their life, but their health advantage is just too big. It's just too big a difference. And Maxi able to, with one final bullet, take down the Dokkaebi and push themselves 4-1 so far through this half. It's been phenomenal to see from them, and it's all just built on the fact that they are going to wait. They are going to force the hand of Entropy, wait for them to commit. And the moment they throw all the eggs into one basket, they're pushing through admin. Let's all jump back and meet them. They can't go anywhere else. Oh, they're all coming from the back of server. We'll just wait and hold 2 doorways. In that case, oh, they're all trying to clear out above? That's fine. We'll just slowly get Matty to run through their team, and the rest of them are just stuck inside a lobby. There's nowhere for them to go. There's nothing else for them to do.
Well, we've seen already an attacking round 1 upstairs for Entropy Gaming. We're heading back to this site as well. So far it's been 50-50 for this side of Entropy, but they were kind of caught out in that first attacking round. I would assume are not going to fall foul of the same mistakes. The Entropy are just struggling on this attack, which is, again, not uncommon for teams, but considering they picked it, you'd hope that they'd at least be able to get 2 rounds and then would be able to rely on a fairly common 1-5 half on their own defenses, because otherwise we have that potential overtime, or 4-7 could end up attacking really well, in which case, even if they do get 2 rounds and it's over, this round is kind of must win if you want to keep yourselves alive, because getting a 2-0 this quickly as well in the series, in the grand scheme of things, is pretty important as well.
Could be jumping into closet real quick. There is a player out on the left. I don't think they know. Frank was taking a little bit of damage on the Ying, but it's the shotgun up close and personal for Matty to net the first kill. And pressure coming out from yellow stairs as well, as the rest of the team can't even start moving in. The Ying on 1 before they even had the chance to do anything in the round. They're just sort of stuck outside.
And already in this first minute, 5 drones are already gone for the attack. So they're not even going to be able to find much information at all, as Banquers lets Matty slip out of his grasp. He's able to run away, dip out, and potentially even challenge for this kill as well. Instead, no. Pushing on further round towards Visa. Shinji does find one out here from West. Is going to be able to find that kill onto Yuki. Damage sent towards Matty as well. Banquer's on the chase. Bit of cat and mouse here in the mid round for both of these teams, but still it's looking like it might be a 5-1 half after all. Bankers was on the camera that whole time. But Matty's let him get away. Is he going to be able to round this corner? Yes, he's getting to safety. But still, what can the attack do? Because Shinji's not even in the bomb site anymore. Phantom's still got the diffuser upstairs. And there's only a minute left of this round.
Now just waiting patiently, finally breaking this barricade inside a site. The Nitro Cell's going to come through. This could be massive if it lands correctly on the frame. It gets one. It nearly takes down Phantom as well, as the Candelas will start to run through. It's not going to matter as well. Maxi takes down Shinji as well. Last is on Repel, stuck outside. Cameron, going to jump on up to the roof. I don't like to be the naysayer, although maybe secretly I do, but Phantom, I don't know if the odds are in your favor necessarily.
No, and they've heard this vault in as well. Matty's there just to clean it up. A 5-1 half for Flawless 7. They only need 2 attacking rounds to be able to win this map, to tie up the series to 1-1.
5-1 defensive half. We did talk about this, right? This is something that can happen, and we shouldn't be too openly surprised by this outcome. But it's obviously not ideal for them. You're coming in, and I feel this way with both Nighthaven as well, where these maps that are very traditionally considered to be defender-sided, you have to appreciate that if you're picking it as your map, your opponent's going to get the selection aside. They're going to choose defense. They are not going to... No one is willingly starting Consulate on attack.
Unless they're on drugs.
And arguably even more than that. And so... And it basically puts you in this position where for my liking, if you want to pick one of these maps, you have to be extra proficient at it. You have to be able to take a map that is a 4-2-5-1 regular and make it a 3-3-4-2 at worst. So already losing 5 rounds, you now come into the defense. Obviously, you could just excel. Maybe Fearless just aren't up to scratch on their own attacks, and you can win 6 rounds without having to go to OT. But it just takes one slight hiccup, one big error to throw this whole game into jeopardy. And I mean, how many times do we see teams win their opposing maps pick? It's too common in Siege, I feel like. Yeah.
Teams not necessarily having the wherewithal to pick the right maps. But hey, Entropy picked Consulate. Surely they're going to know how to defend on it. Because it is a map that's so easy to defend. And we're seeing something a little bit different here. We've got a castle being brought along by Phantom, and they've opened up this hatch inside of Piano. So they're very much holding this off the site. This is not what we saw from the side of Flawless 7. They were very much, we'll sit back, we'll wait. Instead, Entropy are contending a bit more out on the map, particularly here on this basement site. Are Flawless 7 going to be able to take advantage of this? Because if they can find just one defender, they can start to unpick this position that's helpfully been opened up for them. That hatch is already open. If they can get control of that room, they can very much use that as easy as possible.
Vert coming through from the top floor again to try and clear out this Piano pressure, but he doesn't know that the castle's on the other side of this window. Max's got to be very careful. Couldn't get a kill with this new positioning. There's no way.
Please. I want to see it. Oh, he absolutely is. And he gets the kill. Incredible. Phantom not quite having the map of all time. James Bond 007. Matty with another kill as well onto Atla. And there's another one. Flawless 7 tearing apart this defense. They look very proficient on the attacks here so far, Ben. Banquist does find one back. But now he's taken down. It's just a 1 versus 4 for Jewett on the site. He's Goyo. He's got the Vector. It's a good gun. High rate of fire. But against 4 players, well, it certainly seems unlikely. That's for sure. Matty's coming in through construction as well. He's got the red pings. He's got the positioning, but he hasn't had the gunfight. Instead, he's taken down. But there's Hatchie from the vertical. And it's map point already for F7.
It was just methodical coming in from Flawless 7. Right, you immediately locking in, oh, they've got the castle, they've gone for this extension, they're holding up above inside a Piano, they're going to make life very difficult for us to address the site directly. And they're more than happy to take a little sit back, take a little breather, and go, okay, well, let's just clear out the whole map then. They bring the sledge through, they start to progress through the rest of the map, and you're seeing this vert applied. It forced the castle to sit inside a closet, and it didn't look like they had that drone information on the positioning, but they just recognized that Maxi the Amaru here, they want to just jump on through, get that initial pressure, and just very quickly try and catch that initial gunfight when you're not quite ready. There's no extra sort of, I guess, alert that there's going to be someone punching through that closet window because they're just immediately in. And with the rest of the team starting to clamp down, there's very little space. Obviously, you get that kill. That's fantastic. It could have gone a little bit hairy if you were stood a little bit to the right. You fly through that window on the Amaru and immediately get shot in the side. But either way, it would have given that castle's positioning away. And the framework for what they'd set up there was more important than the way they got that kill itself with the Gara hook. But then the rest of the round just falls apart. There's no way for Entropy to consolidate on this upstairs pressure. And one of the downsides of these styles of hold is that when it starts to crumble, it can crumble very quickly because suddenly every player loses their supporting piece at the same time, and you all become very isolated very quickly. And we're seeing the way that the setup from Flawless was done. They just got kill after kill after kill, and it left them in a 1 versus 4. And when they're applying that pressure to the breach, when they're starting to walk through yellow, and there is nowhere safe in Garage for you to walk, eventually you're going to die.
So I have a question for you, Ben. Obviously, we know we had a 5-1 half in the previous half for Entropy on for Flawless 7 on their defenses. Are we going to get another 5 rounds in a row for Entropy? Is that what's going to happen here? As we have the social vote, this is, I believe, just for the entire series overall. Just a little bit of a tidbit. What people at home thought before we had the map veto, before everything like that, it's very close. But right now, these maps haven't seemed close. But we could be ready to get to 1-1. There's a lot of being close and not.
Can I be honest?
Yes.
I think this is a done map. Look, I appreciate that they brought out Consulate. I appreciate what they tried. But a 5-1 half into immediately losing your opening defensive round on Consulate does not bode well. It does not fill me with confidence. And you're looking at the way, I mean, obviously getting a player back in. This is a nice little sort of slowdown for them and could be helpful. I'm not going to count them out. We've seen teams be able to do this in the past on the biggest stages with the most pressure focusing down on them. And that's what these players need to try and embody right now. Is to forget about the game. And one of the beauties of Siege is that there is no tie-over mechanic round to round outside of maybe bomb site selection, right? It's the only thing that has tie-over. Otherwise, it's all about just each time you spawn in, it's a fresh slate. It's another round, and you just have to keep going. But it is match point. And this is where the theory breaks down, right? In theory, you lose 5-1, you then win 5-1, and we go to overtime, and it's your map. You get the overtime selection, you pick defense, and you win the map. You win the map like 8-7, right? Or maybe 8-6 if you then crack attack. But does it work like that? When you're sat at 6 rounds, when you're looking down match point of your own map pick, are you really thinking, it's fine? We volunteered into this. No, you sat there thinking, one slip up and we're done for here, which that mindset just encourages the slip ups to occur. You start thinking and double guessing your movements. And it literally just takes one little bit of fortune from the side of Flawless 7 to just get an opening pick for fun, by maybe even by accident. You spray the wrong barricade and get a kill. That can cripple a defensive setup.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, if we do get to overtime, as it is the grand final, we have unlimited overtime. We have potentially the defense just keeps winning forever. However, it's that question of, are we going to get there? Because it's not just, they need 5 rounds in this half. It's they need 5 rounds in a row. They're already facing that map point scenario. So I'm with you on this one, Ben. I don't think we're seeing anywhere close to overtime. The previous map was a 7-3 for Entropy. We're probably looking at something similar here on Consulate. It might even be a 7-1. We might see Entropy just win this in the next round.
I think they can stave off the 7-1. The big question mark is going to be this Amaru, if it makes its way through. And if they... if they want to hold on to it, it's going to be interesting to see, because it looks to us like they're hovering this top floor. That was the site that they were sort of hovering before we lost one player, we've been treated back to us again. And it should be okay to hold down. I'm interested to see what the sort of utility investment has been or will be over towards admin side, because we obviously saw from the side of Flawless that they were very happy to overinvest. And it did leave some potential weaknesses that they were able to, on the fly, adapt to and make sure that they didn't give up too much pressure around yellow, kind of off the back of dealing with this admin threat so quickly. I don't think we're going to see the same sort of aggressive start from Entropy. Yes, we've seen Affler going for lots and lots of spawn kills on Clubhouse, always looking for a way to start the round with their team ahead. I think at match point, you have to reconsider whether that's the best course of action.
Because if it goes wrong, which it did plenty of times on Clubhouse.
Plenty of times.
Then you're in a 4 versus 5 immediately. And for what? So coming into this top floor, if indeed we do stick there, one thing that I'm kind of hoping for is maybe something a bit more traditional. Like you said, we've seen a lot of overinvestment from Flawless 7 on their defenses. What you tend to see is that vending corridor is just a bastion for this defense. You've got a player with a shield, potentially, let's say it's a Wumai. You've got a shield in front of the Wumai who's sitting behind the vending machine. You've got magnets. You've got the whole shebang keeping you inside of vending for as long as possible. It's just one long, massive choke point. And then you have utility over on the other side towards yellow stairs. The windows are very difficult to actually get into the site unless, say, you have an Amari. But even then, often that makes a sound cue. It will be watched for. You will be dealt with. However, we saw in the previous round when Phantom got killed by the Gara hook, maybe those sound cues do get missed. Maybe there's a bit of a scrambling of communications, particularly in those stressful moments. You know, you're on your map point down. You're going to be stressed. Hopefully, obviously, this time that we've had can alleviate some of that stress, get Entropy to calm themselves down. But obviously, it could have the opposite effect. It could just be building stress, especially as it's one of their players who has had this unfortunate internet issue. You're going to be stressing about trying to get them back into the game. There's going to be a lot of other pressures, and then you have to go into the round where you are 6-1 down. So I'm not saying it's easy, but...
No, not easy.
I just don't know. I'm hoping that we get to see some of that more traditional sort of vending, push and pull, because that's a very exciting part of this map, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it's one of the reasons that we've saw this top floor really start to be quite leaned on before eventually we see the transition down towards like basement being very popular, for example. But it will rely on the ability of Entropy to prevent this peeling away effect that you'll be looking for. Yuki, do they go straight for that single breach looking in towards theater and try and just pop it open? If you can get that early access, obviously things start to look quite nice for you. It's going to be hard to see. And you're seeing a lot of investment, everyone running over to this admin side, and they have got a deployable shield in the pocket of Alpha. And it looks to me, if I had to make a guess, that this is going to what you're asking for is what we're seeing. It's going to be this control down vending corridor. The Black Eye hidden down below inside of Visa as well. So all of this building up to the idea that you want to just get that information. If anyone is trying to sneak up behind you, you can control that staircase looking at the site as a little bit darker there in Piano.
What are we going to see? Because Flawless 7 could now just go with a complete yellow take, and all of this prep towards the eastern side of the map will be for nothing. Which is possible. But instead, it's something that's a lot more familiar. Potentially could have got called out there, but instead Maxi just waits so he can use hard breach charge instead to open up this wall, and Phantom is getting dealt some early damage from this balcony there on the window.
Careful of players down below, and you can see Banquets again just moving to try and be ready. Has her down, Cameron.
Yeah, they do know, but they're not watching for it. Banquas finds the shots. Matty looking up towards the vertical. Distraction being provided by some of those teammates on Entropy, but there's a fight back. There is a kill in return. Banquas felled by the DMR of Pistol, bringing us to a 4 versus 4 even. Nade going out over the top as well. It is going to get caught by Magnet, and that's going to give away this attacking position. Swing comes round. Yuki lands the kill anyway. Now down to 1 HP. Still alive, still standing, still able to relay some of that information from the IQ scanner in towards the team, and still able to get some more. I'm not sure whether that did, in fact, find the Fenrir gadget or not then.
I think it might have done. It looked like it was missing from the scanner. Afa has to be careful of the pressure around top spiral, even though the Amaru has jumped back outside. Now looking to the bathroom window as well. No longer the shield to play around. It's still in pocket for Afla. So I'm not quite sure what the plan is there. Maybe hold it, hide it in a corner, but Max sees information being shot out in front of them. Now has to try and go for a blind swing and takes the head clean off the Warden.
Well, that's a bit of a misplay. Still didn't get the utility. Pistol, what a shot that is. Now it's all on Phantom. The 1 versus 4 hasn't found a kill inside of this map. It looks like we're going to be seeing a 7-1 after all, unless the impossible becomes possible. There's a first. Off of the starting blocks now. Maxi going down. The Phantom's not aware of the player's positioning to his left. It's Yuki. And it's done. It's dusted. And that's Consulate for the side of Flawless 7. 7 rounds to 1 then. An utter stomp. And a mispick from Entropy Gaming. They've just absolutely squandered the advantage they gained on Clubhouse.
I don't know what to say, right? Honestly, you're coming into this, you're thinking, oh, you're moving onto a map that you're very likely to have a big advantage over your opponent on because you've chosen into it, because you should be practiced for it. And instead, it just doesn't mean anything for them. They get beat harder on Consulate than they beat their opponent on Clubhouse. And now we're back to the beginning. We're back to where we were 2 hours ago. It's even at the scoreline. 1 round apiece.
Indeed, 1 map apiece, and that, I mean, we certainly had a lot of actions, a few mistakes in there as well. We'll send it back to the desk where we can get their thoughts on a very, very quick Consulate.
Wow, 7-1. Can't even believe what we just watched. It was a completely unexpected map here and completely different from map number 1. Dianic, what was the difference? It was a completely different side here. What was the different take that we watched just happen here on Consulate?
Well, it was just a lot more aggression, you need to say it, from the side of Flawless 7. Not only did they pick up the trades... Oh. Okay. Just a few things again. Microphone is happy with me today. I think it's just trying to tell me, Dianic, today you need just to be quiet. So just mute yourself. That's what my mic trying to tell me. But we're here. I'm fighting, guys, for it, and that's what Pro 7 also did today. Especially in this map, they fighted more. All of the 1v1s, a lot of the 1v1s went onto their side. A lot more trades, especially on their attacks. They decided to pick a lot more frag operators on the defense, relying on these frag operators. The strats were very simple, very default held, not much too complication, not much into the depth. What strat do we need to do, especially on the attacks as well? React on what the opponent is doing and what they're doing, counter them. We know Entropy Gaming is aggressive. What are they doing? Let's counter that. And beautifully on the side for Entropy Gaming, they did struggle quite a lot there, especially in the round 7 where rather interesting kill happened as the opening kill, where the Amaru just repelled at the window, got the kill on the pools, who was patiently waiting for somebody to just repel in and potentially place a C4 and then kill the guy, but it was his end in that moment. And just you can see all the operators over the entire round being way much favored on the frag operator. We had a lot of Amarus, Docker ABs, Twitches. On the defending side, with Valkyries, with Fenris, we had a lot of mutes as well, C4 kills, a lot of that happen. And I might have jinxed Entropy Gaming a little bit because they don't have a 100% opening win rate anymore. They did lose one round, but every other round they had the opening pick. They did win it, but that one round was a little bit crucial. Flawless 7, they brought back a lot of wins, a lot of rounds, astonishing 5-7 swap, and I think Nash can tell you way more about what their actual playstyle was because he was looking into it.
Well, when it came down to sort of both of the teams, we saw a lot. I didn't actually take many notes. A lot of it was very mental because it was very like samey throughout the entire game. For kind of both sides. On the side of Entropy, it was kind of like this constant sprawl for any sort of control in the game. We saw a lot of like them sort of trying to change things up and trying to maybe see if they can force the issue a little bit, especially with that Amaru pick in round 7, as you said, and sort of there was a couple of the rounds where they picked Amaru and just kind of like sent it into like the CEO window to try and take gunfights, and then same on the opposite side as well. When it came down to the side of F7 on defense, they were very widespread when it came down to their positioning, but they were also very horizontal. There wasn't really much of that roam game going on that like we see from other teams, like that widespread roam of going to the top floor and playing a shield, even though you're playing on the basement site. That sort of thing, we didn't really see. I think that's really interesting because Consulate has constantly been abused for how big it is and how small the rooms are since it's been completely reworked. And then on the side of Entropy's defense, they just struggled so much. Like there was constant sort of overextensions that led to F7 being able to get a pick for free without actually having any trade come through, as you quite aptly brought up. And then on the opposite side, when they moved on to the on the opposite side, on the attack for Entropy, the only real star player that we really saw was Bonks. And that was simply because he had 2 like incredible rounds where he just flattened 2 people back to back. And it's like that sort of dynamic of only really having one player be sort of the difference maker for your team. It's not enough. And I think when we go into map 3, like realistically, we're down to a best of 3 at this point. They've traded each other's map picks, and with this sort of best of 3 coming up, I really anticipate some sort of like real pace change for the side of Entropy. I think there's going to be a real clapback, especially coming into a map like Bank that is very similar in play style to Consulate because of how big it is. The only real stark contrast is the rooms being much larger.
Yeah. So I guess that begs the question, and I'll ask you, Dianic, because it was the new map, because we are still going on to a very similar map. Do you think that for Flawless 7, was it because of the map, or was it because of the mechanical on the reason that they took map number 2?
I mean, they did put Consulate at one of their favorite maps they do like to play and scrim against other teams. So if you look at that way, maybe it was just all planned. Maybe they was trying to trick Entropy Gaming to pick that map to make it seem like, because all of these questions that we have that we asked the teams, obviously it wasn't going our words, wasn't really mentioned as much what their favorite maps are. Obviously Klappos was known from previous streams, but Consulate was rather hidden. So I think Entropy Gaming did trying to went there to maybe offset here Flawless 7, but they had a few things in mind, and it's actually helped their changed playstyle, more aggressive, more frags, push it, swing, trades there. You see a spawn peak there. It changed. There were a whole new different team. Also, Nash said on the Entropy side, it was Banks you with the 2 double kills in 2 rounds. It was a little bit of a highlight, but not too much. They were super struggling. They did a lot of default takes, split takes. They tried to change. Not much was working out. And now we go to a bank, which is very similar, as already mentioned. So it's going to be hard. It is Floor 7 pick, so they had definitely something in mind with this. But I would also like to know what Nash has to say about that, because he was looking into all these skills and everything. Who's this going to be on top? Is somebody going to be on top? Is it going to be a comeback?
I think there's a lot of potential for Entropy here to really start bringing things back. The only thing I would really say is like a real big fear factor for them is definitely that like Maxi Matty duo, because they're very much playing around that sort of like sort of instant aggression between the two, which is I mean I call it instant aggression, but it's very much like knowing there's a player here, having information on it, because as I said, like, well, I didn't say it here, but I said it previous. They're playing very much around that sort of like intel meta that we haven't seen for like 2 years, and that's why we're not seeing things like the Azami, the Buck so much. We saw him quite a bit on Clubhouse, but he was kind of like intermittent on Consulate, and like other sort of like very aggressive sort of bragging operators that we normally see. Because of the way the meta is at the moment, we're just not really seeing. So.
Yeah. All right, well, you heard it here first, folks, and then we're about ready to get back into it. Map number 3 coming your direction, and we are going to send it back to the capable hands of the casters, the talent, one of the special reasons that we're all here. Pasta Galamalo.
Thank you very much, Whiskey and the desk. Yes, we're back and we're ready for map number 3. Ben, it's Bank. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's a bit peak, but I'm looking forward to this game. I love Bank.
Incredible.
I apologize. That's on me. But I'm looking forward to Bank. I think both of these teams have played it in their semi-final matchup. They both won on it in 2-0 series. And we're coming in looking at this. Entropy starting out on the defense. It's going to be so important for this series because, I mean, what are you looking for here? It's going to be about getting that strong start and positioning yourself so that when you come into the attack, you have that momentum behind you that we've seen be successful, both on Clubhouse in terms of that 3-3 split that looked a bit shaky. You come in immediately control of the game when they moved on to that attack for Entropy, and Consulate was exactly the same. There was no breathing room given to their opponents after that side select. So it's going to be very big, and that Monty ban coming off the start, we saw this on Clubhouse coming out of Entropy. They're very aware of the power it holds on certain maps, and the fact that Flawless 7 are very capable of bringing it into their lineups to really pose some challenging questions.
Not just Clubhouse, they're very aware of the threat Montaigne has on every map. They banned Montaigne on Consulate as well. Clearly, Entropy, they just don't like seeing that that big shieldy boy, and seeing Ying banned as well is also not a surprise because she's also been banned 61% of the time. Montaigne is the second most oftenly banned attacker, so that's not unusual. What is unusual is seeing a Goyo ban, the second time he's been banned in this entire season, and I don't know, I'm struggling to see it. I can see Solace, she's banned 71% of the time, which is ridiculous in itself, but let's look why Goyo ban.
Goyo does have a lot of power on Bank, and I think you're looking at the way that these teams are positioning. If you're looking towards these heavy execute styles, we've seen this coming in from Flawless. They really like to set themselves up and then all push in together at the same time. And we saw a little bit of Clubhouse emerge on Clubhouse. A little bit of Clubhouse emerge, a little bit of Goyo emerge on Clubhouse, and we saw, especially on those basement attacks, being able to pop those Vulcans and stall out 20 seconds did mess with the sort of flow coming out from Flawless 7 a little bit. And so being able to just give themselves this breathing room from that potential denial, especially on the basement site where Goyo can become quite a mainstay, it is going to help them out with these sort of later rounds.
Yeah, for sure. Particularly, again, thinking of basements, the basement here on Bank, Goyo's very, very common to see. So, again, mixing things up, we're going to have to see something different coming through from the defense of Entropy. But what isn't different is seeing Phantom on a castle. It feels like he's been on the castle a lot. And on the topic of the Montaigne ban, I have just heard that apparently Pistol is a very good Montaigne player, and very possibly banning out the Montaigne is a target ban for him specifically. So, you know, Entropy, we said that these teams would be doing their homework. This is yet another example.
Yeah, it's so important to pay that respect to really strong players in big games, in these final series, because you don't want to get caught out by something that you knew was coming, just because you didn't show the respect, you didn't put the respect on that pick. And Monty is a very commonly targeted operator for specific teams for that reason. The rest of this lineup, though, starting out on the top floor and just trying to get a good understanding of where the rest of this push is coming through. Also having taken early control of these windows, looking down in towards the site to try and limit some of the movement coming through from Entropy on their defense. The roam downstairs, though, is something that will have to potentially be dealt with. It's got, well, very juicy angles down.
Can't quite get the C4 to land. Instead, it just catches on those bars. Unfortunate, because that could have very easily been the opening kill of the map onto Matty, or even if Maxi had stayed around, there's a C4 that does this time deal with that utility and deal with the player, at least for a second, now having to hold a bit more of a passive angle. They've got a ping on the player, and Hachi does take down Shinji downstairs, and now has some vertical angles to work through himself with some nades downstairs. Not quite the death nail that they once were. Obviously, you can't cook them anymore, so these vertical kills are practically gone. There are a few cheeky ways that you could deal with it, but instead, Hachi's been dealt with himself. Afla finds a kill and then taken down by Matty, the upside down rappel, working out well for them.
Ooh.
Interesting.
They've got control up above now with both of the remaining two defenders sort of running up to the top of square. I don't think they're quite aware of it, but eventually Yuki turns around, collects a kill onto the Echo as well, and the last one down inside a conference is prone. Don't present yourself, they see the head, but they're playing so patiently as they're going to look for Habana. They find the first.
Phantom in a very difficult position now. 1v2, but his position is known. They've got red pings on these players. Dingo's first swing, can't land shots. Either of them taking these swings around. Now rotation in towards conference. Looking round, they're taking these double swings, not going for the plant, and that could be detriment, but no. Maxi shuts it down. Just about with PDW9. Could have been a clutch in the very first round from Phantom, but instead, well, it's not. And for the 7, they have the open.
And it also came down to recognizing this window opportunity. There was no one contesting them in CEO. So let's swing on in. Let's get that control. And Matty and Maxi just doing exactly that. Making sure they're present and take it very comfortably. I also really liked the adaptation at the end there. That in that 2 versus 1, lots of teams would go for the plant. Instead, they recognize that you're stuck inside a conference. We can go for a double swing here, and it started off with both of them running towards the sofa, straight to that double doorway, but they made the call. They moved the OSA onto the rotation, and that enabled them to catch them off, because you just can't get to both targets quick enough. I mean, you know, we've seen some crazy flicks already this game. Eventually, that will run out. Eventually, people will start dying in 2v1 situations, and I think that pattern might be starting to emerge as it enables them to close out that round pretty comfortably. And with the first attacking win, the defense don't really fancy going back downstairs. The mirror not banned out here on Bank, which means, you know, full force, go for it, mate. And it's going to be doing just that on the basement to control a really long line of sight. Dropping it back, not in the ready corridor, but in security instead, is a really interesting option that we've sort of seen evolve over the past couple of months, with teams starting to realize that we can just sort of hold these much deeper angles, and it's a lot safer from being sort of exposed to the hatches up in open area once those get opened up.
Again, seeing some very aggressive picks on floor 7. It's kind of been the It's going to be in the story. And there's some good information as well. Matty with a lovely pick through the barricade. I believe there was a yellow ping. If not, then well, Matty is the luckiest man alive right now. 5 versus 4 for the attacking side already in this game within this first minute. But yeah, what a kill that was.
Yeah, to hack the cameras as well, Cam. And I mean, that's so powerful, getting all that information. Yuki is taking out the default. I'm kind of by main stairs, but that's because, again, it's going to give so much more valuable information to the defenders than it is to yourself. The Nitrocell spotted out as well, so much good work being done to make sure they're aware of everything going on the map. Usually you'd be coming into this and going, oh, well, the defenders, they're the ones that know everything. They're the ones that you have to try and root out. It feels like the opposite way around. There's so much just know-how for Fearless 7 as Maddie just gifted a freebie onto Shanji as well.
Yeah, just using the skeleton key there, right at point blank range. Well, it's one of the easiest kills you can get. It's a shotgun at that distance. Now it's made even more difficult by Entropy. Flawless 7. For once, it seems like one of these teams has actually picked a map that suits them, because they could be off to a 2-0 start here already, attacking onto Bank as well, which, you know, does often see some good defensive play, particularly down here on this basement. And the stats back that up, 58% defensive win rate so far in this season of the tournament. But Flawless 7 looking like they are well and truly stronger than them.
Positioning for the execute now with the bees starting to fly out from Grim to deny the cross, over to deny the plant in the default position, but it's Brax getting aggressive on the staircase, immediately taken down by Maxi.
Yeah, he's just flown a little bit too close to the sun there, hoping that, well, he could catch the player off guard, but instead he's the one that is not prepared. And well, now comes the drop in through as well. Maxi does at least get dealt with, but Pistol's now coming up from behind inside a garage, and Matty's there as well. 3 kills in the round for the Buck, has done an incredible job, and it is Flawless 7, 2-0 up.
How many notifications do you need that there's someone creeping up garage behind you? And I mean, I know it's a 2 versus 5. It's obviously going to be a very difficult situation to try and break out of, but the way you overcome those odds is by finding isolated 1v1s. And I mean, look, that's really good to see from them, but the attack doing a great job to constantly put so much pressure at the same time that you're never given this opportunity. Yeah, the couple of shots go spray from the DMR behind you, but you're so focused on, oh, there's pressure coming down main stairs, someone just dropped up the hatch from above, oh, I think they're opening vault at the same time, oh, there's people, there's 2, 3 charging in through servers looking to go for that execute, I have to be ready to hold it on this crossfire. So much going on in your mind that it clouds the judgment, and these very clear giveaway sounds start to become a little bit murky and start to sort of lose their distinction, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Ultimately, just another really good showcase of Fearless 7 all going at the same time, and that really benefiting them so heavily in finding these opportunities and finding these kills.
Basement again. Well, hopefully they don't get caught out from the garage this time around. Hopefully. But to be honest, it wasn't a great round on all accounts from the side of Entropy. I mean, Matty, yes, got an incredible opening pick, but will it happen again? I mean, it was down to information. They had drones all around. They need to make sure that Entropy, that is, that they're not getting so easily droned out, and if they do, they're able to react to that. They're able to realize they've been droned, deal with it, and then get away and get into a different position. You've got some Mozzie drones, Mozzie pests as well, that have to be dealt with, just stalling things out on this top floor as well. And they should be aware that they've got the EDDs, they've pinged them out and destroyed them this time. So improvement from Clubhouse as well, on all accounts.
Oh, Banker's just going to run away, get back to relative safety, is a drop into open area instead, so is falling away, but just continuing to be present. And Matty, oh, Matty, they've done it again. They've walked into the crapgun traps, and this time not dead to rights, is going to be injured instead, but it's a lot of damage, and more importantly, a lot of time being eaten away when you really want to be trying to work on this Wamai, who's made themselves very, very comfortable in open area, and you've lost all that momentum on chasing them down.
I should just stop speaking. Instead, I said, "Oh, they've improved. They've been dealing with the Capcan traps." That happens. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut from now on about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a very good caster if I just sat here in silence the whole time. And there is the opening kill. Pistol with a kill onto Afla, but it's coming quite late into the round. And there's a trade back in response from Banquers, taking out Hatchie into a 4 versus 4, and still keeping control of this top floor. Staff room is his area, his domain. And there's another kill for him. Maxi, can he find the shot? No, has to reload instead. Switches to the SMG-11, but now that's out of ammunition as well. Banquers still persisting, still up here. Out goes a flashbang. It's not going to be caught. In goes another magnet. It's going to suck it in, but still blinded anyway. Shinji now with the trade upstairs, but can't land the shots. In the meantime, Matty's been caught out. Forces the Capcan to go back downstairs, to retreat, to regroup with the rest of the team. With only 30 seconds left, we've settled into a 3 versus 3.
Finally getting the server hatch open. They can drop down into sight, and they're just going to have to do that. They're out of time for anything else.
They're going, they're gone, but there's the kill from Shinji up close. There's 1, there's 2. Now it's just on Matty, and he's taken down as well. The drop came in just like that, but then so was their demise. I mean, not exactly what you want from that round, but Entropy got the round win, and F-Floor 7, they still have the round advantage. So, you know, not all lost, but yeah, maybe a bit too desperate in the end round there. They could have at least spent 5 seconds making sure that there wasn't someone close on the corner that could just kill all of them. Perhaps.
It's gonna happen, but with so much chaos going up and above, you got to be careful with these Capcan traps. It stalled out so much time, right? You have Bankers on the ropes, on the back foot, just running away, and there's a clear decision where it's like, do I go downstairs and go back to site, or do I go in open area? And I appreciate that I'm playing for life. I will die, but how much time can I take with me at the same time?
10 seconds
How
remaining.
difficult can I make the execute? And they've gone to make the execute really difficult. And I think into Fearless 7, that's a really smart play, because they're a team who relies so heavily on the ability to get that very comfortable setup. You take that away from them, you deny them that, and now you can run through the rest of this. And they just did a really good job at forcing them into these gunfights, forcing them to just go for a hatch drop and throw everything away.
Yeah, it was very, very smart from this defensive side. Afla nearly finding the opening pick there. But instead, I don't think there's any damage dealt either way. We can see just these players getting up onto the roof now, and they know that these windows are being played around. Shinji's got a C4 prepped as well, just in case. There's Matty, upside down repel as the drones come on in. That's been shot out. They'll be aware that something fishy's going on. And Afla, well, felt like he had to get away, but he's going to get punished as a result of that. Hatchie, I don't think has droned out Shinji's position, though. They don't know that he's prone here, right by where the drone just drove past.
You'll be very careful with the opening in that window as well. Get aggressive with the gun, throw a nitrocell out. If it opens up just a little bit more, that's going to be your indication to go for it, but it's baited out. Really nicely played. Now looking for the rappel, gets a couple shots in from the roof opposite.
I don't think he knows exactly that's where those shots came from. Instead, well, there goes that Oster shield, and instead, he's going to have to be forced to go a different way. Another C4 comes through. That's from Duet, but still doesn't find anything. And still, all of these attacking players are on full health. Entropy just not really able to get anything done in this current situation, and they're just being hemmed in by the attack as the pressure keeps on building.
Flashbangs throwing through the nitrocell, going out to meet it, but not landing on its target. Bankers has been fully droned out here, and we're seeing that classic Fearless 7 sort of wraparound, looking to connect themselves with another kill in this round. Every doorway being watched. They dip further into archives and will get caught out by Maxi. This has taken a lot of pressure off the windows on the site. However, there's only one player left to deal with it, is Shinji. Just starting to feel it and getting aggressive. A lot of damage, but no kill yet.
However, he's still wasting a lot of time, and time could be an issue inside of this round. There's only 30 seconds, and there's a kill from Shinji. Now 4 versus 3, brings it back 2 within 1. Phantom in a tough spot, has to reload, gets away with it. head on the swivel now. Duet's been felled. It's 25 seconds, but they
Not
don't know if
again.
it's position. The EDDs go off, but there was a kill from Phantom anyway. And Shinji trying to find his long-range shots, however. Flawless 7, the guns come alive. 2 kills within a second. And the round is over. Flawless 7 just about hang on.
So much chaos. So much going on in the dying seconds of that round. And we just see on both sides of things, people just trying to clutch at straws to find ways to win these rounds. The defense, recognizing that they've taken pressure off the window, now have a little bit of maneuverability inside of sight. Shinji using that to try and get aggressive and find these 1v1 gunfights that they can take down. But it doesn't matter if they find 2-3 kills, because it does just, again, wrap up in the last coming through. And I really think we need to see Entropy stop committing to one player playing by themselves down below. If you're going to have Alpha and then Bankers later on be in these positions, line them up together from the get-go. Because in that round, we saw both of them get droned out individually, closed on, and die. If you put them together, they at least have a way of forging a path out of those situations. And they are very clearly playing for time. Time is the most important factor for them. But does that matter if you're left in a 2v5, 2v4, when all it takes is just random kills going your favor, where they can just swing doorways and eventually catch you off, even if you get 2 at the end? Not really.
Yeah, maybe a bit of priorities need to be addressed there by side of Entropy. It's for Flawless 7. They can kind of just continue business as normal. Yeah, sure, they've lost 1 round, but you're attacking onto Bank. The fact you've already won 3 is pretty remarkable. And they are, because they're playing on the least favored side. Another C4 comes out from Shinji. That one won't find any impact either. And the Twitch drone goes on past, and I think it was eventually dealt with, but even still, we're seeing similar issues again. Shinji's in a very tough spot. There's at least some form of damage. A C4, maybe an impact grenade, does find its mark for once in this top floor defense. But, I mean, Shinji is very much in trouble. He's been caught out from that vertical angle. There's a nice kill in response. Afla with a shot onto Matty.
Still waiting in this very unorthodox position for the next kill to line up, and does demand a decent bit of control.
Oh,
amazing play by Afla to take down the Talonate and now regain control of CEO. No window pressure to speak of. Got to be careful of that skylight, though.
Yeah, does need to watch out, because Pistol could potentially find the angle. He's actually spotted the head there. And yeah, decides against peeking into that one anytime soon. Instead, Phantom also just trying to look for it, but Pistol has already retreated from that angle.
Just over a minute left for the remaining 3 attackers to try and put a 4th round on the board, and it is going to be focusing all around Spiral Steps. As the flashbangs come through to try and provide some cover, the Magnet's doing a decent job to slow them down, but this buys so much time for the defenders to potentially rotate, but it looks like they're all sticking still. They want to hold on to their positions inside our site, not addressing the fact that they're all walking up the same staircase.
Someone could easily go for some form of flank or something. They are starting to get a little bit antsy. We can see some of these outlines, but it's to their detriment. Bank was just looking to try and take the gunfight, but instead actually had the initiative. Now it's a 3 versus 3. But again, the time's getting low. 30 seconds left in the round. Hachi's still trying to spray some shots on through. Pistol coming up these stairs now as well. We've still got Yuki on the rappel. There's another EDD. They don't know about it. Hachi walks into danger as well. Yuki does find one now swinging into the site. There's a second, and there might just be enough time. They don't have the diffuser, having to get the kill onto Phantom, but Hachi does it somehow, some way. Flawless 7 get round number 5. That shouldn't be around. That should not be around for Flawless 7. They didn't know about the EDDs again, and then Yuki just comes in and gets a 2-piece out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, they win that round. Okay. I don't know. Just when you're all stuck at the bottom of one staircase, can we please put pressure on the one staircase that they're walking up from. I don't know why we're giving them this platform just to walk up for free. They literally just walked up and walked through a doorway. We also see a Capcan kill getting yet another kill. And the first time we saw the Capcan get brought out by Entropy, we were saying, it could be quite a big deal. It could really matter, but Flawless 7, they're so good on their drone work. There's no way it works. It's like the 4th Capcan kill now.
Yeah.
Specifically against Flawless 7.
And a lot of those times, they've droned out that there is a Capcan. There's been pings on EDDs. On Clubhouse, we saw someone get downed by an EDD that was pinged by a drone.
Outrageous stuff. But fair play, because that's again a situation where they're just put in a very difficult spot, and they just have to go, okay, well, we're just playing for frags. And in that last round, it was Yuki just rappelling into sight and getting a double kill. And that's the drone work that I've been wanting to see back again for Flawless 7. The ping, the shot, the wallbang, everything looked gorgeous.
And we've seen a very similar kill from Matty as well up on this top floor. You get a drone, you ping out a player, and you just shoot them through the barricade. There's nothing they can do about it. And that's exactly what's happened again here. It's very nice teamwork, it's very nice play. Flawless 7 very much could be in the lead right now when they're playing like this, but there's always something. They just kind of throw some rounds away, and then by an absolute miracle, they win it back. It's just like in that previous round. In a different round, it was Pistol sneaking up through Garage when they definitely should have known that Pistol was sneaking up through Garage. It's just one mistake from Entropy that means that Flawless 7 do in fact win the round when suddenly we see a massive fight back from Entropy. And it's happened like 2 or 3 times at this point.
Now with the opening pick as well, they can go down and get the phone, get access to the defensive camera network, and with that Valkyrie on the table, that's going to be way more valuable than it otherwise could be, as well as the fact that we have seen drones get caught out by these pests a couple of times. Maybe there's something juicy that you can try and steal away in there, maybe some, well, most importantly, denying that hidden information. They've got the EMPs as well, so they can get past this Kaid Claw that is locking down the hatches. As sight now opened up, Shinji forced to back away. Does have this safe corner to play around, and then the head height holds, offering all the information down in towards the A bomb site. They're now trying to get a little bit aggressive towards these hatches. Has to be careful as one opening just above him now. Still Garage under firm control, but just standing there. No fear. Oh no.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Shinji. Sends up the C4. That is beautiful. And Maxi's now damaged as well. Afla dealing that damage as they take the drop on through into this site, but well, there's another kill in response. That's from Hachi this time. Matty taking some damage. Afla trying to hold on to this western side. Pistol takes a drop down. Jewett can't land that shot. There's another drop through on this side, just playing around the smoke. Has the shotgun in hand, can't find it. Just gets away. Phantom's dealt with. It's now a 1 versus 2. Afla can't pick up his teammate. Matty, skeleton key, looking to play this shotgun out close as the fuser gets planted, and he doesn't know about it. Afla's taken down, and Entropy have another 5-1 half for the second map in a row.
Yep. And again, it comes down to these executes. I mean, you can see why they banned Goyo, right? Like, if any of the last 4 rounds, if a Goyo was on the table, this round does not work because they just couldn't walk through. But instead, it's all built off of finding isolated picks off of the site when, in the earlier stages of the game, they caught out the Mozzie running around. That's no longer something that you have to worry about at the end. Okay, brilliant. Great start for them. And now, they just leave everyone on site. You jump on down, you start applying that pressure, opening these hatches, you lose a kill to a nitro cell. Sure, that's fine. That happens sometimes. You can't account for some of these things. But they make up for it. And it's all just built around these bursts of pressure when... And after the first round, I wanted to say, okay, well, they just said, screw it, let's all just run in. After the second round, I was like, okay, well, that's strange it works twice. Third time around, at that point, you just have to like give credit to them and just go, okay, this is very clearly an intentional way you want to do this. It is all built around simultaneous pressure, all hitting different angles, repelling in and looking for gunfights, and drawing the attention of your opponent in so many directions that they can't deal with. Maybe it's just working in the chaos, but maybe there's some sort of method behind it.
For Flawless 7, in the game chat before this map started, they said, Bank is our main map. You know, I believe them. I believe them. They definitely were truthing. However, Matty did get a bit too aggressive there, taken out by Shinji, but there's an immediate response by Hachi. And that's taken down Banquist. That's your Jackal got. We saw Jackal used to great effect by, I believe, it was Entropy in that first map. But this time, not quite the same. Already dealt with. And in this 4 versus 4, you've got to say, defense tends to be favored, especially as the time continues to tick down. Pistol got a bit aggressive there, but is able to get out alive, which means that still it's in that even man count. As the time ticks down, defense are going to start to feel a lot more safe, a lot more confident with those even numbers. And we're in a similar situation as we were on Consulate, except this time, Flawless 7 are playing on the better side.
So many Mood Jammers all spotted out on this top floor as well, and we saw that in sort of the early idea of having this roam setup. Matty obviously was caught off, and now Duet, sweeping through the rest of this middle floor, has been able to find a second. Still one running around freely in open area, has been spotted on the drone. Now the pressure will start to build up, and still with this main stairs locked away, it's going to rely on a hatch drop at the end, and will do just that, reinforce up with the rest of the team inside of sight. As now these hatches, you want to try and pry them open, but the Electric Claw still keeping it locked down. There is EMPs, but are they going to get there in time? As you need this gridlock to start to come on into open area. Pressure from the hatch below as well. So a bit of space given, but still ready to jump on if they need to.
Yeah, for sure. We can see those FNAT Dread Mines as well, just stalling out this attack a little bit along by the Femra of Maxi, but now they have control of open area. They should be able to start to open up this hatch, and with this hatch already being opened, well, it's certainly going to be better for them, but Hachi's able to find the kill, find the pick. He brings it back to a 3 versus 3, and again, the time continuing to tick down. Afla's inside of Garage, so that's at least another angle of approach as Duet comes down these blue stairs towards Server. Looking like they want to take this in a two-pronged approach as Afla, well, does find a kill here on this southwestern side and looking to push for more. Knows there's a player inside of gold, but it's Hachi who just absolutely domes them. Duet has found a knife kill onto Yuki though, and there's another kill. Entropy stay alive. Somehow the attack just keep on winning rounds that, let's face it, they really shouldn't.
It's all the pressure coming through, and you start to see why Bank can be so sort of execute focused, right? Because they're putting themselves in positions where it's very hard to deny these plants going down. They hug the bomb chassis, there's the metal table, you have to try and commit to getting the nitro cell over. If you don't have one, what do? Well, you have to go for a gunfight, and there's plenty of people giving that supportive fire to close out the round. And again, we're seeing this is how Bank is supposed to be played, by the attack. It's all about funneling in and catching out these roamers and slowly sweeping through the map. It is a very large map. You can't allow the defense to be running freely around it, especially on sites like the basement, where having that control of the hatches, being able to play above and look down and throw utility or drop if you need to when things get really chaotic, so important. I like to see that we've had both teams now putting that priority on opening things up. It is obviously still quite a tall ask for the side of Entropy, but Bank is a map that we've seen attacking teams have very, very successful halves on. We've just seen it from their opponent of Flawless 7, and if the last two maps to go off of, these teams have weirdly similar capabilities in terms of just flipping games on their head and being very proficient on attacks as well when they really need to be.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen some very proficient attacking from both of these teams when it's been required of it. Entropy winning 4 attacks on the bounce in Clubhouse and in fact losing none. So again, it is possible for Entropy to fight back into this, and again we're going to raise that possibility of getting to overtime and remembering about this infinite overtime as well.
Just creeping down the main stairs here as well, looking to try and maybe make their way towards, but the first kill will go over from Matty, just trying to get aggressive, completely caught out. The impact grenade not working to disrupt that fight. Bit of damage dealt on, but they've now also got sights on the Fenrir, as well as another inside of Cafeteria walking up towards E-Box. Phantom is the one on drone, so not in direct threat.
No, not necessarily, but still, they've got eyes on, and that's Hatchy dealt with. Another player rotating up from blue stairs. That's Yuki. Needs to be careful, and realistically needs to dip away, because otherwise you're in a 2 versus 5. At least now, slightly possible reattempting this basement. But they know of Maxi's position. When this drop comes through, it will be disastrous. He looks away at the wrong time, finds that kill, gets out of there. Pretty much as scot-free as you could in that situation. Jewett does send a drone down, and Afla is ready, watching, but caught in the reload. If Maxi had gone a little bit more aggressive there, could have found the kill, but obviously I don't necessarily blame him for just holding back. You don't want to be the one player that throws the round away for your team.
Here's the movement down below, and Suns have an awkward position where you don't want to overextend. The setup now from the side of Flawless 7, very spread out, trying to be ready to meet each of these drops as they occur. That garage pressure turning away at just the wrong moment, though.
Well, Pistol's in a very tough spot. Nafla does land that shot, lands that kill. Is going to get caught out by the Dread Mine, but Banquist has the positioning, and he's got absolutely no idea about it. Yuki's now left in a clutch, and he's on the drone as well. They know, they're aware, they're so very aware, and they take him down. That's Banquist with the kill, and that's Entropy with 2 attacking rounds in a row. They've brought it back to 5-3, Ben.
And it's been phenomenally done as well. There has been very little doubt in my mind in the last couple of rounds that this is exactly how we're going to see these things pan out. Because, again, so efficiently done. The information, always perfectly done. So just relaying pinpoint accuracy on players and just slowly pushing them out in small teams. Really, really efficient roam clear. And you've seen what's happening as a result of it. Bank is being ripped apart, and there's very little Flawless 7 can do for their sustainability. I think it's going to be a case of just bunkering down on site a little bit more, making sure that you have 5 players ready, and it does put you in this awkward situation without the Goyo, especially that, like, you don't have as much utility or time burn utility available to yourself. You have, the smoke if you want to, potentially the Tachanka, but I think for good reasons. He's not been a favorable pick for really anyone, really ever. I'm really not sure what the response for this is. I think you just have to play so much more heavily around sight that you're not going to be able to get caught out. Force them to just commit all 5 to 5 in an execute and see if you can come out on top.
Yeah, because we have been seeing these offensive sides get caught out in unlikely positions. When they've been out on the roam, the attacks have always been, at least in this map, have always done a good job of shutting that down through drone work, through everything like that. So bunkering down does seem like a good option. However, especially on the top floor, there's not much room to play actually on the site itself. It's a very, very tricky place to defend if you're just trying to stay still. The defenders often find themselves getting aggressive, trying to find the initiative, which is what we saw from Shinji in that first half. Playing prone on the windows, we saw a lot of pressure from the attack on those windows, and as a result, the defense were getting extra aggressive, poking their heads out, trying to get some sort of advantage from that, as we see Afla watching towards this vertical that is opened up above. That's Hatchy watching through there, through those vertical holes, but they're both just sort of watching each other go past. They're not necessarily aware of these positions of each other. And in fact, I don't think there's going to be any form of engagement there at all. Banquist as well does find one. That's Maxi going down, looking to throw a Kiba barrier, but instead, well, it's not going to be.
Now looking for a second, Bank is going to get it as they just keep walking out into the line of sight. Nearly finds a third as well. The timing might have been favorable. The Kiba set up the 9, the super long line of sight all the way down to Trump. But not much more coming from it. Matty finally able to take down Shinji, getting aggressive on main stairs and looking for a second in the same position, but they've decided to take a little bit of a breather. And Banker's getting up, caught out by Yuki, who emerges out of stock from nowhere.
Yeah, Flawless 7, they've got this advantage back for them. It's a 3 versus 3. There's a swing round from Matty, ill-advised as it turned out, but you know, there was a good idea for it. Afla playing around these windows inside a banana, trying to take this gunfight. There's a shorty in a gun close range, but now it's just all on pistol. And 1 versus 2, and he's so damn low to try and prevent this 5-4, to try and get up to map point. And I don't think he knows. Well, he certainly will do now. Jewett whiffing shots, pistol whiffing shots. And there it is. The power finally comes through. And it's now 5 rounds to 4. Entropy Gaming have brought it back to within 1 round. Surely we see a timeout coming through at this point.
I think you have to. There's no way you drop 3 rounds on your defense on... Well, you said it just at the side swap, that they claim this is their best map. This is where they excel. I was ready to believe it. I needed that final bit of evidence. But I was almost ready to give that, to bang the gavel, give out my jury. But can't now. I can't. After 3 failed defensive rounds, I can't say they excel on this map. And we're just seeing this just picking apart. Slowly but surely. And obviously Bank is very large. And we are seeing Entropy take full advantage over that. With both Amaru picks, but also Bankers in that last round, the Nook, where you just go, okay, I'm going to sneak past your default cameras, having them on isn't going to help you here. I'll come up to the basement, I'll make my way to top square with no sound. The rest of the team are focused on other objectives. I sneak into this position, I get a kill. These sort of plays are working time and time and time again, and I need to see some sort of adaptation from Flawless just to give themselves a bit of a heads up for what's coming their way.
Absolutely, because one thing I did say, you know, surely we see a timeout, but a lot of teams in ESA Cup, they haven't been utilizing the tactical timeouts, and it's been a bit of a problem for them, and we could again yet see that be a bit of an issue for Flawless 7. Because
the one thing,
as I said, because we said it, you need to pump those brakes. You need to. You have to.
I think the one thing they got going for them here is that they aren't playing for this roam to the same extent anymore. They got 1 player in open, where Phil's going to fall off pretty shortly. I'd expect them to fall off pretty shortly. And the operator lineup has really changed to focus around the site. You've got the Fenris for the information early on. I was going to say you got the Tube Ram, who's going to make opening up some of these hatches a lot more awkward because it's going to take a lot more time. But that's the first pick. Yuki found almost immediately.
Not ideal, because again, Tuber out, you've got those ice canisters, you've also got C4, you've got a very good gun to boot. An important defender to lose early. And Shinji, he knows of the position of Matty, takes that swing round. It's another 5 versus 3. It's another massive man advantage for Entropy. There's another gunfight long range. Afla's trying to take down Hatchie inside a garage. Instead, some shots going back and forth. There was some damage dealt now to both sides. TCSG, it does hit like a truck when it hits, but we haven't quite seen that coming on through, and instead Hatchie focuses elsewhere, sends a C4 up the hatch and nearly takes down Shinji. Instead deals no damage. Very, very close game from both sides.
Just again, we keep taking gunfights. Walking up main stairs, Maxi gets a kill onto Phantom, but that's left site so vulnerable because the Kaid's still sort of locked away, and walking down the staircase does get taken down. The Maestro finally able to put a little bit back behind them, but still 3 more to hunt down. The Alda is a clutch machine, but Shinji has the line of sight and has tied it back to 5 rounds apiece. Entropy looking to take Bank away from their clutches.
What do you say? What do you even say?
Start playing properly?
Yeah, well, that would be nice, but it's just I don't want to say it's a shambles, but it's very close to becoming one. Very close to just being the ultimate foe. They had a 5-1 attack in half on Bank, Ben. Surely that would be enough to close it out. Even if you can only win on the basement, you've got to get some defensive rounds. As it stands, we were saying, oh, we might go to overtime. Entropy could win the 7-5 for what it's looking like. Flawless 7 have been absolutely nowhere.
And I think we have to make sure that we're giving the appropriate amount of credit over to their opponents. Entropy have been phenomenal on setting up these attacks. It's all coming into this early drone work that's coming through and enabling their entries to take these gunfights very, very comfortably. There is very little doubt in my mind that without... Okay, it's relied on Flawless 7 having these extended roams. But there's no doubt in my mind that even in spite of this, the information network is what's enabling continual aggression coming in. Shinji jumping onto this top floor every single time. You can tell this drone's ready. There are players feeding that information.
Well, we're seeing some window pressure again. It seems like a very similar story, Ben. Pressure from these windows. Entropy droning. They've been doing such a good job on this information game as well, making sure they know exactly what they're going to be up against. As we attack basement for what feels like the trillionth time on this map. And I just don't know what Flawless 7 are going to be able to do differently this time. Bank was getting up close towards Maxi here on this staircase, and he takes a swing, aggressive. Honestly, some needless aggression there, because now he's rotated all the way back to site, completely changes tack, and rejoins Yuki on the site. That's that entire area now given up to the attack for seemingly very, very little effort from the side of Entropy.
Jammer's taken down now as well, so they can start to apply this server wall if they want to. The first 2-round canister being used to slow down the opening of this main site hatch, so they have to start employing it on the other as well. Well, not if they can't hit their EMPs. That's both deployed by the attack. They've got no more EMPs, and both hatches still closed off. The long angle opened by Matty, nearly netting him a kill as well onto Banquez, who's on this ram, still just stuck looking into sight. I don't know what the value of it is here for them now, because, well, you're not getting any of that vertical destruction done. Maybe it's just for noise, for distraction, but he's waiting with a shotgun on the back staircase as well, but gets completely domed.
How on earth has Jewett been able to win that engagement? There's a kill though from Yuki in response. Affler's found one, Banquer's another, pushing onto the site, does get shut down. Affler in the garage as well. It's on Shinji, it's just on Hachi now. The 1 versus 3, Affler's there, and Entropy have the lead. Another brilliant attack from this German side, and they've got map point.
And at this point, I'm surprised if they don't take it. We have seen 5 rounds in a row coming through on the attack, on Bank, and what do you look at? The tactical timeout comes in now!
Yeah. About 2 rounds too late, but, you know, we'll take it.
It's always interesting, right? And for those of you who aren't sort of aware, the tactical timeout, not a feature in your ranked games, but the whole idea is that you want to give yourself that little bit of breathing room, those 30 seconds to recompose, to come up with some sort of plan, or to highlight the biggest mistakes that you've been making so far and correct them. Now, that's great in theory, but in order to do that, you have to then give yourself the time to be able to carry that out. And with only 1 round before the end of this map, potentially, even if you win, you go to overtime. So if this is coming in as a let's get us to overtime cool, I would have rather seen that coming in earlier. Like you said, when it's 5-3, when it's 5-4, but you still have that cushion of a round so that you can maybe make a mistake on employing what you're trying to talk about in this break. But then you figure out, okay, we said, oh, we're going to do it this way. But actually, it kind of didn't quite work that way. So for the final round, we're going to just modify it slightly to this. Okay, that was the successful recipe. There is no vibe time, is what I'm going to call it. There's no way for them. It's do or die with the end of the round that they're looking down. And this is a map that they have claimed to be their map, their best map. And it's gone to 6-5. Oregon is map number 4 in our series. And thankfully, that does mean that this is a map where you're not too worried going to your opponent's map pick on an Oregon. So it's not the end of the world if you go down now, but you want to be winning these rounds. You want to be winning these maps and putting yourselves at that series point. You don't want to be staring 1-2 down in maps after you were 5-1 up after attacking Bank.
At least they've taken their time out to force us to overtime, hopefully, potentially, but that's what they have to hope for now. They've had so many opportunities to claim their own map point, but no. Entropy have that in their power. And it baffles me that we've got to this point, but again, like we've been saying, like you said, we need to give credit to Entropy because they have been playing fantastically. As we look back on this basement again for the 4th, 5th time this half, I mean, surely you know how to attack it by this point. I mean, surely you know how to defend it by this point even. Entropy know how to attack it. They've been doing fantastically well.
This is the problem, right? Is that you keep running back to the same site, that they keep winning on attacks. Oh no, you look so uncomfortable. Let us give it to you again. And each time, Entropy have looked more and more and more efficient. This time, starting to see a little bit more play around these Electro Claws to disrupt the openings. The Maverick coming through as sort of answer to that, where they can sort of skip a lot of the nonsense games that you have to play sometimes and just focus on ripping them open. You hear the hard breach charge going off as well, giving themselves that access down to that default plant position. The long line of sight down across both bombs being used by the Buck.
Well, absolutely is crunch time. Maxi on these stairs, getting aggressive. We can see using those Fenrir gadgets just to try and gain a bit of information on where these attackers are going to be pushing from. Pistol as well is looking towards the garage. It's been a particular sticking point for these defenses. Tricky area to contend with. They've got a deployable shield now. They've got a player watching it as well. And Phantom struggling a little bit with this hatch here. Jewett takes some damage up through it. Some gunshots coming through. Again, the time being wasted by the defense here, but this time it seems like Entropy don't necessarily have an answer for it. Instead, they're changing their tactic completely over towards the server, over towards this default plant position, but they have Yokais, they have C4s, they've got everything. Running on in towards the Bs. Matty's found the first. Is the C4 going to come out over the top? No. Oh, indeed it does, actually, but the Yokai drone disturbed the plant anyway, and now more focus coming on through. Hachi's got the explosive here. And there goes the Yokai, there goes the blast, there goes the C4, Bank was taken down. This will be overtime unless something magical happens, and it won't. We do get there after 12 rounds. We find it, and after 6 rounds, finally, Flawless 7 get a defense on Bank.
And now they get to start an attack as well. Now, this is where things have become particularly spicy, because we could be in for a little bit of a long one. With the way that this has panned out, both of these teams looking much, much more comfortable on the attacks than on the defensive end of things. One of these teams has to find a way to break that pattern. The team to win these defenses out is going to be the team to win the map, and I think that's really just how this is going to go. Entropy, in theory, starting out on a great note with that defensive start, but that's not how the series has played out so far. That's not how this map has played out so far. They are going to go down to the basement, and I think this is the correct call. It is the site that is most easily made very comfortable, and you're going to see a very similar setup to what they've done before. The biggest difficulty for both of these teams has been holding onto that garage, or at least managing the garage pressure, and with both of them favoring the deeper mirror window placed back inside of security, losing that garage control, losing even up to the ambulance, is so much more damaging than it would otherwise be if you were playing that window in Red Corridor, because from the back of the ambulance, it is immediately visible who is on that mirror window. At least there's sometimes a little bit of an awkward line of sight that you can sort of play around on the back window and still play to disrupt the plant going down inside of the main part of the site.
It is, and obviously now the real question is whether we see infinite overtime come into play or not, because we've seen, like you mentioned, 2 very, very attacking solid halves. And, you know, perhaps this continues. We just see attack after attack after attack. So, everyone at home, just, you know, strap yourselves in, because this could very much be the long haul, but instead, we could just see one of these teams you start to find success with these defenses. You know, often we see overtime suddenly switch the way they're favored. We could see, well, really anything. What we have just seen is Hachi drop in towards open area, using this Jackal as well to try and counter some of these roams, this off-site presence that we've seen from Entropy. But again, just pressure building on towards the site. These hatches are starting to get opened up.
There's some trickery with the Kaid, and Zoto Canister will be thrown out, and I'm sure we'll see the deployment of that second Electro Claw in the pocket of the Kaid. If not, it's eventually going to be thrown down. I don't know if it's done in time to catch them off, as there is that little delay, and the EMP coming through, but a second Zoto as well. So perfectly managed by Phantom to deny the entry.
Yeah, and there goes it again. The electricity is going to stop that one out, and I don't actually think they've got any more EMPs left. They don't. That's all used up in this attack.
Absurd.
They're going to have to try and go down these staircases. Duet's got a mirror window looking on towards Marble. They're not going to be able to get these hatches open. You can see Yuki just checking both of them, and indeed, it's not going to be enough. So they can't really easily get this wall opened up either because of those feet holes. What do you do if you're the attack in this situation? Flawless 7 have hit a bit of a wall, and they've only got 30 seconds. Instead, they're focusing their attention down towards Vault, and it looks like they might just all be dropping in. You've got the shield behind the Oster of Maxi. The C4 deals a lot of damage, but still not going to be enough. Yuki's dealt with. Matty finds kill onto Atlas. It's a 4v4. C4's come through, and Entropy finding success here on the defense. There's one more pistol in the clutch, and he's found a double, but now into red time. Doesn't have diffuser, has to push for these kills. Duet, while it's a little bit windy inside of the site, Banquet shuts it down anyway. Entropy have map point yet again, and this time they're attacking for it yet again. Very similar situation to round number 12. However, Flawless 7 already know that they can win a defense. Now they are going to have to win defense again to stay in this map, or otherwise it's an 8-6 for Entropy.
Just again, insanity coming out of the road, because you're looking at the last round, everything just starts going against them. They have EMPs, but they can't time them well enough. The Zoto being deployed, and I mean, there was hesitation from Phantom. Don't get me wrong. I thought for a moment it wouldn't come through, but eventually it does. The electrical then deployed afterwards, and they manage it so well to a point where, like you mentioned, like you're saying, what do you do from there? You have to basically funnel down the main staircase, which is being watched by two angles. You've got no pressure on Garage because you were so all in on this idea that the hatches were going to get opened, and you'd use that to launch your assault. Brilliant adaptation coming through from Entropy, and finding that attacking win, or the defensive win, when it matters most, as they're now a match point. They win this round, it is over. They lose it though, and everything just continues. The cycle begins again. You're now looking at them on the attack of Basement. We're seeing the Tube Ram coming into play again, this time from Fearless, of course, as I mean, it's taken a little bit of time to get there, but now we're starting to see this operator really coming into its own. A bit of aggression on this main stairs, though, looking for these opening engagements.
I think we are seeing some big impacts from the Tuberal, and Entropy have figured that out. They've noticed that. They've bring along a Thatcher. No secondary EMPs, but still, 3 is better than 2, I guess, for these EMPs. And obviously, they last for a bit longer as well, meaning that sometimes these ice canisters, you know, they can possibly outlive. And it gives more options for the attack inside. Also, a wider radius means that there's less fear of accidentally wasting one of those impact EMPs. Because we've seen that a couple of times as well, Ben, from both of these sides, where they don't quite know where the Electroclaw is, and the impact EMP doesn't turn out to yield any results. So,
sweeping through main now as well, as they have access to these hatches. No Electroclaw on one. Is it bait? That's what Phantom's thinking. Am I being lulled into a false sense of security? The answer's no. You can go for it. The Zoto canister is likely to meet out, but one already having been used on the other side of the map, as they're applying pressure to the Vault as well to try and draw this attention away, to try and split them up. And it has worked. They've gotten that Vault access very early on, so at least you're set up for plan B.
Absolutely, and they've spotted out this hatch as well. And, you know, no effects coming on through. They used the MP just in case, but it wasn't bait. Bit of wasted utility there, and we can see Tuberau not necessarily having the same impact this time that Flawless 7 needed to. Instead, Matty's all out of canisters, and I'm not entirely sure where they've been used, to be honest. This should be very easy for Entropy to open things up, and while they've opened up the head of Maxi as well. Nice headshot from Banquers to take him down. 11 kills in this map already. And Shinji's not been putting in a terrible performance either. 14 kills. Now Afla's on 12. We've seen some very high fragging performances from both of those players. Afla, though, is caught out by the FNAT on those marble stairs, which means he's just going to have to fall back for a little bit. 35 seconds. It really is go time for this attack, but with that flashbang coming on through, well, it's certainly not going to help them out. Still a 4 versus 5. C4 goes out, doesn't net anything. Yuki now wondering whether to throw it himself. Watches for the hatch drop as the flash comes on through. Out goes the C4. Dewitt's planting up close, though, and they don't know about it. He's planting in the smoke, sticking, holding. F, do they know? Are they aware? He's going to be able to get this down. Yuki goes in, does find that kill, rushes in towards Phantom. Yuki's found a second. There's Matty with 1, and it's Flawless 7 with all of the kills. And we go again. 16 rounds minimum are needed for this game. And we march on, Ben. We march onwards.
Both of these teams figuring out how to play defense in overtime, and it's going to keep on going. And you look at the way the post plant's played out. The execute comes through, the smokes to cover up the fact they're running up so close. And it doesn't matter at the end, as the smoke disappears, the control above does not matter as you go down to the flank, and people just get caught away. Crazy stuff coming through. And now, when the dust settles, you keep on moving. I'm very grateful that we've finally seen these teams figure out how to deal with these executes, even if it requires them to give a little bit of space, to wait for the post plant, and then close out. Such good control, such good patience as well, and they wait out the utility, they get back in, they push us onwards, as, again, another 2 rounds minimum.
Yeah, but this time they need to try and defend on not the basement. Instead, we're going up to the top floor, and we can already see Shinji placing down those EDDs. We know how many problems these EDDs have been causing Flawless 7. And they're buying into that tactic again. It didn't quite work out, but it should have so many times. Because it did. They were getting kills, getting injures, and they're not able to convert the rounds. Now that we've seen both of these teams be able to convert a round here on the defense, maybe there's a bit of extra confidence there. And just please, for the love of God, Flawless 7, don't fall victim to the EDDs, because I will go insane.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened, but Matty off to a great start with the kill onto Alpha. But Afla, who just hasn't had the same sort of sting this time out on Bank, right? On these defensive halves, not as potent, so early dealt with. And, well, another reinforcement coming through as DeLong has been opened up. Matty from the same window makes it a double kill. They're looking to make up for the mistake. They don't want to give another defensive round over to their adversaries. Now looking for the drone information as well. Both the windows castled off. It does give a lot of power for them to be able to swing on into sight with much less concern.
Yeah, absolutely. Do still need to be aware of that position inside on that banana balcony as well, just to the right of them. Instead, opening up these windows, potentially making it a bit more difficult for them to actually enter in. Dewitt's just been wall banged by Maxi. Now a 2 versus 5, and these EDDs might not even need to come into play for Entropy, because every kill so far has been from outside of the building.
Drone comes up a spiral staircase, redeploying the Kiba just to deny the angles from outside, but there's nowhere for the remaining 2 defenders to go. The Capcan trap might be a lifeline as they're starting to walk themselves up spiral. They've repelled on into sight, and they've taken the gunfight onto Shinji. They're both dancing around the chassis, but it's not going to matter. The attack come out on top. 1 left, hidden in the lifts, and they're well aware as Pistol Guy takes him down. It's another flawless round, Cameron, and they've put themselves on match point. They're no longer doing the chasing.
Well, Well. Flawless 7 on that map point, like you said, but they have to win a defense on the top floor, which we haven't seen from them. To be fair, we've only seen one round on the top floor from them because their other 5 defenses were on the basement. But even still, it's not a great defensive record for Flawless 7 inside of this map. They were fairly close to a win, but again, Attack has seen the vast majority of success on this top floor, which is a problem because Flawless 7 need to win a defense, which is a problem that both of these teams have struggled with throughout the entire map. It really feels like this one could just go on forever because both of these teams have played so similar this map. They've had the same issues, and I don't know, it just feels like an Ouroboros of just misery and despair sometimes. But there's been some good moments, particularly on these attacks. We've seen some very impressive things, but it's just infuriating as well. Like,
attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Win a defense, please.
Which you wouldn't think would be a tall ask for on Bank, but
No.
both of these teams have made it their mission to keep us, let's say, entertained with some attacking proficiency. Rappelling up now, again, to try and deal with some of these windows. It's going to be very similar, I think, to the approach that we saw coming out from Flawless 7. But obviously this time the big difference is that there is no ESA, so maintaining that sort of staying power on the windows is going to be a lot harder. They've exchanged it for the Amaru, who, well, goes a little bit faster. And this is where you have to wonder, there is frost on the table, so make sure you pick the right window, because otherwise you're going to hear that lovely little crunch sound and be given over as a freebie. But I say that, if the drone just positioned at the doorway is let the frost demise.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, again, good drone work from the side of Entropy. They've been really good on their information all game, and we're seeing it again here. Now, as for the side of Flawless 7, I mean, they're still not over yet. They've still got plenty of opportunity to win this round. But I don't know, it feels like we're seeing the same struggles yet again. Yuki's being dealt some damage as well. And Bank, as always, does have the opportunity of flying up this hatch using the Gara hook. And there we go, up he goes in towards Stock. Now a new position for this defense to have to contend with. Matty has found a kill, but there's some damage now being dealt back the other way. Bank was trying to find a kill up here on towards Square, and I can't believe he hasn't found that kill yet. But it's not going to be. Yuki dips away. Matty, 18 kills inside of this game, really trying to pull his team over the line. But it still might not be enough. Bank takes some damage from a C4. I mean, it's a very tense situation.
But they're just staying alive, which is the most important thing for them to do, and with Yuki getting the kill onto Bankers now, it removes so much threat from below. The tracks coming through will cover the sound of the gridlock walking up, and Matty's been taken down on Square at the same time.
Now a 2 versus 3, yet again, Flawless 7 on the back foot. The flashbangs come on through, C4 out from Maxi, but now he's the only player left standing. 20 HP, lovely shot onto Phantom. Wasn't even the play he was aiming for, and Afla's found him. We go again. We go again. 18 rounds now needed at minimum. And it needs to be 10-8. Because if it's 9-9, we've got another 2 rounds ahead of us, Ben. I mean, this is ridiculous. Is they're trying the top floor again, our Entropy? Or are they? Instead, no, they choose to go down to the ground floor.
We're seeing something new!
We haven't seen the ground floor this whole time. Hallelujah, celebrations, let it be known. There are bomb sites on the ground floor. I didn't know about this from the previous 16 rounds.
I was going to say, it only took 17 rounds for staff open area. By the way, this is not like the fringe site that no one ever goes to. This is like the comfortable third site that teams will sometimes flex onto earlier in their rotation just because they quite like it. I'm very intrigued. What does this mean for Entropy? Because if it's taken you a full 6 rounds and a half in which you won 1 defensive round, then two defensive overtime rounds, You're now bringing it out as your 9th defensive attempt here on Bank. And you can see the mirror window also being brought once again and throwing those out. The Keepers are a mainstay of this site too. Castle to try and funnel out some space and give them that extension going across, as you now have access towards the rest of Archives. And tell us as well, as you want to have that control through the middle floor. Flawless 7, they're going to keep doing what they do, going into this top floor first, but you can see Duet just on the drones already, on the cameras already, very aware of where this entry point is, but there's a pre-placed nitro cell.
Is it going to find any impact, though? That's the question.
The camera's still on.
The camera's surely... Oh god, this is a very tight situation. I'm clenched. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm clenched in this one. Now on solid ground. Matty's alive for now, but still that C4 does have the potential to spring back up later. And well, one of these attacking players of Flawless 7 could find themselves in a very bad spot indeed. But they've actually opened up and they've found Duet. Opening pick now for the side of Flawless 7.
Hatch is opening now as well, as the rest of this vert is continuing to come through. You want that stock hatch open first. That's likely to be where you drop down for that final push to plant in the corner. A very quick entrance, though, for Hatchy. Just opening the castle barricade and now commanding this rotation. The drones come through to feed the information. Do the defense know? Does Entropy know that this has been taken?
Not sure if they do, but they hopefully should be aware of it soon, and hopefully it's on good terms. Waffler's spotted out position of Maxi there, playing behind the ESA shield. And it's causing some very difficult moments. He's able to just dip away for now, but Hatchy's snuck on through into the bomb site. Is he looking the right way? Is anyone looking the right way? Affler's got his eyes up onto the ceiling, and Hatchy's nearly found a second. There's Phantom. Taking out Yuki, but now Banquist is dealt with. Diffuser on the floor just for a second, but now it's Maxi as well. Lovely kill. Flawless 7 again have the attacking prowess. They have map point yet again. Entropy going to be able to fight back this time? Or do Flawless 7 hold on, Ben? Do they hold on?
I can't even say. I want to say that, 9-8, this must be the break point. But we've seen how these defenses have played out. They did win the last one. They're not going to the top floor. They too fancy a pick at staff and open area. I don't know what this is. What does this mean for these teams? The Ram is hovered, and we've seen Bankers really keen on that Ram, even on sites when it doesn't make a lot of sense. This is one where it does. This is one where you want that verticality. Maybe we see it hang around. The Maestro coming out from one Pistol Guy, and the Maestro has been a pick that specifically Pistol Guy has been rocking on the basement mainly, but it's also really powerful here, especially under the stock hatch, where you're looking towards that default plant position, but then have that dual access of, I can now see down towards beepers, also look straight down towards that printer window. A lot of control that you get access to. I also look forward to seeing what this is used, and obviously is the operator that Hot and Cold had in that very famous clutch on this bomb site. What does that mean, though, Shinji?
That's a throwback.
Shinji immediately going to be jumping back upstairs once more. This is just scripted at this point, but you can see the silhouettes. They don't want to go for it. No.
Oh, Banquist has found that very first kill. Opens up the barricade with the boogie drone of the Ram, and tries to go for that second one, but it's not going to work. Found the kill onto Pistol. Now with the prone angle, there's a second swinging round. Can't get the third. Hachi from behind, Matty from in front. They connect themselves just for a second, and they find at least an end to Banquist inside of that round, who's being a bit of a reign of terror inside of the round so far, but yeah, finally it's put to a stop. But Hachi is also stopped. His rotation upstairs caught out, and Shinji shuts him down. A very, very high action first minute, Ben. It's a 2 versus 4.
What are teams supposed to go to from here? Imagine you lose this now. You play a map that is exceeded in length the first 2 of the series and get cut down with so little space to go to. The immediate aggression coming in from Entropy has forced us again to a parity, 9 rounds apiece. 2 more. 2 more must come, Cameron.
At least 2
At
more.
least 2 more must come. And with Entropy back on the defense, they can go back down to lockers and CCTV, because at the very least, in this overtime, you're only locked out for 1 round, not the 2 that you might be used to. I still think this is such a tall order for them. You're looking at the setup immediately coming through, and once again, you're seeing this tube ram, you're seeing the Kaid in the pocket of Bonkers. This was the duo. This was the combination that caused so much havoc and completely wrecked the chance for Flawless 7 to get down to the basement. They couldn't open up these key site hatches and were forced to go for the vault drop, forced to just tunnel their way through, and it did not work. What is the solution that they've cooked up? Well, so far it's the Maverick, and I think this is a great response because it takes away the ability for the canisters, for the electroclaws to matter. You just burn through it anyway. It's now about making sure that you protect underneath the hatches so they can't get aggressive on you while you're burning it open and kill you before the job gets done.
Wow. Well. It's at moments like this where you wonder, what is the maximum number of rounds that Siege actually allows? Because surely it can't just go on forever. You're going to get an overflow error at some point. But as for now, it's just every round, take it as it comes, because, well, we don't know what's going to happen. Shinji got aggressive there, spotting the drone out from Maxi, and deals with that. Sends a couple shots through just in case a swing came round, but instead, well, it's not going to happen. Instead, we have, well, it's just more of a stalemate.
The Jackal coming through is trying to assist with the clearance of the roamers. Of course, there are none. Entropy recognized that both of these teams were making the same mistake on their defenses, and it was overextending on basement holds that just led to you getting cut away. The Kaid Claw not being placed down, so the Buck can go for it. There's auto canister, of course, being thrown out to meet it, and I'm sure we'll see the second Claw deployed from the pocket of Bankers in just a minute. They're still waiting for this Maverick to get the job done, as some potential aggression over by Blue could be caught out.
The C4 comes out round, but no! Player dips away just in time, Jewett placing down this second mirror window just to try and spot out the positioning, just waiting for where this attack would come from. Bank was still pressuring towards server. He's going to get taken down by Yuki, but Phantom's at least there for a trade. It's still 4 versus 4.
Playing around this lift hatch now as well, as it looks like they want to go and drop for it, but being summoned by the rest of their team to try and open this main site hatch. The Fuser dropped downstairs as well, so firmly in command and control of the defense, they have to try and work their way to get it back.
They absolutely have to. Hatchy throws in a smoke grenade, but caught by the magnet. It's acting as almost a one-way smoke there now. But in the defense's favour, Shinji as well now just preps the goggles, trying to find where these players are coming from, but instead caught out on a drone. They're going to know of his position. He's shot down by Hatchy. What an angle when you've got a 2-time scope. It's infinitely easier. More shots coming through now. Maxi on this backside. There's 2 kills apiece now. As Hatchy's found a second, it's 2 versus 2. Phantom can't get it. And now it's all on Afla. Diffuser in the hands of Hatchy. He's starting to get the plant down. But no. Afla spots him. He gets away somehow just in time. And Afla has to reload. He can't get it done. Hatchy gets it for the attack. Flawless 7. Just about hold on here. And they have map point yet again. 10 rounds to 9. Heading into round number 20, Ben.
Oh, again, Hatchy does so much work in that round. A quad kill. But more than that, it's finding these massively influential picks at such important times in the round. We're all stuck outside. What do? I'm prepping server. I'm looking in. My teammates are on the hatches above, but have no way in. Finds a kill, contests down to garage and gets the pick, which frees up for Maxi to be able to walk down main stairs and create the diversion that enables them to walk on in and to look to set themselves up for a plant. We have hit double digits in round count now, as Flawless are at 10 rounds themselves, chased narrowly by the 9 for Entropy. And it's, again, going to be this basement. And I think this is going to be the trend until we see it broken. It's going to be a case of both these teams defending the basement, then defending stuff, neither feeling comfortable on those defenses of the top floor, because both have had very well-drilled, well-prepped attacks that just cut you away so quickly. And we've seen teams vary it up, try different things, and nothing really worked. So it's that plan B. It is that Staff and Open, but for now they get to play another Lockers, and I say get to play another Lockers, this is to close out the game here for them. So everything being thrown in this basket, the mirror window again deployed quite far back, and again, we need to see that control held over Garage. I think for me that was the biggest differential between the last 2 rounds and the success that we saw on the defense last time out, was that there was no secondary threat from Garage, which made the life of the defenders a lot easier.
Absolutely. These defenders, well, they're certainly gonna have to... Again, it's all about holding on. If Entropy can find this round, then there's another 2 at least. It feels like we've been saying that quite a lot. There goes the ice canister from the tuber out of Matty. Still on 19 kills, not even really that close to the ESA kill record at the minute. But, you know, considering that we still might have another, like, I don't know, 50 more rounds, I mean, he's going to get there eventually, right?
I mean, if we hit another 90 rounds or 50 rounds and the kill record isn't broken, I think that would be a feat of mathematics. I think you deserve a Nobel Prize at that point. But opening up both of the hatches now, giving themselves that access down in towards the site, so a lot more access for Entropy than they had last time around. They also still have all 5 members alive because they've done a much better job at curbing this initial aggression coming out. Both teams been sort of offering each other a little bit more of a balance. Maxi has to be careful. He's just at the top.
Gotta be so careful. The dread mine is going to at least feed in that information, so you don't necessarily need to swing that. You know if he's going to be pushing down those stairs because your gadget, your own gadget, is going to go off, and if he stops to shoot it, it gives you plenty of opportunity to just look away, for him to look away even just for a second. Down goes a flashbang, down goes the boogie drone, providing distraction, providing noise, and goes another flash with players getting very aggressive. Hatchy down inside of Vault is getting pressured, but now the plant is going to start to come on through. If these FNATs aren't dealt with instead, he's just going to be sticking with it. Plant goes down. Yuki's been dealt with by Jewett, but still has to dip away. Out goes the Ash Charge, trying to take down that Fenrir gadget, but the Fenrir falls just as well. Pistols found 1. Now it's a 2 versus 4 for this side, and the gadget was dealt with. Phantom sticking the plant down. Afla finds 1, finds 2, and we go again. Unbelievable. Minimum of 22 rounds needed. And we just keep going. We
keep on going. You just keep swimming. I am astonished by both of these teams being able to just massively bounce back into that attacking form as well, because we've just seen both win out the defense of the basement, have a breather around the way, and come back to it. And both times, it's the attack back on top, and now you're looking at the defense still going down for this basement. I don't want to see the statistic. I don't want to see how many times we have seen basement get played, because it's going to be something stupid like 67% of rounds.
It's going to be
Goofy's the right way to put it.
It's going to be like 16 rounds we've seen basement or something like that. Like it's in
a 20-round game.
It's a ridiculous number.
Absolutely insane stuff going on. And now, of course, we're still going in this overtime. And what do? Well, the lineups, again, are remaining very firm on the defense. Because now that they've gotten that sniff of success, they found that 1 win, they know that that's what they have to replicate to do it again. but neither team is able to do it. Neither can find a way to recreate that magic, and it's because of the adaptions coming out from the attack in response. There is no longer this ability for the Zoto Canister Electroclaw combination to lock you out of a round, and we are seeing teams get back to going from multiple angles and creating just so much confusion and chaos. No more 3-man dropping down the site hatch.
Yeah, well, at least let's hope not, because things would get very silly indeed if that were the case. And Athler on 20 kills, currently the kill leader, but still 5 away from tying Manny's record, which is 25 kills in a single map. But remember, we've been limited to 15 round maps for this entire season until this point, and still no one's gotten close to that kill record. It's honestly kind of impressive. It also shows like these teams are very evenly balanced on both sides. We've only got one player on a single-digit number of kills. Yeah, sure, we've been going for 20 rounds, but that's cruel.
That's so sad.
That's so sad and so cruel. And Maxi's just destroying every bit of utility in the site there. Just waited for Jewett to place down the mirror window and just zapped it immediately. Oh dear.
The first overtime game that was ever played at the competitive level was 22 rounds. At the very least, we will match that. We very well may exceed it. And one thing we saw in that experience was the team that lost the map lost so much momentum going in. Halfway in, is this going to be the deciding map of the series? With Oregon and Skyscraper still to come, potentially, the hatch and lift has been opened up, but no immediate pressure around it. They're prone nearby, but checking the cameras, trying to gather some intel before committing to a drop. Athler looking to try and get aggressive and take a gunfight on it. Main site hatch now opened up by Yuki. Lots of options for them to drop. Potential rotations still to come through to position themselves around server, but Hachi goes down.
Yeah, Maxi finds a trade onto Jewett, however, but that is the diffuser down. Maxi pushing on into the site, caught out by the FNAT. Well, there's another kill for the defense. Suddenly, Entropy looking very, very strong, and well, these ice canisters, they are still... They're going to delay that Maverick a little bit. There's some interesting interactions between those two operators. Matty's taking a drop into the hatch as well, into the lift even, but there's only 25 seconds left, and he's still trying to push his way around, take these gunfights, just pressure a pixel, and he finds it. Phantom, good night, my friend. With 15 seconds left, there's a kill from Bankers in response. It's 2 versus 2. Pistol starting to get that diffuser planted. And, well, Matty is holding the cutoff here, but no, the Silicon key at just the wrong time, and Entropy should be able to win this round out now. Matty found the kill, Shinji's close with the bailiff, and they just pass each other by. Entropy win that round. And I don't know how.
That shouldn't have been allowed to happen. They've just split too far apart. They've put so many walls in between the Buck and his teammate, the Dokubi, planting. And even if you hold one long corridor and you catch the Fenrir off from rotation, the Kaid is still going to get through and you're still going to have to hunt down that frag. That's why you need to stick together when it gets to these large numbers. But again, that's the whole point of this, is that they had to hit from so many sides. The last two standing at the end of the chaos just happened to be on opposite sides of the floor to each other. And we keep on moving. We keep on fighting. What do you call a reasonable end to this now? As we're looking for an end.
Oh my word.
Look, I'm sorry. Tachanka's come through. This cannot spell good for them. If this is the measure coming out, I'm interested to see it. Don't get me wrong. This could be a case of having to find a way to just slow down these approaches. And don't get me wrong, the fire will certainly disrupt the plant, but a smoke would do that too, while being a lot less vulnerable. You leave yourself in such an exposed position when you join.
Well. So we head into the fold once again. Athler on 20 kills, Matty on 22. Very close to those kill records, like we've pointed out. And well, still potentially many more rounds of this map to go. The first kill is found by Athler, marching on through the bomb site. There's Maxi. going down. Still Warden. Shinji now entering this top floor as well. Entropy are off to a good start. Winning that defense. It could be crucial, Ben, because we've seen how well the attackers done on this map. That previous round could be the lifeline. This could be the end of the game right here.
I want to see the heat map of Shinji's movements on attack, because I think it's just going to be a straight line from the CEO window to the main stairs and down to this hatch every single round. But the Electro Claw coming through to try and trick off the hard breach charge. I don't think it's in time. It just misses.
Just.
You have to be listening for the sound cue of it being placed down. The Zoto Canister slowing down the lift for the time being. If you can recover that Electro Claw and use it elsewhere, it would be massive for their chances at holding on here. But again, with that opening pick already coming through, you're seeing Entropy very happy to slow down and take their time, looking for that final setup for the execute.
Well, they're looking for it. They have the player advantage as well. You've got the Matty on the tuber out, getting aggressive on towards that hatch. Spotted out by the Twitch drone from Banquets. Little damage dealt back the other way as well. What can Entropy do in this situation, Ben?
Still pressure on the main stairs and trying to cut off any potential catch-up while the plant's going down. Gets aggressive on the Amara on the hatch above. And the plant goes down. It's now in a post-plant situation with Matty falling. Yuki gets one, but what more can he find?
Well, it's now all going to have to be Yuki on this Tachanka. Banquets has found one. Afla had a triple, and Jewett shuts it down from the hatch. It took 22 rounds to separate these teams, Ben. But finally, we have a victory. It says it there, hard-fought victory. I don't think you can have any harder-fought victory than that. Entropy Gaming win their opponent's map pick again. But oh boy, was it close. And they have the lead in the series. Oh my word.
Yeah, close is an understatement, I think. 22 rounds it took for Bank to end, and coming off of the fact that both of our other maps were 7-3s and 7-1s respectively.
Yeah.
That is insane. That does mean that we saw more rounds of Bank than Oregon and Consulate combined. And taking that win is so big for the series. It's especially big because, Entropy win it, and it's technically their opponent. Well, it is their opponent's map pick. You get to go on to your pick of Oregon for map number 4, and I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to come. But before we get into our next game, I think we have to let a little bit more go on. What was the discussion from that last game? We're going to throw it back to the desk.
Hey, yo, what's up and welcome back. Holy moly, that was a heck of a game. Naj, Dianic, what did we just watch? Naj, it was just a complete back and forth. I mean, we can't even call it that. It was a war of attrition where neither side was just willing to give up any real estate, any sort of score line here. I mean, what do you make of it?
Before I touch too much on the way the teams played and the play styles I sort of gathered from the things they were doing and the habits they had during the game, I do want to just quickly say a big rest in peace to Matty. He really tried, but he only reached the 23 kill mark, and the kill record's 24. So that's really unfortunate, but it's a shame. So the notes I generally have very much focus around the pacing of the team. Both of them. And when it comes down to the sort of Entropy, there was a lot of sort of back and forth of them really trying to force the issue and then just kind of getting pushed back, and a lot of strong sort of playmaking from the side of F7 was what caused that, specifically from mostly Matty. But then on the opposite side, you had Flawless 7, who were incredibly prone to stagnating. They would face one large obstacle and they just stop for a solid 2 minutes. And I think that's a real big issue for them, especially coming into a map like Chalet. Obviously we'll touch on it a bit more a bit later on, but Chalet is very methodical, and I think that could be a very big problem. There was as we have all seen, I think like a 9 or 10 round period where like neither team was able to string 2 in a row, and then Entropy just make a miracle run and win 3. Like it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And this war of attrition that went off, it was this battle of back and forth, this barn burner, if you will. Diana, was there any sort of I don't know, pattern to why you think that this last round just went 22 rounds?
Well, it's a simply pattern there. If you look at also the games you've already watched, Clubhouse very as already mentioned, top floor, bottom floor, top floor, bottom floor. Consulate, we had our first tertiary side, which was piano. It was once played, and the rest of it was, you can guess a bit by the sounding of this, was top or bottom the entire time. And now we had the third map, and here we had twice being played open area from 22 rounds. It means 20 times we saw the top floor or the bottom floor, or again the top floor, or again the bottom floor. So there is a huge pattern, and both of the teams just basically did rinse and repeat every time the same thing. Amaro to the top floor when they were at the bottom floor, do a top to bottom wrong click, get these Romos out, drop the hatch, either go for a security or a lobby drop. We did saw Entropy Gaming go a lot more for this security side, and we also saw a few tries from the lobby side. Flawless 7, they had more secured, they were a little bit more split, but then late in the rounds, you saw Entropy Gaming going for the split takes, going for one goes garage, one goes main stairs, one goes lobby drop, or one even goes security. And it's just they tried to switch things, they tried to adapt, they tried to do something that's maybe not predictable to them, but then maybe them getting the rounds. For the top floor, it was nearly always the same cake. Go repel on the windows, get the kill on the windows. If you have to, go into lobby, do lobby execute, repel in, execute the entire side, go for the plant. Oh no, we never really saw a square take or as many square takes. The main focus from both these two teams were the windows and the lobby take. In open area, same story. Both teams played it. Same thing happened. Top, bottom, go execute on side, drop hatch, try to plant, is really working out. We did see Entropy Gaming go for a lot more extended. Later in the round, we saw them also draw back a little bit, back onto the side, especially when they're bomb floor. Flawless Severs always played a little bit more reserved back on side, and there later you saw the trades stopping. And if we look at the opening kills and the rounds that actually have won in this matchup, it was 10 opening rounds from Flawless 7 and 10 rounds won entirely. But Entropy Gaming had 12, and now we go into the overall statistics. We have Entropy Gaming has, out of 40 rounds, 23 rounds has the opening kills. Out of these, 80% have been won. The match, or like the entire round, have been won. If you look at the sides for Flawless 7, we have 17 opening rounds. Is way a little bit more less. They had a longer period of openings. If we don't look at now the last game as much, too much, squint a little bit the eyes, but they do won a lot of the rounds from Entropy Gaming, even if they didn't have the opening, so that they do have an over 100% winning rate if they get the opening kill. That is good for their side. Entropy Gaming does get the more kills, and they start with a man advantage, but 80% is a little bit concerning when it comes to strats, especially on the attacking side. And holy, I've been talking and going about on openings and deaths and stuff and that, but pre-sides, tertiaries, the rest pretty default. At the end, it was aggressiveness, trades, and I think Nash can tell you guys more about that.
Well, yeah, there's a little bit of banging in the background at the moment. There's just some stuff going on in the room next to mine. But we'll carry on as if nothing's going on. Specifically, when it comes down to the maps that have been played, the maps that are going to be played, we've seen a lot of like very sort of dominant performances in the rounds that, as you said, they've like the side of Entropy found the opening frag, and that's really good for them. They're going to be probably trying to drive that even further home and like see if they can try and more consistently find these opening kills through like whether it through beat baiting or anything like that, whatever else they need to really like try and do to sort of force these attackers out, force these defenders out of position, especially in their attacking rounds, because that's where I feel like they're sort of struggling the most. When it comes down to the next map, the map that's upcoming, we do have Oregon that is going to be coming forward. Obviously, one of Pastor's favorites, and we when it comes down to Oregon has like a very sort of vertical play style. Like there isn't a lot of like horizontal sort of play unless you go onto the top floor and they decide to just force their way in big window. You have to do these clears because there's a lot of destructibility on the top floor. There's a lot of heavy roam presence that comes in on the bottom floor, and obviously you can do these rushes. You have the very standard blitz rush through blue and things like that are really going to probably play a factor in this because of how confident these teams are and how confident these players are. But I think that in general, there's going to be a lot of vertical play from both of these sides, even if it's not utilizing that verticality to find frags. It's just going to be like going through this roam clear, going through the different sort of areas of contention, like different points of contention, because you have like, for example, on the basement site, you really have to have control at minimum of two of the sides. Whether that be freezer, laundry, bunker, and backstairs, you have to have one of those things. You have to have two of those things under your control to really be able to get a consistent take.
Yeah, yep, I'd agree with you. We called Oregon one of the great equalizers and plenty of room for that first floor, second floor, first floor basement type gameplay. So I guess I got to ask you, Diana, do you think that the pattern is going to continue? Do you think we're going to be terse sightless as we go into Oregon and this map number 4 and this war of attrition, this battle, this barn burner continues on?
Well, I'm afraid we're gonna see let's play top floor, guys. Let's play bottom floor, guys. Hey, why don't we just go back to the bottom floor? Because we just lost our. Why don't we just go back to the top floor? It is Oregon. The top and bottom floor are the best two sides in that there is, especially that the bottom floor has the highest winning rate when it comes to the defending side. Top floor, you can always argue which one you prefer, but at some point, I'm hoping that we see more meeting, hoping we see more kitchen. I want to see the tertiary sides being played. We had 3 over the rounds of 40 rounds. 37 of these have been the 2 most basic rounds, and I think Nash did say it off the screen a little bit. We had 7 spots so far out of 17 we've possibly had, or less. That's not even half. That's not even the half we could have had. And I want to see all of the sides. I want to see more the tertiary sides. I do hope the teams have maybe something prepared, something offhand for it to show us, especially because it does get over time a little bit. Not boring, but it's one-sided. It's rinse and repeat the same thing. Rinse and repeat. Maybe change a little bit, maybe change your positioning. But over the course of multiple rounds, it's always going to be the same. It's the same thing, same attack, same defense. And that what makes it, like, especially for the teams mentally maybe a little bit strong. We saw after the second map, Entropy Gaming had a really, really hard time starting on bank, but then they took the tactical timeout and it all came back. They think they had a little talk, what's going on. They have super negative. It just felt like mentally they were a little bit in the bin, a little bit destroyed there on their side. After the tactical timeout, you saw the boys lighting up a little bit, winning these rounds, and after that, it was rather dominant, the comeback, one round after each other, one round. And it was a little bit sad to see that from the side of Flawless 7, they haven't taken any tactical timeout. Maybe when the comeback was coming, they should have taken it, because statistically, the round after the tactical timeout, you still tend to lose. And the 2 rounds after that, you tend to win. So it's basically after tactical timeout, you have lose, win, win. They could have lost 2 rounds when it was 5-5. They could have taken the tactical timeout. So it was, for example, 5-4. Take the tactical timeout, go into it, talk to it, give maybe the next round to your enemies, and then win based on stats the next 2 rounds, and you overtime. You have the match point secured, but after that, they didn't take it. Entropy did a good point, and after that, it was just like Entropy, opening and win, opening and win, opening and win. Obviously, good for their sides. Flawless 7 could have taken the tactical timeout, and that's what for me, a bit too sad to see, because I think the mental does maybe crumble a bit now from the side of Flawless 7.
Yeah, you're right. And mental can play into it. I mean, this is a best of 5, right? This is a grand finals. And they've been doing dry runs. That they have been doing their scrims, early morning theory sessions. Naj, how do you think that plays into it here in the marathon, right? The late round when we're starting to have been playing Siege for hours now.
Well, I think I think there's definitely like an endurance factor, like it's very mental, but there's definitely an endurance factor that really takes place in things like this. I've seen, like, especially in other esports and things like that, I've seen like a lot of these sorts of best of fives and things like that sort of persist into players just kind of like almost losing their mojo a little bit and kind of like not really being able to put the same amount of like fragging capacity that they have in like the previous matchups and things like that. And I think when it comes down to the way these guys are and the way they're playing at the moment, I think this map is going to be the real like show of whether either side is starting to burn out or not. I think that's going to be like the real big sort of kicker for this best of five in general, because obviously if F7 are starting to burn themselves out, it's their opportunity here to take the initiative. They need to get this win in order to take us to a map 5. And I think if they're gonna just struggle and not really be able to find their way back, or Entropy have found this newfound fire after finding those 3 rounds in a row, we definitely could be seeing a bit of a problem for them.
Okay. Well, there you go, folks. You heard it here first, and we are about to head into map number 4, and it has been exactly what you want for a grand final. So here we go. Sending it back to Pasta and Galamalu. Thank you so much for the cast. It's been absolutely great. Let's see what you bring for number 4.
Well, I tell you what it has been. Oh, we're doing this as well. Ooh, I'll tell you what it has been. It has been exhausting so far, particularly that previous map. But now we head to Oregon, Garlo. What do you expect from this map? Obviously, we've had a lot of breakdown from the analyst desk. You know, a lot of waffle. No, I'm joking. We've been treated to a lot of insights, but I want to know your specific thoughts.
I'll be honest, I really think that we're going to see again a very heavy game built around defense this time. Bank, it was all on the attacking prowess. Can the attack catch off these roamers? And I think we're going to start to see this shift now where teams really need to be just a little bit more cautious in building out off of the site. If we see teams starting to think that they can get a little bit confident, if they can start to extend a little bit out of this basement sites, they might be in for a bit of a rough time. The top floor, you always see teams try and extend it out, try and have that presence in trophy, try and contest back against Armory. Again, you've got to be really cautious because we've just had a 22-round breakdown of what happens when you leave the comfort of the rest of your team.
Yeah. Well, Oregon, like we heard, will probably be more defensive. But again, it's very similar to Clubhouse in the respect of it's a map that everyone should know. So if any of your fundamentals are weak, you are going to get exposed. And that's kind of what happened with Flawless 7 in that first map, right?
Yeah.
My worry is that this plays very similarly. Entropy picked it this time, but they're already a map down in the series. If they lose this one, then it's all over.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder for them to try and battle over. But again, Entropy coming in should be pretty comfy here. And I think for me, it is exactly what you've highlighted. It's that Clubhouse transition into the Oregon. Who's going to be in that driving seat? And for me, it's Entropy. From the get-go. They'll be starting out on the attack, though, which obviously is going to pose them with a little bit of an extra challenge because, you know, last time around, we saw them get to start out on the defense, build themselves into the map, and then come in show like very strong on that side swap. They're going to have to find that form immediately here, and it's a weird one, but obviously just even on the defensive end, just being on a map gives you a lot of comfort. On the defensive end, you're sort of talking about these ideas, then you come onto the attack, and you can then take that and build on it to put it into motion. They're going to have to come in flying. And obviously, after a 22-round long map, I don't know what that's going to do to both of these teams. I don't know what that's going to mean for them. At the moment, it might not mean enough if these teams have played enough long series or had really long scrim block days. Maybe this is going to be okay. Maybe they'll have that endurance to break over it. But what does that mean for what's going to start to show in the middle of Oregon? What's going to start to show if they can pull this map back and bring it to 2-2? What's it going to show when we get to Skyscraper? Everything now comes on. What can this defense do to set themselves up in the best possible stance to take this series? And starting immediately on the basement with a very consistent roster, I think is going to be the play. They've got the Fenrir, they've got the Mirror, these very comfort, utility-centric operators that they can build their style around.
And looking at the operator bans that came on through, this is the first time we haven't seen a Solace ban. Entropy Gaming have banned Monty, Solace, every single map. This time they went for the Azami. Matty has immediately jumped in on that. Flawless 7 banned Clash.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sure, Clash is annoying to play against. Sure, Clash can sometimes be useful here on Oregon Basement. Is it enough for her to be banned away when you have Solace, Fenrir, Mira, Valkyrie still on the board? I'm not necessarily convinced by that, but hey, they get to do what they want. I'm not playing the game, so.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? Because obviously, if you've done your work, bye drone. If you've done your work, that is going to be quite a large advantage, knowing that maybe this is really important, but just immediately rushing through, it's soft. No, there was no one on the mirror window. They have absolutely no idea.
And Backwards is going to get swung on by Maxi at least. There's that killing response, and Yuki found a second. Somehow, Flawless 7 has the advantage after that.
Criminal.
Okay. It's the fact that Hachi just opened the rotate up and just allowed Backwards to find that kill, but hey, 2 kills in response from Flawless 7, and somehow they have the advantage inside of this round.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you allow that to happen, but they have. And they somehow made up for it by getting a double kill. I mean, not necessarily off the back of that play, but Hatch is starting to be open now. What they've neglected is the fact that there is still someone roaming, running around freely upstairs and above. The Nitrocell flying through on the back of the stage wall isn't going to connect. Matty now starting to make their way back down below. They have no clue, and they're going to be gifted a free kill onto the gridlock. It's a 4 versus 2.
It's again unfortunate for Entropy as well. The misfortune keeps on falling. Maxi, quick double in the end there. Lovely kill on towards the hatch just before the flashbang comes on down to make it 3 kills in the round. Flawless 7 again have won the first round of the map, which I think has happened every single time so far. And yet, Entropy are leading 2-1.
They've been very good about getting off to a good start. The difficulty is then turning that into the wins that matter most, because then again, we sort of seen it time and time again. Eventually, something goes wrong for them, and coming off that round, it was that opening window. This is the sort of thing where the whole point of a rush play is you catch someone off guard, you get that opening win, and you teach them the lesson. There, they managed to learn the lesson without actually being punished in the score count, which is very, very big deal when you consider the longevity of a series. If you can consistently win these rounds and learn from them, adapt to your opponent, and wisen up to certain styles of play, you're going to be putting yourself in with just a massive boost. And now we're seeing the top floor come through, and they haven't extended heavily into Trophy, trying to contest across to Armory. It's a very basic setup, with the exception of this rotation hole into Tower, where it looks like they are going to try and combat this entry very early on. The Amaru still making an appearance from Shinji as it's being thrown up. The drone not going through the window, can't be caught off by a pest. Not that there's one on the board to catch it off this time. Oh, 2 throws. 3rd time's a charm, right?
Surely.
Yay!
There it is. Now, obviously we've been there's a lot of things riding on not just this map. Potentially, you know, we could go to Skyscraper, but this series as well, right? Please say we could cross map, thank goodness. Because we are guaranteed, this is just a fun little tidbit, we're guaranteed to get a 3-time winner of ESA Cup. Because Afla was on the old Entropy roster. Okay, well that's an interesting one. Hachi finds the opening kill into... Speaking of Afla, there's Afla. Won ESA Cup twice on the previous Entropy roster. And alongside Hachi and Yuki, who were on that same Entropy team. So it's kind of Afla from Entropy on the new Entropy against the old Entropy core. Matty now taking a swing up round, nearly finds a double. Instead traded out by Banquers. And if I can finish my point, Pistol also won ESA Cup twice with Benelux VIP. So we're guaranteed to see a 3-time winner of the tournament.
Now, let's see, 3 of those players on the same team. So Afla to pull up a big upset if he is able to win it out. Main breach open on up, and obviously, well, Maxi able to now get another kill onto Phantom as well. So Entropy's sort of swatted away here in the first 2 rounds at the top of Armory Staircase, but doesn't really want to make a move. Instead, just biding their time to see if anyone's going to swing it out, and hopefully no one does.
Yeah, Dewitt's got to pull off something incredible here. He's already getting tagged up through the wall. Maxi, well, definitely knows the position now. Doesn't have any impact grenades, but Dewitt not paying attention for this challenge whatsoever. Now finally is aware that that swing's coming round, and Maxi's getting very aggressive, but he's still got some long-range pressure from the Frost. That's Yuki now taken down. Lovely shot from Dewitt in this first one, but still only 20 seconds left. 3 guns trained in this direction, and Maxi has the wall bang. Flawless 7. Again, another good round. Another round on the board. It's 2-0.
And again, just trying to walk on in. They get swatted away pretty quickly. Really nice change up here to see in terms of... And I think a big part of this is the structure of the map. Bank so open, so large. Oregon a lot smaller. And it's going to play out a little bit closer to our Consulate game, right? Where teams are able to sort of sit back a little bit, wait for the attack to have to walk up to them and take these very comfortable gunfights that they would have practiced time and time again, whether that be in scrims, in competition, or even in their ranked games. And so repetitions are going to be really key here. 2 rounds in, 2 defensive wins. It's going to force out one of these tertiary sites. And, you know, that there's always been discussion. Do we go for kitchen? Do we go for meeting? Kitchen or meeting? Kitchen or dining? Kitchen dining kind of falling away in recent favor. And I have to say, I'm a fan of this. I think the meeting's a little bit stronger. However, it also depends on how the attack's choosing to deal with it, because there's a very, very large room in meeting that you have to try and lock down. And you can either hit it from the stage side, you can go back to garage and take that lobby control, or you can swing round through dining hall and try and take kitchen away with that vertical presence from above. Lots of options and lots of things you have to be ready for as a defensive unit. And I'm interested to see what comes out. The RAM immediately suggesting it is very much going to be about this clear from above first.
Yeah, and that's, again, standard. We're not seeing anything particularly non-standard. I guess one of the only non-standard things about this game is that Maxi is 5-0. Bankers has found the opening onto Yuki. That's a kite, so, you know, that utility should already be down, but still C4 now gone, and, well, a good gun to boot. And Matty nearly caught out as well by Dewitt. That was a very, very close. Just catching the shoulder instead of the head. So it remains a 4 versus 5. Jackal track also coming on through, and now Maxi's in a very difficult spot. Shinji finds a double. Matty does get a kill onto Afla. He's up the whole magazine of the P90 to do it, but he comes out on top in that engagement. It's 4 versus 3. Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate timing.
Very unfortunate timing on that one, and will be able to pick them up, but that does leave 2 of these defenders at very low HP, as Pistol Guy, the only one on full HP left, has been taken down. Shinji caught off. 2 versus 3 still. Phantom, be cautious. There is still an impact grenade that will take you down very swiftly, but rotating through, they don't know. Matty could be given up as a freebie here as they've crossed over, been shot by the player in sight instead.
Phantom still able to get that plant down. Because, well, Maxi's just so far away. 6-0. Needs to get that kill total up to 9. Now his position's been spotted out by the drone from Jewett. Flashbangs go on through. Out goes the swing from Maxi. Good heads-up play, but unfortunately it didn't quite land anything through the flash. And now he's taking free fires. Now he's dead. And there it is. A round for Entropy, but to be honest, this is what we should expect, right? You've got 2 defensive rounds on your primary and secondary, and then the tertiary's won by the attack. If anything, this map so far feels so strange because of how standard it's being played.
Yeah, where's our curveballs? Where's our massive extensions?
What's the catch? What's going on? It's too normal.
Okay, well, now back down to the basement. And this again, I'm hoping we see a little bit tidier coming in. Because of course, they did win it out, but did they deserve to? Maybe not deserve, maybe that's a bit critical. Should things have potentially been a little bit more peculiar, that could have led to a victory for the attack? Because we did see that immediate rush from Bankers just straight through the boogie at the door, ran onto elbow, and the rotation hadn't been made, so I'm hoping that there is the setup done in time to not get caught out by the same sort of early aggression. We're also still seeing Shinji rocking the Amaru, so it's very clear that the intention is so heavily focused around taking this big tower control away very quickly, and they want the Garo hook to be able to streamline the process of getting up there. There's a player in there. Just shoot the window.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, why would you think to do that? But well, they're certainly aware that something's going on.
They'll know now.
Yeah, they definitely know now. Jewett's found with the tracks. But okay, well, that's unfortunate. I feel like Matty should have got that kill. I don't think that should have been the way round that was. Atlas is caught in the default cam as well, so things kind of going from bad to worse for Entropy, really, is, well, these 2 defenders that Atlas chasing have been able to just get away and find new positions inside a big tower upstairs in attic. The defense looks strong.
Shinji now, just still appearing, just looking through this top floor for any potential roamers, with the kill onto the ram already. Obviously, there's very little vert destruction you're getting done. Well, there's none that you're getting done on this site, particularly. With that, still now looking for a little bit of aggression down towards Freezer. And I want to see them get these hatches open and start applying pressure. They haven't got an execute operator that you often see teams really rely on to find those entries down through the basement. Because of the way that crossfires are set up, it is so hard to find a way to get down and get into a position to go for this plant without real comfortable control over a pillar. Those execute operators obviously being a big part of how you get it, but instead they're just going for a drop.
Indeed, the Atlas taking the drop down, but can't get the kill. Caught in the sprint animation. That's Hatchy with kill. Jewett's found the second, though, in the round. Taking down Maxi leads us to a 3 versus 3. Brilliant free fire from Yuki, but Phantom's found a response again, trading back and forth. There's a spray from Maxi. Can't quite land it, and Dade then does. Diffuser now dropped. Jewett is in a very tough situation, but do they know where this player is inside the E-box? He finds that kill. And now it's Yuki against him. Jewett's taking the swing round. Does he know it's on Yuki? And Yuki finds it. Flawless 7 again. Finer defense. It's exactly what we should be expecting.
Yuki's been so big for Flawless 7 in these rounds where they just need someone to hold on. Someone to be that big clutch player constantly on the mute. Now on the frost as well. And just has a great understanding of the likely path that are going to be taken by these players playing against them in a 1 versus 1, and every single time is ready. Lovely pre-fire on E-box, recognizing that they're likely getting ready to swing on in, and again, at the end, to grab that kill as they're catching the rotation off the barrel's door. And now, you're looking down, 3-1, again, a comfortable control. I want to see this change up, because, okay, sure, Oregon, it's a defender-sided map. Both the top floor and the basement are sites that defenders can win very comfortably. But they're not out of the realm of question for attacks to take either. And I think that's something that we're missing at the moment, is a lot of the time it feels like Entropy are doing the standard thing, and we're congratulating that not work. Like, we're congratulating the fact that Flawless 7 can battle back from that. When really what we need to be seeing is Entropy try and change the script up a little bit, bring something a little bit different. Because so far, this Amaru's getting you into tower. There's nothing to meet you in tower. We don't need this Amaru pick, and then it is just running around with hard breach charges. Ying, Grim. The Monty's been taken away, but you have things like a Buck. If you really want the hard breach charges, there are other operators that are going to give you a little bit more value. You get into Armory quickly this time around, though, and maybe that's enough for them.
Yeah, and take out the default camera as well. Affler poking around in the basement, not quite having the impact that we're used to seeing, especially from the self-proposed fragger of the team, being outperformed by those flex players, but no, it's still not necessarily a terrible situation for them. And they're doing the bare minimum that they need to hold on, which is good. But, getting 3 rounds here on the attack would put Flawless 7 in a very difficult situation come that side swap. Out goes the RCE, just to open up in towards Attic. Shinji's using a hard breach charge. It's just more mobility for the attack. They don't want to be hemmed in by that doorway, instead creating another avenue to go through. And indeed, it's the same thing with this Attic opening. Well, it's been spotted out by the player prone, but now the player's position is known as well. Affler opening up that window, but again, there's no one downstairs. There's nothing happening. It's just a bit useless, as Bankers has found the opening pick, but I still don't really know what Affler's trying to achieve. Matty, well, at least it's traded by Maxi, but it's a very strange gunfight to take, and Patchy's actually found the response. It's a 3 versus 3.
Double pushing up pit now as Phantom's able to get the kill onto Matty. Another deep into sight. They're on the deployable shield. The last one's in your doorway. You're wrapping around each other. The flashbang in hand, but it's enough as Phantom on the breach has the crossfire ready to take the kill. And that's what we needed to see from the attack, the way in which they opened up the site. They started to apply that pressure from big window, as well as Attic, as well as main breach, using things like the Flores to just force the defense out of these comfortable positions. And now you give yourself a real shot here. You get that 3-2, and sure, maybe they just come back and win this one. But we're not playing for this, we'll win the tertiary site, I guess. You're showing that you're a real threat here, and returning to this top floor is no longer just a foregone conclusion, because you've already shown once that you do have a pretty solid plan for taking it down.
Yeah, for sure, but to counteract that, Flawless 7 now should be able to, well, self-evaluate what went wrong inside of that round. They should, being the operative word, should be able to fix it. And that 4-2 half will remain. But Entropy now, they've got that little bit of momentum that they need. They've been able to win up here once before. We're coming here again. And it's that confidence as well to be like, yeah, we can do this.
Confidence is key. It's what they say for taking swings, right? You just have to believe in yourself to take the gunfight, and you're 95% more likely to get the kill. That is a tested statistic, everyone. So remember, just
Source?
trust me, bro.
Nice.
Cheers.
It was revealed to me in a dream, so.
The dream visions are always right, to be fair. I had a dream I got eaten by a piece of ham once. I didn't eat ham for a year. Now I'm a big fan of ham sandwiches. It's my revenge.
That's the most Golu-Molu story I've ever seen, but well, enough about ham sandwiches, because, well, Matty was kind of sandwiched there on the bottom floor. You had the kill coming in towards Affler, but there was a response, and the player waiting for him inside the pillar just to catch that rotation away. It's a 4 versus 4.
Still sitting relatively pretty inside of sight, though, as you do lose that Solace, but you still have plenty of other utility to sort of throw the attack, or I should say that's been deployed that the attack will have to deal with, going to barricade up big window now, and I really like this, recognizing that there's that gap in pressure, because it will give, again, this big alert if the attack want to retake that spot, if they want to put someone else there. Still lurking down below, though, as the Flores drones are coming through to try and just find as many openings for themselves as possible. That's a bold drop down through Attic, the main breach being opened on up as well. So starting to see this pressure, this access being given, but carefully dancing past the drones, ready for this flank on white.
And there's a kill from Maxi. There's a drone inside of green that didn't spot that player, and that's Bank was going down. Now into a 4 versus 3. Flawless 7 have the advantage yet again, and this is kind of what you'd expect here on the top floor. Flawless 7 to be winning it out. Entropy, though, still have a chance. They've got some drones left alive, only 3 of them, but still information nonetheless. And I was going to say they've got flashbangs, but no, they don't. Yuki takes down Jewett, and that's a Flores down. So your flashbang's gone. Phantom, though, has a gun. Shinji as well, but it's Phantom who found the kill onto Hachi, who no longer has a gun to use inside of this round, but still plenty of cameras and utility intel utility that can still be taken to good use. And well, the shotgun right close. It's the expected result. You got a shotgun in your face, you're eating that lead. That's exactly what Shinji did. Successful round there for Flawless 7, and they take the half 4 rounds to 2.
Very good, like, bounce back from them. Like you said, right, they should be able to figure out what the big change for them was, and it was just not overextending. It was not putting themselves in these poor positions where they just felt forced to make moves and go for gunfights that they ended up losing. And instead, sitting back on utility that, rather than relying you to sort of actively throw out or deploy, you drop these Banshees down, you drop the mute jammers who's going to deny information, and you put these Fenris on every entrance point into sight, and you simply wait. And eventually, great flank maneuver to go for the drop down Attic and come up behind them on white stairs to alleviate some of that pressure. But it just, everything sort of went their way. And I will say I was a little bit confused by Flores on white, just sort of walking up and standing there after being pre-fired without trying to contest back. But that happens sometimes. And ultimately, It was just a really nicely deployed setup from the defense that put them in a very commanding position to win that round out. Now, we're seeing the side top come through, and immediately, of course, it's back down to the basement. The mirror of the Fenrir re-emerging from the first half of the game, but I'm intrigued to see that the Goyo is also rearing its head. This is an operator who was banned out on Bank we didn't get to see, but we've seen sort of drippings of throughout this series. What the plan is here for the canisters, and I mean, especially that 1.5 on the Vector, right? Just in terms of being a mean frag and weapon, it's gonna be fun to see them get into the fray.
Yeah, and we've seen how much of a mean fragger, if you want to call it that Affler can be. Obviously, not having the impact so far on this map, but has always seemed to be a sharper shot on the defense. So, with 1.5 Vector in hand, I mean, we could start to see Affler really start to wake up into this game and start to sort of spread his wings, if you like, to really get going. But obviously, that hasn't happened yet. And what we do have is the fact that Affler's only got 1 kill in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, been a bit of a quiet half to the series, but maybe this defense has generally been where, you know, it's been weird. Generally the one half, right? And defense traditionally was the one where they was kind of struggling and attack was excelling, so going to rely on something to be a little bit different here compared to previous maps. It is now looking to get aggressive as the torch marks are being made. Can you catch them out on side? No, instead, it's Bankers getting taken down, getting aggressive on the back stairs. It's a big loss as well because you lose the ability to juggle around those Fenrirs, which, if the information can come through, they can take out some of the key ones and then find the gaps in the opening. The lancing projectile from Ash being used to try and deny the mirror window because they're burning it out first. Brilliant use of utility.
Absolutely, and there goes another swing from Affler on towards those hatches. The Yuki on the Maverick needs to be careful because they might end up actually falling here. Shinji watching towards those laundry stairs, looks away at just the wrong time. Affler's got to get out of there because the RCE takes the re-peek in towards those stairs and gets punished. Still alive for now. Yeah, see Rotero coming on through, and yeah, that should secure that kill for the side of Flawless 7. But, well, Yuki's downed as well, and actually, no. Afla's been able to stand back up, so it's effectively a 4 versus 4 until Yuki can find his feet again, or until more kills happen. Maxi and Phantom, they're trading directly. But still, we've evened things up. Pistol rotating away towards this freezer, taking the diffuser with him, but still there's a player going towards Laundry just to provide a little bit of extra cover and support. Shinji prone. Well, he's been spotted out, but not before he can find a kill. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3! All orange in the kill feed, and how about a 4th for them in a row? No response from Flawless 7, and Entropy Gaming find their first defense.
I feel like when the first player goes down to the prone, you should probably finish that one off. But either way, again, both sides have really demonstrated why Oregon Basement is this behemoth of a site. And I would have liked to see some adjustments in operator lineup to sort of compensate for that. I think we're starting to see this flourishment of, I'd say, what your big 3 execute operators are, right? Your Yings, which has been banned away, your Grim, and your Capital. And the other 2 are very much still available. And I'm surprised that we haven't seen a little bit more from, well, any of those 3 across the series, right? We saw a little bit of Grim on Bank in, I think it was 2 rounds. And that's kind of been it. So both of these teams, while being quite sort of very good at clearing out roamers and setting themselves up around site, are relying on other tools to get them to that position rather than what's going to excel in the execute itself, which is an interesting trade-off to make, right? Because it puts you in a position where you're more likely to be at that end goal, but then with less efficient means to finish it off. Interesting trade, and it, so far for both teams has been working to the style they want it to, of course. Now, of course, we have to line up and see what happens on the next site. It's going to be back to the top floor for, well, I mean, Entropy's first take of it, getting ready for the run out. As you just know that they're going to be vaulting up onto the car. The oncoming junkyard does leave them in a vulnerable spot, though.
Absolutely, and I'm going to turn full pooball here. I'm just complaining about Thorn, because Thorn is bad. Thorn's just straight up bad. Her gadget is just a glorified proximity alarm. You could just bring proxims. Sure, her gun's decent, and sure, she's got a deployable shield, but she doesn't actually bring anything to a defense that you can't already get but better in other operators. Like, if you bring her for a gun, there's like, you might as well just bring Tuberal or bring Warden or someone like that who, you know, Warden can have a shield and his utility's pretty useful and he's got a better gun. You could bring Tuberal who's got a C4, but I mean, if you want to, and also got a good gun in that NPX, like there's many different ways that you could go for it, but instead of bringing along a dead rubber in those Razor Bloom shells, and it's just not that useful.
Actually, I'll actually have you know, I got a Razor Bloom kill in ranked last night, so I actually think Thorn's great. No, I mean, you're completely right. It's an interesting pick to see come out. Obviously, the 1.5 is great. Oh, the barrel's been spotted, and Atlas just so patiently waiting. I love this, though. Not overbearing it, knowing that it's probably a freebie anyway, and the longer you give them this false sense of security, the juicier that kill's gonna feel.
And he's got a second as well, nearly with that first one, but no, comes up with a double. The jump in from Maxi, trying to find that kill. But just pre-fired the wrong area. Fine, sure, some headshots go off, but still a 5 versus 3 for Entropy. Zaffler's sneaking up these back stairs, no players to punish, and oh, nearly gets one there through the windows as well, and spots out one of these players. There's Yuki falling, Shinji's found pistol as well, and Affler's found a quad, taking out Hachi, who did deny the flawless round, but that's really all it is. Beautiful play from Affler inside of that round, and Entropy bring us to 4.
Beautiful stuff on the roam there, and it really just was enabled by the fact that so much attention was diverted to the site. There was nothing for Affler to really have to worry about, and going undetected so long and living the Maverick in that position where they just felt so safe, so comfortable, that they were untouchable almost. Well, you can see how quickly that turns around and how quickly you get punished for thinking just that, and then to get the second kill onto the Nomad as well, who in that situation is so out of the round if they can't get involved in the fight down into the site, you have to just go for it, and you're ready to take them out on the swing and from the window, because it's just such a telegraphed movement. You're stuck in the same bolt animation, you're limited on where you're looking, and you have absolutely no clue which part of the hatch to try and pre-fire first. Really good job just getting that value on the roam, which sets up the rest of the team to just continue to play comfortably on site. And by play comfortably on site, I mean, they just hold their own. They don't give up picks, they don't overstep their welcome, they just wait. And the attack had very little entry in, and without that comfortable spot, right, you're looking at the top floor as a site, you really need one, more than one, you need two, sometimes even three different points of contact to be able to actually stand a chance of breaking in.
If there's any round for Flawless 7 to win, it would be this one. Again, that tertiary bomb site we saw in that first half. The first attacking round that Entropy got was on this tertiary. So, you know, patterns could repeat themselves. It's not exactly an uncommon pattern. Afla is being heavily challenged, but what a fight that is to take and to win it out as well. Maxi going down. Pistols holding the cutoff and should be able to get the trade. There you go, and Matthew's found another. So the opening pick for Entropy is kind of neutralized now with a one-man advantage instead for Flawless 7.
Pressure building up through dining as well, but the biggest flaw with this so far is no pressure above, and the hatch very likely to be open. White stairs presence. You can see Shinji just still hanging around, still lurking. You need to go upstairs. You need to address this control issue, and Matty dropping the Talonade so far isn't going to do anything as...
Oh!
Well, I take it all back. Forgive me, Matty. I bow before thee. What a shot to land. Just some sort of highlighting the floor, but there's another player taking up that position.
Are they aware of it? Yuki certainly doesn't seem to be, and he's called out. That's the diffuser now dropped as well. Banquez dips away to safety. Matty's still here, and now this angle's not being watched. Be able to reclaim the diffuser and still push on towards the site. Banquez, not entirely sure where that C4 is, but certainly not going to land anything, and he's looking the wrong way. What a shot that is as well. Seemingly 3 players already in this round have had some incredible shots, and our Banquez now head on a swivel looking for more, but the player's now gone upstairs. Does he know that the player's up here? It seems like he does. He's sneaking round. Just so sneaky, so quiet. Matty's not aware of it. That's the diffuser dropped again. Now Pistol left all by himself. Entropy Gaming could yet again take the lead here in this tournament, in this map even. You just need to be aware of the position. Now, well, you've got the shotgun round close. You've got the player come up to join as well, but it's not even needed. Banquez finds the kill, lands a shot. It's a tertiary bomb site won by the defense. Entropy Gaming take the lead. It's 5-4.
And it's all built again off this really, really good play with pressure. They're down to the 2 versus 4. They're at such a disadvantage. But what's not been done? What's not been done, Cameron? They haven't got that control above on a site where you hold it from above. So it doesn't matter that you've got these 2 kills, because eventually one comes in that ugly head, they retake that white stairs position, and they cut down your diffuser carrier before running off away again. And if you abandon all hope at that, if you just grab that diffuser and run, it does not matter, because they're going to be aware which site you're planting in and start applying that pressure through verts, using shotguns to open up new holes that you just aren't going to keep a watch on, and eventually you will be caught off. Really, really good play by Entropy to make sure they're taking that advantage and running with it. But I really needed to see a little bit more work coming in earlier in the round to take away the best part of defending kitchen and dining. No attempt made whatsoever, and that was the biggest difference between Entropy's attack of the same site compared to Flawless 7's, is that they did deal with that issue. They did take away that top floor control, and it gave them perfect control over the site itself.
Well, now we head into round number 10. Entropy defending the basement. They have the opportunity here to claim series points, to claim championship points then. That's what it means in this round. Flawless 7 might just let it slip away after they had a 5-1 lead on Bank. They've had a 4-2 lead here. on Oregon. They should have won that previous round, but they got sloppy and they let Entropy back in. And well, Entropy, they certainly took that invitation. RSVP right now, they have the advantage in the series. They have a primary and secondary bomb site to fall back on. Flawless 7 need to defy the odds. Hachi's going to help with that. Taking down Banquas. With your Fenrir down. So no more juggling of those FNATs. But they're still utility down.
Giving back down, the Grim on the table is going to be a massive difference between this time attacking the basement and the last, especially for controlling that movement around lockers if they can get there. But instead, using these Bs so defensively because they just don't know the positionings. This drone work that we've been crediting and praising all series long from the side of Florida 7 ceases to exist on Oregon. Why are you grimming when there's no one there? Finally starting to get some work done on this hatch with the Kite Claw coming through, but it's not going to be done in time to prevent E-Box hatch getting opened up by the ex-Kairos. So you're now looking at slowly applying that pressure, getting access towards that pillar. You got to move away from the Rotero drone, but also Mira making their way into Harry Potter as... Oh, Alpha, what a kill.
Brilliantly played there. Knew that he was going to be forced from that position. You had the RC Rotero, but also the Vulcan canister there that was going to pop up. And he's found a second. Afla having Entropy on his back. Maxi does shut him down, but it's still even man count now thanks to that two-piece. And the diffuser's still upstairs. It seems like Flawless 7 have abandoned it for now. Hachi spots one. There's another double kill in this game. How about a triple? Taking down Shinji. It's now all on Phantom. And Flawless 7, they might have just done the impossible and the EMP goes down, but, well, they know where Phantom is now. And Maxi's just running straight on through Route 1. And they tie it up again. 5 rounds to 5. Could we be seeing another overtime, Ben? Is that potentially on the cards here? But
I don't know if my heart rate could take it.
I don't know. Even still, though, you have basement, you have top floor. If you're Entropy Gaming, Flawless 7 need to defy the odds again.
And they just keep going. Ultimately, that's what it is. They just don't stop moving. And I'm looking at this round like Afla gets aggressive, starts applying that pressure onto the laundry hatch and gets the opening kill onto the Flores. And that's your opportunity. You can start to hold on to laundry staircase, which is such a hard position to break away, because realistically, you're just looking at swinging it from the doorway above. If they drop the hatch onto the laundry machine, they can't swing you from the sidelines because you have teammates inside of sight and you just keep going. But instead, they don't really do anything with it. He turns around, they get swung from the doorway, and suddenly all of that pressure they had built up gets taken away. You no longer have the ability to now come back and support your teammates inside of Freezer, who get isolated and picked off by an amazing push. We have to give credit there, like amazing aim to get that double kill and put them in that 3 versus 1 situation. And then obviously the confidence. They have the intel on where that Kaid was, and they all swarm sight for the final kill. But I do have to wonder, like, what happens if they're able to hold on to laundry, if they're able to keep that pressure point as a threat?
I have a question, Golu, relating to the very start of this series.
Ooh.
Do you think, after seeing these rounds on these maps, is it fair for these teams to say that they don't have weaknesses?
No comment.
I was gonna say,
I think it was fighting talk, Cameron. It was fighting talk. And I can always respect a bit of fighting talk. It's more fun than saying, oh, well, actually, this is the pinpoint list of how you beat us in a game. I do think it was maybe a little bit bold, maybe a little bit ambitious to say, as we have seen some issues arise throughout the course of a game, namely things like defending bank and other such things. But so far, I think we've had a really good display, and Matty adding to that now by taking down Afla, who again was sort of playing around by the back of laundry, and still using these Grims on the back staircase. Just drone it. Why are we being it? Just literally just put a drone there.
You have 8 drones still left
Bring
alive.
a Claymore. You have 2 Claymores on Thatcher.
Oh, yeah. And we've been praising the drone work for both of these teams so much. But Flawless 7, it seems, just don't want to drone the backstairs. This round is so very similar. Afla, who was a lifeline in the previous save, for Entropy Gaming this time, not alive, and even then, They didn't even win the round. But there's an engagement. Bankers with the Sasky? Well, it's certainly a gun, that's for sure. And he found a kill with it, so, you know, at least there's something, but yeah, it's only one kill. Entropy still retain that disadvantage, unfortunately for them. As we head into this final minute of the round, and one of these teams will get up onto map point, and Entropy, it's their chance to get up to championship point if they can win this round. But right now it looks like it's all on Flawless 7. However, Shinji has found a kill onto Hachi. Still looking for more. These shots are coming through from the other side on these stairs, and he's good for it. Now switches back attention towards Laundry. The players drops inside the pillar as well, takes the prone angle, but just looks down at the wrong time. Pistol Guy finds that kill, now shut down by Phantom. It's all on Maxi, takes the drop. That's the C4. That blows up, but it's not going to find the kill. He takes pre-fires. He doesn't know where these players are positioned. The flashbang goes out. It doesn't quite get him. He doesn't know where they are. Into red time. Has to pull out the secondary, and he's found the first. Does he try to stick? Yes. Trying to bait out Phantom, but Phantom's playing safe. He's playing smart. And Phantom wins the round for Entropy by virtue of just chilling, just staying put.
What?
Championship point.
You gotta pick.
Championship point.
You gotta pick one of the two. You're either going aggressive in that situation. You're either going for that final kill, or you're conceding and sticking that diffuser. But just jumping back and forth between the two is not the answer. And ultimately, just everything coming down in that round. You're looking at the final kill. Okay, we're looking to try and swing from pillar. There's a drone there. I'll shoot the drone. Gets immediately swung and caught off. We don't need to be dying in situations like this. We just don't need to be dying in situations like this. And it's unfortunate because you're going to get pre-fire and you're going to get swung, but you can't afford to hit the drone in that situation. You've got to wait for that player to come and hope you can win out the gunfight despite the information overload going against you. A really, really well-worked round from the defense in the end, right? Things just started to work out for them. And again, it was because there was just enough positions not challenged throughout the assault coming in from the attack. And because there's enough spots that are just safe to sit in, someone's going to live. And in the end, they just run away through elbow. That timer gets too low. You're torn between, do I chase for that kill or do I go for that plant? Do I go for that diffuser and try and win on time? If they'd stuck that diffuse maybe earlier. You had 5 seconds on the round in that 1 versus 2. You get the mirror. I think there you have to go bloodlust. You have to go for that kill and just appreciate that they might run away. But either way, this indecisiveness hurts. And you're not expected to win that. Let's get this straight. You're not expected to win a 1v2 with 9 seconds on the clock. But when you come so close, just give yourself that extra 2% chance. It's the small margins that really count. And over as many rounds as we're playing, those small little rounds where you pull off a little piece of magic count for so much.
That they do. That they do. Especially as that indecisiveness has now given Entropy championship point. And they're defending top floor next, assumedly, because, you know, that's the natural place where you would go to, would be to defend that top floor. Flawless 7 now have to get themselves to overtime. They have to endure another infinite OT for as many rounds as that goes on. And then they have Skyscraper.
Not an easy end.
No, it's not. And that's the power that winning the third map can get you. And Entropy won Flawless 7's map pick. Yes, sure, it went to 22 rounds, but you've got to win your picks.
It's absurd. It's absurd to say out loud.
I know. It's crazy, but you have to win your picks. And these teams haven't been. But now Entropy are on the verge of doing that. And if Flawless 7 had won their own map pick in map number 3, then they would be the ones in the driver's seat. They would be the ones that have control of the series. But as of right now, it's Entropy. Because as Flawless 7, you have to hope that you get to map 5. And that's Skyscraper. And that's a very difficult... On OPL, it says it's their worst map. And they have to hope that they play on Skyscraper on their worst map according to the statistics that we have. all of those little things add up. And if they just won bank, if they just got 2 attacks, 2 defenses on bank, just 2. They just needed 2 defenses on bank in regulation time. But no.
Yeah.
But no.
And now it's going to come down to this last attack. They have to win this attack, and it's going to be a kids' dorms defense. Yes, so for the championship here as well for Entropy, and it's been a really good site for them to be able to defend onto. We have seen some movement, some passion coming through from the side of Flawless 7, but I'm looking at the lineup that I'm seeing before me. I think the lineup should be enough. The lineup isn't going to be the issue. It's the way they're playing. We're seeing half-committed attempts at taking different spots. They tried to take Attic, but they didn't check meeting down below, and Afla just got a double kill.
Yep.
Uncontested. That shuts down your Attic push, and now the rest of the defense can sit back patiently because they don't need to try and deal with the threat coming in. It's now all back to that trophy door and breach pressure, which they can hold comfortably from quite far away where they're not going to be overexposed. They have a deployable shield to sit behind. Got to find a way to break this up. And tools like the Flores, which we've seen Hatchie bring out already, are going to be very efficient at trying to get that done.
Yeah, well, we've still got some internet problems, so we're going to throw it to a very quick break. And when we come back, potentially the last round of the season. So, bit of an anticlimactic end here, but don't you worry, because when we get back, it will be all the action, it will be all the fun, to be all the siege. See you in a few minutes. Round number 12, then. Heading into potentially the final round of the entire series. Sorry we had you wait for so long, but we're back. I'm still Pasta, and Golly Molly is still here also.
This is the R6 equivalent of cliffhanger at the end of the season, come back next time, wait 3 months, or 6 months, or 9 months, just to get the ending to that one epic boss battle. But
be woefully underwhelmed.
Be woefully underwhelmed. I don't think that's going to happen here, but
No.
We have rolled up the gates. It is going to be a ram coming out on a top floor attack, which I have to say I'm not a fan of. I'm not going to advocate for other people to do the same. But the defensive lineup does look pretty juicy coming through. Immediately back on that Goyo as well, so putting yourself with comfortable weaponry to be able to fight back from, but also the Frost. Now, we've talked about traps a little bit here and there. Obviously, Capcan being the main one that we referenced earlier on in our series.
Oh.
When we saw that being a little bit more relevant, both on Clubhouse, but also on Bank in some very impactful ways.
Don't remind me.
But this is huge. We have seen Frost occurring a couple times. We have seen it popping up here and there.
Yeah.
But getting caught out in a mat, in this round in particular, when you're effectively taken out of action for free, is going to be a massive deal.
Yeah, obviously being caught in a frost mat is no longer the sort of your round's over as it once was. You can get yourself up, but even still, it's a massive disadvantage to you as a player, to your movement, and it's still going to slow you down. It's still going to get you down to low health. So, you know, yeah, sure, you're still able to have your gun up, but it's still not ideal. You don't want to be running into them, especially as if there's a defender there that can take advantage. They very much will.
Okay, already early access to dining, and maybe making their way towards White Stairs as well. It's a Habana, not an ace, which is a little peculiar, because obviously the setup time for these X-Kyros is so much more, but obviously with the impact tricks coming through, this is a great adaptation, as long as they don't shoot 6 pellets at a time. It's the first 2 being deployed at the start. I love to see it. They mess it up anyway twice, take some damage in response. So that's going to get opened up very comfortably by the Habana, and you've also got...
no!
What's the Frost doing?
Matty was throwing a drone when Banker swung him, and still won the gunfight. How How do you lose that? Afla does finally find that kill onto Matty, but I mean, that should not have been allowed to happen. It shouldn't.
Runs past the stun as well, gets upstairs. They've still got the mute downstairs and security too. The breach opened on up. They do have access. They're trying to pepper their way in through Trophy as well. But Pit is so secured. It's been double reinforced off this time around. It's been open every time since. And with very little pressure, Phantom's so free to do so much work.
And he work it, he can, but it's Shinji who finds the kill. Patchy now on this window, trying to find swings. Afla now dealt down low, even lower than before. Phantom's now downed, taken down by Pistol. Still a 3 versus 3. Entropy are still able to hold on here. 30 seconds left. The attack getting just so much more difficult as this time goes down, and Jewett finds the C4. Jewett has found the C4, and now Entropy have the advantage. Only 20 seconds. It's all on Pistol, and it's now all on Pistol. There's one kill for potentially the clutch, but still 2 players left to find. Afla and Jewett looking for him, and Afla's found it. Entropy, outside of all of the chaos, they find their level, and their level is right at the top. Champions of Season 7, Entropy Gaming.
Congratulations to them. It also crowns our 3 times champion, the upset for the other 3, but I'm sure they'll be back in another season. An amazingly played game by Entropy. Fantastic work. And I mean, what a series they've played, right? That bank going so long. What an impactful round from them, and just to be able to come back from that, coming strong on Oregon, to go down early as well and still find it within them to turn that around, to bounce back. And when they came in that defensive half, they had this aura that it was over from them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame we had to sort of take a bit of a break to eventually reach that conclusion, but it's still the win for Entropy Gaming, and well, it certainly has been deserved. It's an org that's won this tournament so many times now, and they've done it again. I mean, what a performance from them. And Flawless 7, they kept it so close as well. They were really right up there with them every step of the way, particularly thinking about Bank, those 22 rounds, Ben. Like, it just unbelievable. But that's going to be it from us here over on the casting side of things. I've been Pasta. I've been joined by Golu Molu on one of those sides. I'm not entirely sure which one, but that's it for us for this season. Now back to your wonderful analyst desk, Whisker Glitty, Whisker Glitty, Whiskey Glitter. It was going so well. Whiskey Glitter, Dianic, and Nudge, take it away.
Oh man, I think I like it. Whiskey Glitty. It might be the new thing. Wow. What a game. What a game. And I can't believe it is already over. We made it all the way through grand finals. Done data, sayonara, see you later. Naj, why don't you just walk us through what happened on this last map, this last Oregon here?
Well, there's a lot that I've noticed throughout all of the maps, but specifically about Oregon is a lot of what I was noticing was very opportunistic space making for Entropy, and it was really smart of them to just like take into account that there's not a player here. I can walk, I can take an engagement, I can win the engagement. Maybe I die, but I got the opening trade. And that's what's important, like being able to just make that space for yourself as a team. And that's something we even saw from round 1, even though obviously we saw quite a large sort of lead develop for F7. But we've also got like just the fact that the early stages of the map were very they were very much slugfests, but it was almost as if Entropy weren't able to maintain any semblance of an advantage in like the first half of the game. But eventually they were so strong like throughout the later portion of the map. Once the sort of side swap happened, it's like they'd almost felt out the team enough for them to really be able to start putting some work in. And yeah, like as much as F7 had like a really good trade game early on, we just saw Entropy just step up like later and later into every single map, and I think that's something that is extremely good and extremely consistent for them.
Yeah, and
New Entropy
Dianic
is the victor.
Is the victor, absolutely. And to the victor go the spoils, the big dubs. Dianic, we talked about different takes all night. Well, we talked about the same take all night, right? As we had that back and forth of the top floor and the bottom floor sites. I mean, what kind of do you think that kind of added to the longevity of what we saw? Or is this going to be a long match kind of no matter what sites we ended up seeing?
Well, I'm gonna have to be honest. I'm very happy. Did get 2 meeting rounds. We did break a little bit the habit going top down, top down the entire time. At the end, it was still the team who can pull through, who has the mentality, who can keep pushing. It's the same side. You're gonna have to do over and over the same thing. You can maybe adjust during the rounds, as we saw from both teams. Sometimes you put a person there, you attack from this side, or you saw, okay, at only ASIC and Master Take doesn't really work. Okay, let us put somebody on the big window. Maybe that has a little bit of pressure, and then you see the rounds going into one favor. You see the other team adapting to it. But because we had so many tries to the top bottom, to the bottom to bottom floor, you can really like figure out what works, what doesn't work, and just staying up pace, still surprising the enemies after so many rounds, so many maps, and so many actual, if you look at it closely, the same things over and over again. When we had these meeting rounds, they were truly something new, especially for me, because not only did we see another tertiary site twice, I wrote it down. I was like super happy. I was in the backstage. I was like, oh my god, guys, it's meeting. Look at it. We have meeting. And everybody
Literally
was laughing.
screamed, by the way. Like,
yeah.
shouted meeting in the VC. It was very funny.
It's true.
I think you guys can tell also by Nash's response. I was happy. And the meeting rounds were super interesting because both teams kind of experience each other on a new side, on a new level, on a tertiary side. You know, this side is one of the lowest one to win on a defense. It has huge potential, but which team is actually going to come on top at the end? It was a lot of frags and refrags. Who has the opening? And F7, they don't have a 100% opening rate anymore. They've lost 2 openings they had to Entropy Gaming, so that puts them also down to roughly 85% chance of getting an opening win. So when the opening kill happens in their favor, they get to win in that round. But again, last round, super intense. It was the waiting game. Which team can pull through? Which team has the mentality for it? And I think both teams were ready to do it. Unfortunately, Flawless 7 was a little bit on the shorter straw tonight, but Entropy Gaming, they were fighting through each round, even in the meeting rounds where I had a little smile on my face.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to actually bring you guys back to talk about the whole match here just in a little bit. I am going to bid you adieu for the moment, as we are going to bring a player up to get the who, what, when, where, and why of what just went down. So sit back and relax with me as we get to the bottom of this grand finals match. Pulling our interviewee. Hey, what's happening? GG's, big dub to you.
Thank you. Unbelievable. Still shaking. My hands just, I don't know what to say. Unbelievable. Just, I have a great team. Thanks to them. What can I say?
Oh, man. Yeah, I bet you just have to be absolutely flying right now, right? I mean, especially because, I mean, let's talk about it. You had one of the rounds that went, well, you saw 22 rounds of siege back and forth. Like, what's the conversation going on when you're hitting round 17, 18, and 19 in this one match?
It was like, at first, it was 8-7, I think, and we thought like we lost. But we forgot about the rules, that it's going to unlimited overtime. So we were like, oh fuck, we lost. Come on, next map. And then we saw, it's going on. Unlimited time. So let's go. Let's roll it back. So we keep going. We just, come on, guys. Still, come on. We keep going. Just put your head in the game. And after 22 rounds, we finally won that last, and we were so happy. I think we even tied it, like, I don't know if you know it, the G2 versus Empire game. There was also, I think, 22 games. There was also the world record. I think we tied it. So we're just happy for it. We
Yeah.
said, come on, we have the third map bank. Come on, we have it. Let's go to the next one and we win the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a strong game that came through. We start out map number 1 where it has this real back and forth, and then like, what's the difference? What was the conversation that happened between map 1 and map 2? Because map 2 was just this crazy, quick, in your face check map. Like, what was the difference between 1 and 2 there?
I think they played just better than us
Yeah.
on Consulate.
Yeah.
Consulate is also one of our favorite maps, but they just played it better with the better strats, with the better attacks. We just didn't have the momentum. We just lost a lot of gunfights, and they won it. Fair play to them. They played really well. And what can I say? But we just changed it then after the 2 maps on Bank and on Oregon.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the synergy between members is like very crucial, right? How do you guys cultivate that like friendship outside of the comp scene? Do you guys do like team bonding exercise? Do you play ranked together, or do you have stuff that you do outside of Siege?
Yeah, just some of the players like me and Afla, we just played a long time ago also in this organization of Entropy. And so we know each other well. Then I joined the team like 3-4 months ago. They bring me in, so they give me the chance to play for them in the starting lineup. And then just building a team, we played ranked. I play also just other games, Rocket League or something. So we bond our time there also. We're playing Fortnite or some other games just to have fun, to just bond together. And that's why I think maybe we had a better like 10% more than them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the communication was strong, right? Your refrags were on point, and I think that's one of the things that led to the scoreline that we saw. So, but I mean, when you're facing a formidable opponent, right, Flawless 7, how do you guys prepare for that? What does it look like leading up to a grand final for you?
What's preparing? Just like we had yesterday a game, a grand final also. We lost that, like we was just tired. We said, okay, come on guys, tomorrow is a big game, bigger than everything else we played. So just let's go earlier to sleep, like be motivated, just don't stress out or something. And then we said, come on, we're gonna do this tomorrow. We fucking win it. And yeah, that's how we prepare for this day. So and we have also an analyst who is just writing something. He's just doing everything for us that helped us today also very, very much. Yeah. Also shout out to him.
Yeah. That was actually going to be my next question, because I had a chance to cast you guys yesterday during your match there as well. So I mean, it was or the last match that you guys played in. So I guess that was going to be my next question, is if that's for the prep. So here's a question that I love to ask, and it's kind of in honor of one of the casters that I love so much, Caster Rhino, and he asks, if you could delete an operator off the board, the permaban gone forever, who are you taking out of Siege and for that's going to be permanently banned?
So we just put out the Monty because of Yuki and Pistol. They are both good players on Monty, and on Solus we just kick it out because of Matty, because Matty was also a really good player with Solus. So we just thought we need to keep them out with them, because it's going to be a hard time for us. Also with the droning, with a Solus out, you can't really put drones anywhere. So we just thought, like, come on, we put him out, so we have a better chance. Also, we have more camps. Yeah, that was what helped us so far.
Yeah. So anything that you'd like to say to the people that are still watching?
Yeah, thank you for the organization to just motivate us, to be in the chat, just continue to believe in us. Thanks also for my friends out there who is watching also. Thanks for my mates. Really appreciate you guys. Love all for the chat. And just one thing, Pistol, he has 3 times Afla now, and you have still 2.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for answering our questions. It was an absolute pleasure to watch you play, and a big GG's. We're looking forward to whatever's coming next out of you guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
That's right. All right, folks. So we're going to talk about it just a little bit more. We're going to bring back your favorite analysts. Naj, Dianic, any thoughts or reactions to the interview, to the match? Dianic, we'll start with you. What are you feeling here at the very end of it?
Well, I think it was very beautifully said, and I was about to say, what a cutie. That was a very beautiful and lovely interview there. But I think overall of the matches we've seen today, I already talked about the opening kills that Entropy was doing. They had way more opening kills and a lot more rounds secured to themselves because of these openings. Not only do you start with a man's up, but you also start already being in the heads of your enemy team. If you have over the half, they had like around 60% chance that they get the opening kill on their side over all the across the maps. Also in the last map, even though they've lost a few rounds where they had the opening kill, you start with an advantage. You have the mental ability, you have the Macon on your side, and at some point over four maps, you're gonna start to get into their head. Yeah, again, they have the opening kills. Guys, what we're doing wrong, and when you keep doing that, and starting with an advantage, enemies at some point it's gonna get to them, even though it's super hard, especially when you have a good mental team, good team play coming here with the trades where it always directly near there, but sometimes there were rounds where the refrag just couldn't happen directly in the second, and then it was just like it was crumbling a little bit. And with that, you get into the heads of the enemies, and competitive is a huge mental gameplay. If you can't win the mental gameplay, you already lost the round. And I think with getting these opening kills over 60% of the time from the side of Entropy Gaming, they were already in the heads of the enemies, knowing, okay, if it doesn't matter if we don't get it, because we have the chance, a higher chance next round to again get the opening kill, to again have the man count even. And a lot of times we saw them pull back from a 5v4 to a 1v1, 2v2 at the end of the round. So even if F7 had the opening kill, a lot of rounds, it didn't really matter. Yes, we had a few flawless rounds, but they were rather dominating on the side of Entropy than flawless 7.
And speaking of dominating, Naj, who for you is like highlighting that? Who are we highlighting tonight? The MVP, if you will. Who is the big game changer for you? And why is that? Two?
There is two. And me and Dianic were talking about it. So Bonks, I see you. You were phenomenal all night. Every single map. Absolutely amazing. And Dianic, who was the other one? Go.
Matty!
Yeah! So, those two were absolutely amazing. Every single map, they had like, at least one of them had like a star performance. And then we got onto Oregon, and I said it from the very beginning, and then me and Dianic started noticing it more and more as the map went on. They were just destined to 1v1 each other in every round of that match. Whether it was like a 2v2 or whatever else, they had no teammate helping them whatsoever. They just always ended up in this weird 1v1 situation where they were against each other, and it was just trading back and forth. It was so much fun to watch. They're my two MVPs. I think it's very much like a big tie between them, because obviously Matty had such a phenomenal game on Bank, 23 kills in total on that man, and then on the opposite side, Bonks was, I'm pretty sure, the only player that broke like the 10 kill mark on one of the maps for Entropy. So it's absolutely incredible to watch both of them perform like that and really just bring a real phenomenal show into this match. But something I wanted to touch on as well is stealing from Dianic, because Dianic very much touched on while we were like watching the Entropy versus F7 final map that we don't have enough personalities in Siege, especially down in Tier 4, where people are like really excited to be here or anything like that. And well, we obviously saw Phantom come in here and just show off that he's not afraid to really just be himself. And I think that's really cool. So if you think you could be the next one, be sure to, hop on the next ESA. Maybe we'll see you in the finals. It could be fun.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, Dianic, any final thoughts here as we start to conclude up this grand finals for the ESA? Final words, final thoughts for you?
Well, to catch up a little bit on the two MVPs that we think really deserve a lot of shout out, also titled them during in the backstage. as the two lovebirds. So with that, those are my last ending words. The two lovebirds, Maddie and Bunks, really each round either trading each other, being the first, the opening kills, or at the end in a 1v1. Always there. We've really just noticed on the last map. Would really be interesting to see if it was also in the maps before. But these two players not over first, second, third, and also fourth map. Always consistent with the kills, making the opening, especially on console. We can say Banks, he had 3 double kills each, two rounds after each other. On console, he had another double kill situation. Matty just always with the kills 1, 2, 3, and that's how you stack up slowly but steady your kills, and that's how you get also very consistent. They were really, really present in the round, and just at the end we noticed that these two, they have a thing for each other. That's why I called them, and I'm sorry, but I did call them like the little lovebirds of this match tonight. But yeah, definitely also about the personality. I really love to see that he wasn't afraid to just be himself, to show that he's excited and that he spoke with a lot of passion, and I think that's missing a little bit in the T4 scene. But he was super lovely, and also to the other ones, if you have an interview coming up, maybe if you win something, or if you have the losers interview, don't be afraid to be yourself, be excited, even to just be on screen to show who you are and who you are as a team. Because I think you can learn quite a lot here from that interview that was just given. That was very lovely. And again, thanks.
Naj, final words from you before we close her out. What are you thinking?
Bully Dianic in her stream. Also twitch.tv/Naj. Don't bully me. I'm too cool. And Whiskey Glitter. Go to the Whiskey Glitter stream. Make sure to, have your drinks ready, because It's going to be a phenomenal time. Everybody here just deserves a massive shout out. The staff have been absolutely amazing. It's actually been a phenomenal time. And I really think that we could be seeing an even better one next time, with more people involved, probably bigger budget production with more people. Like, you know what I mean? We could have so much more coming for you in the future. So keep in touch, keep in tune with the ESA Cup, because it's going to be one hell of a ride.
That's right. Well, okay, folks, we have started to reach the end. You don't want the siege to be over, but unfortunately it is. We are, as the virtual curtains close here on the ESA Cup Grand Finals, we bid farewell to a tournament that has showcased the epitome of esports excellence. Congratulations to Entropy for their remarkable victory, and commendations to Flawless 7 for their fierce competition. This journey filled with heart-stopping plays and strategic brilliance will be etched in the esports history for the ESA Cup. As always, my friends, as the lights start to dim and the jukebox plays closing times, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. As Tom J would say, get amongst it and get around it, and get ready for ESA and the next season coming up. Thank you so much. Have a great night.